in the industry. It's like faster than anything we've ever seen.
You got to dream and execute, dream and execute.
At Bloomberg Tech, we bring together the sharpest minds to discuss the opportunities and hazards that come with innovation. Join us as we decode the future.
That does sound fun.
Welcome to Bloomberg Tech.
Please welcome to the stage Bloomberg's Emily Chang and Tom Giles.
Good morning and welcome to Bloomberg Tech. We are so excited to have all of you right here in San Francisco.
Thank you all so much for coming. I'm so excited about the day we have ahead of us. So much energy, effort, heart goes into planning this event. How long have we been working on this?
Dawn of time.
A really long time. So it's a lot of work, but also it's one of my favorite days of the year, truly, because where else do you get to see all of these people in one place? We're going to be talking about AI, venture capital, transportation disruptors. How many of you came in an Uber? Okay, wake up. Okay, yes? Yeah, how many of you came in a Waymo? Okay, how many of you are actually at home right now and sent an AI avatar in your place? We got a head start last night. I sat down with Alphabet and Google CEO Sundar Pichai, wide-ranging conversation just about how Google stays influential in the age of AI. That's online. You can check it out there. Tom, you interviewed.
I got to talk to Meta CTO Andrew Bosworth, Boz. We had a really wide-ranging conversation about the ways that they are incorporating AI into hardware, his vision for the ways that headsets are going to interact with smartphones, and a whole bunch of other topics.
And he's been there for 20 years.
This is his 20-year anniversary.
I think he's a lifer. And the conversations didn't stop there.
No, it didn't. We wrapped up with a networking exchange with a group of about 100 C-suite executives. It's a group we're calling the Innovators Circle. Many of you are in the room here. Thank you for being here. Thank you to Salesforce for sponsoring last night's event. You would not be surprised to learn that top of mind for many executives right now is artificial intelligence. Today, we're going to crank that conversation up to 11. This is a really critical moment for the technology industry. As you all know, just this morning, hearing about the latest in trade discussions between US President Donald Trump and President Xi, rare earth metals, something that's near and dear to the hearts of many technology companies. This is a moment when hundreds of billions of dollars are being invested in artificial intelligence, specifically chips, data centers, and the businesses, many of which you are affiliated with, that are disrupting the way we work, the way we code, the way we live, and the way we even go on dates.
So I would like to thank our sponsors again. Our presenting sponsors, Invesco QQQ, PwC, Salesforce, Samsung. Our participating sponsor, Personal AI, our contributing sponsor, Fuse. Without these sponsors, we wouldn't be able to have an incredible event like this, so thank you, everyone, for your support. Also, okay, everyone, pull out your phones. We've got a QR code that we want you to scan. Please turn your phones on silent while you're doing that. But this is where you're going to find the agenda. You can download our event app. You can message other attendees here. Maybe you can set up some meetings and have some serendipitous encounters. Our Wi-Fi information is here, and this is where you'll be able to submit questions to our speakers on stage. So we're going to try to get to as many questions of yours as possible. We do want this to feel like a community event, so please submit those questions and we will do our best.
And if you don't already subscribe to Bloomberg News and all of our great technology coverage, today is your lucky day. On this page, you are going to be able to click on a QR code that will enable you to get subscription discounts. Also, if you're enjoying the event, if you want to share thoughts, questions, complaints, please join, engage in the conversation on social media. You can follow our coverage using hashtag Bloomberg Tech and @sign Bloomberg Live.
And we're going to start the morning with a conversation about our own city. How many of you think SF is back? SF is back, baby? For good? What do we think? Yes? Let's cheer for San Francisco. All right.
They're undecided.
Undecided. right, well, Mayor Daniel Lurie is here. I think he's going to try to convince you that, yes, indeed, it is back. He's with our Business Week editor, Brad Stone. Brad and Daniel Lurie, let's take the stage.
Mayor Lurie, welcome to the Bloomberg Tech Summit.
Thank you very much.
Well,
It's a
we're going to
really
talk a
big
lot about
couch.
tech, but let me get your answer to the question that Emily just posed to the audience. Can you say today with any confidence and comfort that San Francisco is indeed back?
Here's what I would say is that we are on the rise. We have a lot of work to do. I am clear-eyed about our challenges. I saw them on the drive-in today. I drop my kids off in the Mission District every morning, and then I usually just go right to City Hall. Today I came down Market Street, got out of the car a couple of times to talk to people that were struggling on our streets. And so there is no question that for the first time in years, people feel a sense of hope and optimism. More people think we're on the right track than the wrong track. But I'm not here to tell you that we're out of the woods. We have a lot of work to do. But you all are here. Snowflake is across the street doing their conference. Databricks is coming here. OpenAI. I mean, we are the envy of every city in the globe when it comes to business activity. So it's happening, and the buzz is back in San Francisco.
Well, I want to ask you about that because I was recently in Chicago. They would be delighted to have one AI company, and you have them all. You essentially have a straight flush. But I've lived here now for 25 years. I've sort of seen this movie before. How do we make sure that the gains from this coming AI boom are evenly distributed?
Well, I think that's a great point. And so, we just presented our budget, and we are all about creating the conditions for long-term success so that it lifts all boats. And so we're focused on public safety as our #1 priority. The behavioral health crisis on our streets is an issue that is my #2 priority. And then I tell everybody, we are open for business. I want to use technology to create better conditions around permit reform, making it easier for small businesses and big business to do work here in San Francisco, to get more housing built in San Francisco. So we have a family zoning plan that could change the course for housing over the next 30 or 40 years. So our kids, our grandkids can afford to live here in San Francisco. And so we're on our way.
We're going to get into some of those specific issues, but I was reading an article, I think it was in the SF Business Times recently, and it projected that the AI boom could generate, I think it was like 60,000 jobs over the next 5 years. At the same time, I was thinking, this city has gotten into trouble by being so over-indexed in the past to a single industry.
Yep.
So how do we prevent the city of San Francisco's fortunes from rising and falling along with the inevitably cyclical nature of tech?
Well, we've always been known for our arts and culture. So when I talk to CEOs and business leaders, I say, we want you back in San Francisco. We want your conferences here. But we want you to be part of the community. We want you, like Salesforce has done for years, investing in our public schools. OpenAI is investing in arts and culture organizations. So I want those companies investing in that because that's always what's made San Francisco so special. And by the way, we were just named the culinary capital of the country. Our restaurants are second to none in this city. This summer alone, we're going to be the center of the music world. We have Dead & Company, August 1st, 2nd, and 3rd.
Yeah, but don't promote it because it's sold out already.
It's sold out in about 30 minutes, 60,000 tickets Friday, 60 on Saturday, and 60 on Sunday. The next week, Outside Lands. The next weekend, Zach Bryan. It's going to be an incredible summer in San Francisco, and we are truly evenly divided in terms of, or distributed in terms of what's happening in this city. So AI, healthcare, we have UCSF right here in San Francisco that sometimes goes untalked about, and so it's an exciting time to be in San Francisco.
You have brought your Open for Business message to the business community. You formed the Partnership for San Francisco, the SF Downtown Development Corporation. But talk about this model of using private funds or philanthropic funds for the city, and how sustainable do we create a dangerous dependency?
Yeah, so those are two good examples. Private-public partnership is always needed. Every city does this. This is not something new. It just hasn't been done to great effect in San Francisco for a while. And it's not about being sustainable. It's about giving us test cases. We had Chris Larson of Ripple just announce a major investment in a real-time intelligence center in San Francisco to make sure that we're using technology to keep San Franciscans safe.
But is that the proper use for private funds?
Yeah, so he gets something up and running, and then the government takes it over. We are trying to build more drug treatment beds, more mental health beds. So we have the private sector contributing close to $40 million to help us with the capital projects, but then government, which it is our responsibility to pay for the ongoing services to keep people treated. But we are facing $1 billion budget deficit here in San Francisco. And so those funds help kickstart something that we're able to continue to pay for in the out years.
I mean, do you think the business community, in particular the tech community, has a responsibility toward the city that was previously unmet?
I think any company, any individual that's had success or is doing business in the city has a responsibility to be part of the community. Much has been made of my background coming from Levi Strauss. That company has been around for 160, 170 years, always part of the community. We have great companies like Gap, Salesforce, OpenAI is getting involved in the company. So yes, companies have a responsibility, but government has a responsibility as well, and there needs to be partnership. And what we did as a city was we took business for granted, and we thought, we can just continue to increase taxes, not deliver clean and safe streets, and they'll stay. Well, guess what? They left. We can't take it for granted anymore. We're not. We're seeing businesses, we're seeing jobs coming back to San Francisco. Coinbase famously left.
They paid to leave.
They paid to leave, and now they're 150,000 square foot lease just a few blocks from here in Mission Rock, which is taking off. Visa, another example of a company that really gets their responsibility to investing back in the community. They're doing a lot around youth homelessness. And so really, those executives over there, Ryan and Oliver Jenkins, they get it. And we need more companies like that will lift all boats.
At the same time, you have to balance the demands or the needs of these companies. You recently allowed Waymos to drive on Market Street, and if any of you are visiting and you haven't taken a Waymo, you should.
It hasn't happened yet.
Okay,
yep.
so it will.
We're in talks with them.
But there are companies like Uber that cannot access Market Street. They're quite upset about that. So how do you make sure that you don't end up prioritizing the needs of one company versus another?
Well, here's what I'd say. I'm prioritizing the residents of San Francisco. 840,000 people, that's who my customers are. And I want business here because I want them bringing their jobs here. I want them bringing their tax revenue here. And we're going to have conversations. They'll be transparent. They'll be open. We're talking to the leaders of all of these companies. We have talked to Waymo about Market Street, and we're in discussions with them about it. That has not happened yet. And we'll continue to have discussions. I want us to be open for business. I want everybody in the city to know who we're talking to. And we'll be completely transparent about it.
Do you have a plan to get tech workers out of their cloistered office cafeterias and doing their dry cleaning in the city versus, in the workplace?
Well, listen, my job is to create the conditions so people come back to work downtown. We have 35, 36% empty office space downtown. That number is slowly going down. We need it to go more rapidly down. So I'm not focused on the cafeterias. I'm focused on public safety, clean streets, getting people that are struggling with addiction off the streets so that workers want to be back downtown. And when you have workers coming back downtown, and part of creating the conditions, we've created these things called entertainment zones. On 2nd Street, just a couple blocks from here, there is a night called First Thursdays, where we close down the street on Thursday night, obviously, and 22,000 people were listening to music on the streets the other night. We have 21 entertainment zones across the city in great neighborhoods, and I'm telling you, it's happening. So that's my job. My job is not to dictate to private enterprise how they do their business. I want them doing their business here in San Francisco.
I know former Mayor Ed Lee was a mentor of yours. His Twitter tax breaks, as they were colloquially called, drew Twitter and Uber and Block to mid-market, which now, frankly, is they've all left, and it's back to kind of being a disaster. What did the city learn? What did you learn from those tax breaks?
Back to what we said earlier, that it can't be a one-way street, and it won't be. And I am building relationships with nonprofit leaders, with labor leaders, with business leaders. I'm building relationships, fortunately or unfortunately, with people on the street. And it is a two-way street. There's no more that we're just going to hand things out and just let people do whatever they want. I want to have people coming in. I want to welcome them with open arms. And then, like I said, I want them part of San Francisco, part of the fabric of this city. Because your employees, if you're a CEO, you want your employees liking where they work. I just had one of the executives, the CEOs that I talked about earlier, tell me that they did a survey of their employees about where they wanted to be in the Bay Area. San Francisco was where they wanted to be because of our arts and culture, because of the restaurants, because of nightlife, because of these entertainment zones. And so what we learned is you can't just do a handout without any obligation and responsibility.
So you mentioned the budget and the $1 billion shortfall. Your proposed budget eliminates about 1,400 positions, most of them sort of vacant. You talk about perhaps 100 or so layoffs. And yet you've been criticized for not taking a bigger swing. You've got a sympathetic board, maybe that's a strong word, but a moderate board of supervisors, a lot of political capital. Why haven't you taken a bigger cut at San Francisco's budget problems?
I mean, we actually did quite a lot of right sizing in this budget. It took us a long time to get in this mess. It's going to take us some time to get out. What I am really proud of is that this budget sets us up on the path, focusing on core services for an economic recovery in years 2, 3, 4, because I do think it's happening, businesses coming back. There hasn't been this type of cuts in 17 years. And so people can argue what they want. People say I did too much. Yesterday, we had people saying, how dare you? And so we've made nobody happy, which I think might be my job. Listen, I took no joy in any of these job losses. It was a really difficult budget, but we had to set ourselves up. We have so much uncertainty, not only at the federal level, but at the state level. We're seeing cuts that pass through to us from both state and federal sources. And so we set aside $400 million in our budget reserves for the uncertainty heading our way. We had to balance this nearly $1 billion budget by law, and we had to make difficult choices, and we did, and we're standing by that.
Well, since you brought it up, let's talk about that $400 million that you've set aside, perhaps for the eventuality that the Trump administration targets San Francisco. We get $2 billion from the federal government. So, what is the risk there? And do you see the administration coming after San Francisco, which is a sanctuary city like others that Trump has targeted, such as Chicago?
It's all real. It's all possible. And how I answer that question is that I'm focused on San Francisco. I can only control what I can control. And that's why the budget, that's why we really focused and prioritized core service around public safety, clean streets, where we really believe if we do that well, we're off to the races. And then revenue comes in directly into city coffers, and that's what I'm focused on. If I worried about what was coming from Washington or from Sacramento, I wouldn't be able to do my job because it seems to change every hour. And so I'm staying focused on San Francisco.
There is an argument advanced by organized labor and some other political allies that the budget shortfall is largely the problem or the fault of tech companies like Uber and Airbnb that are suing over taxes that they believe the city unfairly levied. Tell us what you make of that argument.
So just to be clear, all those companies have paid the taxes.
Right.
They just feel like they overpaid, and so there's a lawsuit
and
happening.
Then you have to keep those funds.
And you have to keep it in reserve for if you lose the lawsuit. So I'm not allowed to talk about ongoing litigation. The big thing that I want people to understand, and you all understand this in this audience, is what we were doing as a city was we were using one-time funding from the feds and from the state to pay for ongoing salaries and support, and that's where the 1,400 positions comes in. We're putting an end to that. We are no longer using one-time funding to pay for salaries and pay for positions, whether they're empty or not, and most of them were vacant positions. But those vacant positions actually do cost us money, especially in years 2, 3, 4. And so we're ending that practice. And that's an important thing for everybody to understand. This is not about a one-time litigation. And so once again, I want business back in San Francisco. I want them paying taxes here. I want them growing their employee base here. And I'm telling you, it's happening.
2 more questions before I lose you.
Okay.
Maybe people aren't familiar. Your Instagram game is strong, like multiple times a day. It's very well done. Did you realize when you started campaigning for the job that it is essentially indistinguishable from the role of Instagram influencer?
Well, you all be the judge of that. My kids, I think they acknowledge some of the reporting that's been done, that that I'm awkward, that I'm a dorky dad, so my kids are getting a kick out of it. I'm having fun with it because my team and I, we know that we have to get the message out. We want to be selling our city. We think it's important to show off all the small businesses that are driving our economy, that are driving our city. That people around the country need to know that San Francisco is on the rise, and this has given us an avenue to do that on a daily basis, and it's been fun.
You enjoy doing it?
People ask me what the biggest surprise is of the job, and I say I love it. Like, I love my job every single day. I honestly, I think I have the best job in the country. Not just in politics, and I definitely have the best job in politics. You can talk to people that have been mayors around this. You go to DC, you go to Sacramento, I don't think they have as much fun as I do.
Okay, last thing. You can really measure the health of a city by the number of construction cranes. And I think we haven't really had that many in San Francisco.
That's fair.
If over the course of your term, you could build one thing, and maybe your name's on it, maybe it isn't, but you could leave one construction legacy in San Francisco, what would it be?
That's a great question. For me, it's getting more housing built at all income levels. So that's a great question on the cranes. I want cranes all over the place. And
we have a long way to go.
We have a long way to go, but I'm telling you, it's going to happen. San Francisco, we are on the rise. We're on our way back. I hope you'll be part of building it. I appreciate you having me, and I end everything with, let's go San Francisco. We got this.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Please welcome to the stage Chase Lockmiller, co-founder and CEO of Crusoe, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Emily Chang.
So you and I spent a lot of time together in Abilene, Texas, the site of Stargate, which, if people here aren't familiar, is OpenAI's big data center with SoftBank and Oracle and Crusoe. You're the developer. So I just wanted to start there. If you haven't seen the premiere episode of The Circuit, we go to Abilene and you can see lots of beautiful shots of data centers rising from the red dirt. But I just wanted to start there and talk about, even in the last 2 months, the progress since then, because you're moving very quickly.
Yeah, no, it's great to see you again, Emily. Even, you look great without a hard hat on, too. Yeah, so, things have been moving very, very quickly in Abilene. At this point, I think I was looking at just the number of hours that have been worked. I think it's, we're roughly working 200,000 hours per week, 200,000 man hours per week.
5,000 people there now?
It's going to get to 5,000,
Okay.
but today's around 3,500. Total in aggregate in the last year, we've worked about 3 million man hours. So it's a ton of work and hard work, labor, and efforts gone into sort of making this a possibility. But the first 2 buildings, which we announced last summer, are approaching full completion, and the following 6 are kind of being stood up as we speak. So a lot of the area that we went through that they were doing a lot of the earthwork. There are now steel structures there. Building 3 kind of has the wall panels on it, and we're continuing to move very, very quickly.
So this is not only maybe the biggest data center ever, but the fastest built data center ever. I mean, you guys started last summer.
Yep.
And when's it going to be powering our ChatGPT?
Yeah. So I don't know the exact statistics. I mean, people have told me it's the largest data center financing ever. Mm-hmm. We announced a $15 billion facility between Blue Owl as our project capital partner and JP Morgan as the credit on the deal. But we, as far as speed goes, that's something that Crusoe's very focused on. How do we actually accelerate AI innovation by bringing the infrastructure needed to power it to market very, very quickly. And so sort of the numbers that I was told was the fastest 100 megawatt or greater data center had ever been built was roughly 2 years. The first 2 buildings, which are each 100 megawatts, is roughly 300 days. And then the next 6 are a little over 200 days. So I think it's about 215 days per building. So all to say, things are moving quickly.
So President Trump announced this the day after the inauguration with Sam, with Masayoshi Son, with Larry Ellison. You didn't necessarily know it was coming. So take me back to that day when Abilene was uttered by Donald Trump.
Definitely caught us by surprise. But we were sort of happy to be affiliated with the project. I was actually at a dinner with a bunch of folks in Switzerland, and I sort of had my phone off, and I came out of the dinner, and I had 15 missed calls and 25 text messages from all these people saying, "Hey, is this your project? What's going on here? I just watched this announcement in the White House about this thing called Stargate," and I was like, "Wow, I don't even know what's going on." So it definitely was an interesting moment that really catapulted the project into the limelight. But we've been just thrilled to be a part of it, and excited to build this very, very quickly.
So in the episode, we also interview Sam Altman, we interview Masa. You're kind of our tour guide. How did you and Crusoe end up in the middle of this massive deal?
Yeah, I think, I started Crusoe about 7 years ago, and our goal with the business was really taking this energy-first approach to high-performance computing. And, I'd been an AI researcher, mostly focused on quant finance for about a decade before that. And I came to appreciate just how much energy a lot of these larger deep learning models used when you sort of were training them at scale. And so, our philosophy was always kind of taking this energy-first approach. And, as ChatGPT took off and as the demand for AI infrastructure really, went parabolic, people were very, very capacity constrained. There wasn't enough energy in markets like Northern Virginia. And so, Crusoe was well positioned for this, and in that we had sort of lined up a lot of large quantums of interesting power sources in non-traditional data center markets, like Abilene, Texas. And our goal was really, how do we, instead of trying to build the next data center in Northern Virginia, how do we actually find power so that we can build really big facilities in markets like Abilene? And Abilene's very unique in the sense that there's a ton of wind that's been built there on the back of production tax credits, and wind developers were incentivized to come there, and so they were sort of getting paid to produce clean power. And one of the big problems is actually they don't have enough demand or transmission to get that power out of that market. And so it was sort of a perfect fit for a large AI data center. And we sort of were well positioned to capitalize on this, and we had some interesting conversations with some of the partners, and everybody sort of locked arms, and we said, let's go build the world's biggest AI data center.
Let's talk about how tightly the arms are locked, because we did talk to a lot of people in Abilene. Residents were mixed. I mean, some people don't really know for sure what it is. They just know this big data center is being built. We talked to a lot of city officials who agreed to give up a lot of tax revenue in order for this data center to be built there. However, nothing would be there otherwise. And so in their view, it's still bringing in millions of dollars that they wouldn't have. I got some calls after the piece aired from folks who are really worried about the power and water demands that this will put on the area. Going back to the Texas power crisis in 2021, where like hundreds of people died during blackouts. If the power goes out in Texas, what happens? Does Stargate and ChatGPT stay on, and do the residents lose their power?
Let's see here. So where to start? So the first thing I'll say is that, from a tax revenue standpoint, the city of Abilene's been a great partner to us, and Taylor County's been a great partner to us as well. And as this facility gets built, we're going to make up about 1/3 of the overall tax budget. So we are a very large contributor to the tax revenue in the city, and about 25% of tax revenue in the county. So we are, I think we're the largest single tax contributor to the local economy. So from that perspective, I feel like we're definitely contributing quite a bit, very meaningfully in terms of the overall tax revenue picture. From the power and water perspective, I think we talked about it quite a bit when we were on site. I'll start with the water. On the water side, we actually purposely designed it as a closed loop architecture in the data center, so that we, and the difference between a closed loop and an open loop system is an open loop water cooled system is where you have cold water feeding in, and then you're sort of, creating hot water through the cooling process, and then you're just basically disposing of that hot water. Right. When you have a closed loop system, it actually goes through these chillers that basically takes the hot exhaust water and then cools it back down and then recirculates it through the system. So while each building requires 1 million gallons of water, you only have to fill it one time, and then it's sort of
only one time, because people are like, that's total BS. There's no way.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell them, but
all right.
That's just how it works. There's like probably moments of topping it off a little bit, but this is like every few years. It's not like it's a very incremental amount. Now on the power side, we've gone through all of the appropriate processes to basically get the ERCOT approved power load. All of the load studies have been done across the grid to basically ensure that this load is approved and is not going to disrupt the grid in any sort of meaningful way. And then we've also invested in backup generation on site. So we actually invested in gas generation as a backup resource, which is much cleaner than diesel. We've invested in all of the most aggressive mechanisms to eliminate pollutants. We've added something called SCRs to our gas turbines. It stands for selective catalytic reducers, that basically eliminate almost all of the NOx and the carbon monoxide, the two biggest contributors to smog, so that when we do have to run on the gas turbines, it really mitigates a lot of the local air quality issues that may be associated with that fossil-based generation.
Now, I want to talk, a little more broadly about, you just raised money, you've got a big cloud business, there's, CoreWeave, which recently went public, which is not totally apples to apples, but, you definitely do overlap. Can you talk about sort of the bigger picture for Crusoe amidst this data center boom that is not just happening in the US, AI data center boom, but around the world?
Sure. Crusoe is an American business first and foremost, but we do have a global footprint. We've taken a very vertically integrated approach to artificial intelligence, recognizing that everything has really had to be reinvented, from the way you source power to the way you design the data center to the way you build and operate and manage these clusters with both physical infrastructure as well as high performance software. So from that standpoint, we've sort of taken a full stack approach. Certainly there are elements of where CoreWeave is definitely a peer to Crusoe, and I think we've been sort of rooting on their stock price as it serves as a great comp to us, and really proves out the success of the business model. But I think our biggest footprint is in America, but we, again, taking that energy first approach, we've made massive investments in Iceland, where you have, again, abundant, low cost, clean geothermal and hydropower to power these large clusters of GPUs that we serve customers both in the US as well as in Europe.
I do want to talk about CoreWeave because the stock kind of sputtered at first and now it's really going up, and maybe it's because of this small group of investors that's bidding up the stock. Actually, the Information had this headline: the most dangerous game in artificial intelligence investing right now is CoreWeave. Why?
I missed that article, but yeah, I think, I'm not sure. I can't speak for the buyers of the stock and kind of what's in their mind, but certainly there are people that think it's worth $75 billion, and if that's the case, markets tend to be efficient. So
how much does it have to do with the skepticism around this AI data center boom? We've seen, for example, Microsoft and Amazon pulling back on some of their commitments. Like, do we really need all these data centers? Or are we going to find a more efficient way to power AI? And I did talk to Sam about this, who said, absolutely, we will, but it's just not happening now.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot has been made of some of these pullbacks, but I would say they're more the exception than the rule. A lot of the conversations I'm involved in, I'm seeing way more demand than we have the capacity to bring online in the near term. So I think we're going to see a lot of infrastructure built similar to Abilene at probably a bigger scale. And just the overbuild question, I think I think in a lot of ways the overbuild question is like a function of like, oh, what could go wrong with like all these investments being made? I think from my perspective, I think about it like, what could go right? Like, we are completely transforming the ways in which that people work, the way that people live, the way that people operate, and the productivity that an individual is capable of by adding this superhuman level intelligence. And when you look at the scale and the magnitude of these investments, like what's happening in Abilene, it's like it's a cluster. It's the size of a cluster that's never been built. It's a gigawatt scale computer, like single computer essentially. It's all fully interconnected. That's never existed before, and it's going to drive incredible breakthroughs that are going to change people's lives. And from my perspective, bigger investments than that are going to drive even more breakthroughs and lead to more human prosperity.
How does Stargate compare to xAI's build out in Memphis?
I've only sort of followed loosely the headlines, so I can't comment on a lot of the specifics.
Really?
I keep tabs on it, but I think the scale of it is, I think what's been announced is about 100,000 each 200s. So that's for the like rough math, like that's like the equivalent of like 50,000 GB200s. Like this, what's being built in Abilene is about 400,000 GB200, so it's roughly like 8 times bigger. But I think it was certainly impressive what they were able to accomplish. I have tremendous respect for that team, and at Crusoe sort of sitting at this foundational layer, we're really just kind of like rooting for the whole space to accelerate artificial intelligence and the abundance of intelligence and energy that's going to drive prosperity for people.
So OpenAI just announced OpenAI for countries, and the first one beyond Texas that has been announced is in Abu Dhabi. Apparently Elon wasn't too happy about that. But can you just sort of paint the picture of how you see this AI data center build out unfolding around the world over the next decade? Like where, I mean, obviously there's different countries that are already becoming hotbeds for popular places for data centers.
Yeah, look, I think it sort of speaks to, the possibilities that everybody sees in artificial intelligence and the importance it's going to play in everybody's life in the future. But you're seeing massive investments taking place in Europe. You're seeing it in the Middle East with Stargate UAE. Japan has a lot of incentive programs that they've sort of put in place to incentivize a lot of infrastructure to be built in Japan. So it is a global phenomenon, and we're excited, just for the space to continue to grow and change people's lives.
So what's next for Crusoe? I mean, where's your next Stargate? I mean, we've been hearing rumors of other locations, other places in Texas, maybe other states. Like, where else are you building?
Crusoe is focused on a lot. I would say the bulk of our investments are being made in the U.S., but we are looking at stuff, across Europe. I can't speak about, specifics, but we are looking at a number of different states, beyond Texas, more expansion in Texas. We love Texas. I think it's a great market with, great resources and, the ability to bring on more abundant energy. One thing that I will say is that we've taken this very modular approach to how we build the infrastructure. So we've been rapidly scaling up our manufacturing capacity to be able to support a lot of the electrical equipment that makes up one of these big AI data centers. So we set up a manufacturing facility in Tulsa, Oklahoma, where we have hundreds of people working there today, and that's soon going to be thousands of people that are manufacturing critical electrical components for these big AI data centers. And I think as people focus often on, wow, AI is going to eliminate all these jobs, I'm sort of sitting at the other end of the spectrum of like, I can't hire enough people. There simply aren't enough, blue collar trades, trained workers to basically support the demand we're seeing from the market. So I really believe that this is one of the greatest labor booms that we've ever seen as a U.S. economy.
Well, maybe all the software engineers who are out of a job can go be data center builders in Abilene.
Well, yeah, train them as electricians.
Last question, because I know you feel very strongly about the possibilities of AI. You told me that you thought maybe AGI could be born in Abilene, Texas. In talking with Sundar Pichai last night, he was like, yeah, I asked about the limits of AI. Is it possible we don't ever get to AGI? And he's like, yeah, actually, sure, it's possible that we don't get there. Like, are we overestimating what AI can do?
No. I think if anything, we're underestimating it. It's like, I think we're standing at this moment where, you look into the future and it's just a future of infinite possibility of just like what could happen. And I think if you talk to anybody that's working on, the foundational model layer, I think everybody's so impressed with what's happened today. And they're like, just wait to see what's coming. And I think even just looking at the progress over the last 18 months, right? 18 months ago, all anybody could talk about was like, yeah, these things are good, but they hallucinate, and can we really trust them? And hallucinations. Nobody's talking about hallucinations anymore because they've mostly gone away. We've been able to solve it with, more investment in the innovation layer of.
We're still talking about it a little bit. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, just wait.
All right, Chase Lockmiller of Crusoe,
so much.
everyone. Thank you, Chase.
Please welcome to the stage Dara Khosrowshahi, CEO of Uber, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Tom Giles.
All right, Dara, it's good to have you here. You'll be pleased to know that we did an informal straw poll earlier to see how many people came in Ubers, how many came in Waymos. The Ubers were about 4-1 over the Waymos, but of course they're a partner. And we're going to talk about that in just a minute. But first, I want to start with some news that came out of Uber earlier this week. Thank you, Natalie Lung, for breaking that story about some changes, upper management. You promoted Andrew McDonald to Chief Operating Officer. You were quick to say you're not going anywhere anytime soon. You also said in your note something that was a little bit of a little enigmatic to those of us on the outside, that with Mac stepping up, I intend to put focus on our 6 strategic shifts, spending more time with our tech teams. Tell us about what are the 6 strategic shifts, and why do you need to spend more time with the tech teams?
Well, I think if I talked about all 6, we'd be here the whole time. But for example, one that we talk about for us is becoming much more of a company in terms of the lifetime relationship with our customers. And one of the reasons why actually I wanted to bring Mac in as president and COO, he's been at Uber longer than I have, for 13 years. He's an incredible veteran, incredible operator, is that the power we see in the Uber platform continues to increase. Now, what I mean by that is we have a relationship with you on the ride side. A lot of you using Uber to come here, thank you very much. And then our Uber Eats business is almost as large as our Uber Rides business, and growing very, very quickly and accelerating, if anything. And looking at a customer right now, the way the business was built, we essentially had a mobility business that Mac ran, a delivery business that Pierre Dimitri ran, did a terrific job. And it was almost like 2 businesses interacting with you as a customer. And now the focus for us is really moving to lifetime interaction with a customer, looking at you not just as an Uber customer, Uber Eats customer, but overall as an Uber customer, and how do we continue to build that relationship. For example, the membership program that we've got, Uber One, gives you no delivery fees and discounts on rides. We've got 30 million members, and people who use multiple products on Uber tend to have, transact with us much more, tend to have much more satisfaction with the product. And that's one of the reasons I wanted to get an experienced operating executive to really focus on the overall relationship with the customer rather than, separate P&Ls.
I think you said 1 in 5 of your customers are using both mobility and delivery.
It's about, now it's closer to a third now, so it's increasing steadily.
So it's moving in the right direction, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do you do to get that number higher, and where do you want it to be in, say, 3 years?
Well, listen, we want to get to 50%, and once we get to 50%, I want to go higher than that. And it's about the little interactions every day. For example, when I got a ride to the office the other day, and along the way, I was offered a coffee from Phil's to be ready for me along the way to the office, right? And so it's those little interactions that are value add to the consumer. It's like, great, of course I want my morning coffee, and if it can be ready for me right on the way to work, that's awesome. That is also a way to kind of get me to use Uber Eats, for example, if I didn't use it. Now I use Eats all the time. But it's these little interactions powered by AI, powered by personalization, understanding the context of where you're going, and there's a coffee shop close by to give you that opportunity. It's those experiences that we have to build more and more, which is one of the reasons now I'm going to work more with the tech teams, because they're the ones building these experiences.
I want to spend a little bit of time talking about your relationship with autonomous vehicles.
Yeah, sure.
It's up and down for Uber over the years, even preceding your tenure. You have stakes in a lot of AV companies.
Yes.
You talked recently about wanting to monetize some of those. Can you tell us a little bit, or your equity stakes generally? You didn't specify AVs. But I am curious, have you identified where you want to focus? What do you want to free the cash up? Is it about developing deeper relationships with a select number of AV partners? What's the strategy?
So we want to essentially support the AV ecosystem and continue to help that ecosystem develop, and then AVs penetrate into the marketplace. AV, we think, represents a safer way of transportation. Ultimately, we think it'll expand the marketplace as it makes kind of safe transportation in cities available to everybody. So we're big fans of AV. And generally, we're working with multiple partners in the ecosystem, Waymo, for example, in Austin and Atlanta coming up, Wave, Avride. There are probably 18 partnerships that we have in the AV ecosystem, and we want to help these players develop by investing in them in some cases, but really by working with them to bring their product to market. These are technologies that are unbelievably promising, but they've taken billions of dollars to develop, and 10 plus years. And it's one of those overnight successes that's kind of taken 20 years of development, but is finally ready to hit market, and we want to help the ecosystem get there. Separately, we have large stakes in many companies,
Yes.
Well over $5 billion, that we think we can take some of those stakes and essentially recycle them into additional investments in the AV ecosystem. So over a period of time, we'll get it right. We've got a ton of free cash flow of the company. So one way or the other, the goal is to build up the AV ecosystem around our network.
Build up the AV ecosystem. You guys have the UI, for example, that works really well. You have that customer relationship that maybe some of them don't. So is the idea you really want to kind of concentrate on a fewer number, or is it just keep the broad number of AV partners?
I mean, obviously, we want to make sure that we partner with the right players, and I'd say safety is the most important area. We want to make sure that they pass with flying colors through our safety case, which is actually pretty tough. But to the extent that the tech is there, the team is there, safety is part of the culture, we want to work with them. So right now, there are a number of promising partners, and you'll probably see the number of partners increase for us.
Okay. You mentioned your relationship with Waymo. We had Sundar last night.
Yeah.
Asked him about when he's going to be able to take a Waymo from Mountain View all the way up to San Francisco. We're not quite there yet, but
Not yet.
But there are genuine concerns about the ways that you are both a partner and a competitor to Waymo. What is the conversation like internally and with your board over how you continue to deepen that, what is
Yes.
a valuable relationship as far as I can tell, but also keep it from becoming something that starts to undermine your business?
Well, the relationship with Waymo, I think the press and to some extent investors love to create drama because what the hell? But the type of relationship that we have with Waymo is very similar, for example, to the type of relationship we'll have with the Starbucks coffee. They're a great partner with Uber Eats, and at the same time, Starbucks wants to have its own app and wants to have interactions directly with the customer, and it isn't an either or, it's an and. So we offer Starbucks and Eats, and they compete with us in some ways with the Starbucks app and with their loyalty program, and that's fine. That's the way business goes. Same thing with Domino's. Domino's 3 years ago wasn't going to work with the platforms, now works with the platforms. And in the same way, in San Francisco, yes, we compete with Waymo to get rides here, but in Austin, Atlanta, we absolutely work with them. And what we're seeing in Austin is, frankly, the launch is going better than we expected. Number one is safety, and obviously Waymo's the best at it. And number two is customer love, and our customers are loving kind of the delight and surprise of getting a Waymo, and they're coming back. So I do think that this is going to be, it's not an either or. We're going to be working together. Waymo is developing its own channels, and at the same time, we can work together very constructively.
As we head toward an increasingly AV future, I know you've been asked about this before, but what are some of the new ways that you're seeking to overcome that challenge of reassuring drivers who are still an incredibly important part of your ecosystem,
Very much
that
so.
you have their backs, but we also love these Waymos that have no driver in them?
Very much so. So one is growth helps a lot, right? So our business is growing almost 20% a year. And on average, we're going to need more drivers on the platform for the next couple of years. And I see that continuing for some period of time. So I think drivers generally on our platform are going to be more busy, are going to have more to do, and the number of drivers on our platform and couriers on our platform is going to grow. That's one. The second, though, is we're putting significant efforts in creating more work and earnings opportunities for drivers and couriers, right? We started with driving, we went to delivery, now you can actually shop, and there's a subsegment of couriers, et cetera, who will love their local Walmart, for example, or Albertsons, and shop in those stores. Or for Walmart, we deliver those packages. And now we're actually going further, where we're developing now what we call Uber AI solutions, where drivers are actually now labeling maps, translating language, looking at AI answers and grading AI answers. So, one way to look at Uber is that we are essentially a transportation platform will help you go anywhere, get anything. Another way to look at Uber is that we are the largest on-demand work platform on Earth. And the first use case for us is actually transportation. And now we're expanding use cases into other use cases. And knowledge work is one of them. So I think as long as we grow, as long as we are honest with our drivers and couriers in terms of their expectations, and now expand the number of opportunities to them, I think we'll be more than fine.
You're actually getting your drivers, you're encouraging your drivers to help the AI and make it smarter, the AI that's going to ultimately put them out of a job.
It's going to be a part of our life going forward, and it's good work, and certainly our drivers are qualified to do it.
How much of their time do you find they're spending doing that? I assume this is like in the course of a day's drive.
It's very small compared to the overall workload, right? We're doing over 33 million trips a day now in terms of our mainline segments. But Uber AI Solutions is a very, very promising growth segment for us. And I think in 5-10 years, it will be a significant part of the overall opportunities that we're giving to our drivers and couriers.
I want to talk about Bill Ackman.
Sure.
His relationship with Uber. It's nice to have an activist who's friendly, as far as I can tell. Tell us about the ways that you are interacting with Bill and how he is encouraging Uber to be better.
Yeah, so Bill is one of the legendary investors out there. So I was very happy. Like I'm a fan of his kind of investing, fundamentals, long-term, making big bets. So I've always admired Bill. So when we found out that he was a shareholder, it was like right on. And the cool thing about Bill as a shareholder is he uses the product. He is intensely interested in the product. He's talking to his drivers. So he gives me a lot of feedback, and actually a couple of features. For example, he was leaving dinner one night and he wanted to order Ubers for his kids and his parents. And for some technical reasons, we couldn't do that at the time. And we built that feature based on that idea, and it's proving to be a really cool feature. So you want the kind of long-term investor that Bill is, but what's cool about it is that he's actually, he's brilliant, but he uses a product and he uses it in a constructive way, and we've got a great relationship.
Speaking of relationships with folks on the East Coast, Silicon Valley has this really interesting relationship with the Trump administration right now. This need to engage, but also recognizing that there are policies that the Trump administration, like any administration, is pursuing that may not work so well for the tech industry. No taxes on tips, something that's part of the legislation.
Yes.
Something that you would say you support. Can you talk about kind of the dialogue that you have with the president, and what kind of feedback are you giving him on that? What kind of feedback are you giving him on the tax bill more generally?
Yeah, so one is no taxes on tips is, we think, a terrific piece of legislation. It will, if passed, save our drivers and couriers hundreds of millions of dollars in taxes that they would have otherwise paid. So we are big supporters of that.
Have you put a specific number on that over a time period?
It's in the hundreds of millions. I don't know the specifics, but it's significant. And we think it's appropriately targeted, to a segment of the population that we all want to succeed. And I've been very supportive of that directly with the president and our folks with the staff. And I see generally, we engage with every administration out there, both on a federal level and on a state level. We certainly engage with the Trump administration. And what I like in terms of what I'm seeing is that it is a pro-growth, pro-business in terms of kind of common business interest administration, and we'll continue to engage with them constructively going forward.
There's a lot of rhetoric around immigration
Yes.
And a lot of policies around immigration that have a mixed effect. What's your message to the Trump administration when it comes to limitations on immigration? You rely on immigrants for both drivers, for your engineers, across the board.
Yeah, so I think, and I'm an immigrant. I came here when I was 9 years old, so I am absolutely pro-immigration generally for the U.S., but I think there's no question that we should secure our borders. And so I think from that standpoint, we're very supportive. Our drivers and couriers have been quite supportive of President Trump as well for similar reasons. And I think with immigration, there is a dialogue for us to be had, which is what is the right level of immigration in this country, how we select, how we qualify, et cetera. That I'm hoping that we get to have that dialogue as a country. And I think that dialogue suffers from kind of the two sides shooting at each other. But I think that if we can just come together and recognize that this is a largely immigrant nation, and immigration done right can benefit society, done wrong, it can go the other way. So let's just focus on doing it right.
Well, for example, and it's not necessarily that we're building a wall on the northern border, but you on your earnings call talked about the ways that some of this sort of unwillingness to come to the United States because of some of its political stances toward foreign countries starting to affect your business.
We've definitely seen Canadian immigration or travel to the U.S. Come down from historical levels.
Right.
The good news for Uber is that we're a global company, so to the extent that Canadians are traveling to Europe, they use Uber in Canada, and they'll be able to use Uber in Europe as well. So for us, the effect on the business is changing business mix.
Okay.
But as long as people travel and the global economies are doing well, which they are, we're going to interact with consumers one way or the other.
Have you seen any shifts since you last weighed in on this topic?
The biggest one is a Canadian shift, and that has there was I'd say initial significant effect, and we're seeing some of that continue, not all of it continue.
You talked about the consumer sentiment holding up. What have you seen since you last talked to the public about that?
Well, I'm not going to update. Obviously, we're in the middle of a quarter. But generally, we have seen for the past 2 years, and that has continued into last quarter, the consumer remains strong. We're not seeing any effects in terms of lack of confidence, et cetera. We look to see if consumers are trading down, for example, the kinds of restaurants that they're eating at, or are reducing the size of, let's say, their shopping baskets. We don't see any signal whatsoever. The U.S. consumer and generally the global consumer has remained resilient. And obviously, I'm hoping that continues.
I want to take just a couple seconds before I get kicked off. I get kicked off.
I get kicked off, I think. You're staying.
I understand that you are considering stablecoin as a vehicle for Uber. Talk about where your considerations are and how that might benefit your business.
Yeah, we're still in the study phase, I'd say, but I think stablecoin is one of the, for me, more interesting instantiations of crypto that has a practical benefit other than crypto as a store of value. Obviously, you can have your opinions on Bitcoin, but it's a proven commodity. And people have different opinions on where it's going. But I do think that stablecoin is quite promising, especially for global companies that are moving money around globally to create a mechanism for us to essentially reduce costs in terms of moving money internationally. So that's super interesting to us, and we're definitely going to take a look.
Taking a look at it closely. Dara, thank you so much for joining us today at Bloomberg Tech. It was great to have you here. Please
thank you.
Giving him a round of applause. Thanks. All right, as Dara mentioned, I'm sticking around just to introduce you to our next panel, born out of UC Berkeley, where I actually have the privilege of being a lecturer and welcoming a couple of my students here today. This is an AI ranking platform called LM Arena, and it's become something of an obsession across the Valley. I'm sure many of you are familiar with it. Please join me in welcoming its founders in a conversation with my colleague, Bloomberg's Rachel Metz. Hey.
Go Bears. I have this whole giant couch to myself. So for people who aren't familiar, explain what LM Arena is and what is it exactly that you guys are measuring over there? Sure.
So LM Arena is an open community platform for testing and evaluating all the top AI models. So you can go to lmarina.ai, and what you'll see is the ability to interact with not just ChatGPT, but also Google's Gemini or Anthropic's Claude, and not just to interact with them, but also to battle them against one another. So you can chat, and then you'll see two anonymous models and say, compare which one's better, vote for it. And we use those votes to construct a leaderboard of which models are best on the distribution of real-world use, also on different tasks like math, coding, instruction following. And it's not just us using this, but we have a community of millions of people that come to the platform and vote. They come for all sorts of reasons. It's pretty diverse, 60% tech, but 40% all sorts of other things, just to try different AIs and to use them all in one platform. So that's what LM Arena is. And if you have anything to add, Wei-Lin.
Yeah, and today we are excited to be here, and we actually built a custom LM Arena just for Bloomberg. Ooh. So people can check it out on bloomberg.lmarina.ai. You can go there and then ask questions. We do a text-to-image arena this time, so you can input whatever description you want to generate image and then compare to the image model, and we have a live leaderboard.
It'll be cool to see what the Bloomberg audience likes best.
That's true. So this started as an academic research project. At the time, you two were both graduate students at UC Berkeley. And it's really caught on over the last couple of years. AI companies like OpenAI, Google, Anthropic, they use it to test out different AI models, sometimes in advance of them being released. Why do you think it struck a chord with companies and also with the people who are coming to try out these models and rank them?
Yeah, what do you think, Wei-Lin?
So yes, we've been running this project since 2 years ago. And then these days, we've been working with all the frontier AI labs, including OpenAI, Google, XAI, Meta, to test their pre-release models. And because these days it's been becoming a technical challenge right now, how to evaluate these AI, especially for real-world use cases. So we've been focusing on scaling this platform in order to capture, very diverse user bases covering all different industries. So, yep.
Maybe it's also worth saying, part of the reason why people come is they like seeing multiple opinions. They like seeing multiple AIs in one place and using them all in one interface and comparing them, being able to do so on one platform. And they're also really excited by the opportunity to look at some new models from the top providers pre-release. So they all sort of appreciate this, and that's what's led to some growth.
What you guys are doing is one of many different kinds of attempts to measure capabilities of new AI models, especially of powerful AI models, what are sometimes called frontier models. What is the use, though, of these so-called benchmarks?
Sure. So I think it's worth maybe zooming out and thinking a little bit about what is the standard benchmark in AI versus what is LM Arena. So in a standard benchmark, what happens is you are looking at a narrow vertical of tasks. Think about something like an ImageNet or an MMLU, which is a multiple choice question answering data set. So let's say multiple choice question answering. I want to understand how good my models are at that. I'm going to collect a bunch of multiple choice questions. I'm going to have experts label them. I'm going to collect that into a data set. I release it online or I keep it private. And then I have models, answer those questions. And then I see how they perform. Okay, so that's the standard paradigm of so-called benchmarking. Now, what's the issue with this? The issue with this is in the current era of AI, things are moving so quickly, and AI models are doing all these subjective tasks that are so broad that you really could never collect a single data set, or even 10 or 20 data sets that would parameterize all the possible real use cases. LM Arena works a little bit differently, though, in the sense that we have this community of millions of people that come to the website, and they're asking basically whatever they want. And so it encompasses a huge diversity of tasks that we then collect human preference about. So we ask them which ones they like better, and then use that massive data to extract analytics. So we're basically inverting the problem from, hey, I'm going to look at what this particular narrow task, and instead saying, let's take all the data we have and extract analytics from that in terms of which models are best.
Okay. And this, so as I said before, this started as a research project. You have turned it into a company very recently, and you just closed a large funding round for your company, $100 million, which values the company at $600 million. How is that money going to help you grow LM Arena from a research project into an enduring company?
So we haven't commented at all on the valuation, first of all. But in terms of where we're going to put the money, the platform is actually quite expensive to run. And the reason is because we have a lot of users that are coming in and using the AIs. And we're hoping to scale the community. I think Wei Lin should talk more about that. But as the community scales, our costs for running it are also going to scale. So we're just planning for success here in terms of growing the platform and serving our user base.
You want to add anything, Wei Lin?
Yeah, so right now we are like serving over a million monthly users right now. And then with the new product launch just last week, we are like basically transitioned to a more user-friendly UI UX in order to scale the usage of it. So you can imagine operating a platform to serve tens of millions of users.
Okay. Right now, as you mentioned, the majority of people that are testing AI models on Ella Marina come from the tech community. The rest come from all various types of people. I'm just curious how important it is to you to make the user base more diverse, and how are you going to do that?
Yeah, that's super important. Because if you think about it, enterprises around the world are asking the question, how do I build reliable AI in my use case? How do I pick the right AI for me? Which model? And even individual developers and individual people are asking, hey, which model should I subscribe to? And so if we're going to be able to faithfully answer that question for people, that means we need to grow a diverse community. And how do we hope to do that? Well, by looking at our current user base and the users that we have, ask them what they like and continue to dig in on it. So we're trying to take a community-first approach in terms of looking at, hey, the people that are in our platform that are using this for school, well, why are they using it? How can we improve the platform for them? How can we give them the models that they want in a way that really serves their needs?
Mm-hmm. What are, you branched out into, initially it was chatbot arena, it was testing large language models, and you've moved into a lot of different kinds of products since then that people can test out as AI has been used in a lot of different ways over the past few years for different kinds of specialized models. I'm really curious if you're thinking about other areas that you might get into, other types of products that Ella Marina might be putting together.
For sure.
Yeah, so we are expanding the platform right now to covering more use cases, as we mentioned, including more modality like text to image, image input, or even like text to website. These days, people are prompting the model to build a real website, and then it's covering more advanced coding capability. And then we are soon going to launch, covering let's say text to a video. Oh. Or even longer document understanding use cases for enterprises.
You're collecting preference data. This is how much a user likes a given model or one model versus another. How much do you think that information matters?
So preference data is perhaps more powerful than it might seem at first glance. I mean, there's a reason why all the top language models are trained using preference data. There's a reason why people are building reward models off of this preference data. And that's because the power of preference data is it allows you to collect richer signal than you might otherwise be able to collect by labeling. If you think about it, the standard benchmarking paradigm of like the ImageNet and the MMLU works for tasks where humans know the right answer. When you know the right answer, you can grade the model, and that means you can teach it. But what if you don't know what the right answer is? What if I ask you, hey, write me the best love letter to my significant other? Well, there's no like canonical Platonic best love letter. You need to be able to grade that via preference. Some people like different love letters versus others. You might even want to understand what kinds of people like different kinds of love letters. And that's not just about love letters, it's also about anything, right? Like many of the use cases for AI are subjective. That's their nature. Sure. And so human preference is actually very important to evaluate that. And then even for objective tasks, the things we think of as objective are only partially so. Things like math and coding, they involve preference factors. And in fact, our goal is to take this preference data and use it to extract out all the different components of why people prefer something. If you prefer it, part of it is because it's factual, part of it is because it's true, part of it is because it's easier for you to consume, part of it is because you just like it better, and that's because you're Rachel and I'm Anastasia, we like different things. And we want to be able to understand all of it.
One thing that you've actually faced criticism about recently there was a research report alleging issues such as that some companies can game Ella Marina by submitting many models for private testing and then only publishing scores for the ones that perform best. Can companies game Ella Marina?
I think to answer that question, you need to step back and think about what does a leaderboard mean? When somebody gets to the top of the leaderboard, that means that our community of millions of real people came and voted for that model. That's not something that we even have control over, right? That's just real people voting. And so, for sure, I think that the integrity of the leaderboard comes from our community. Our job is to faithfully reflect what they think, and there's no way to game that.
Why should people trust Ella Marina?
People should trust Ella Marina because we have a scientific approach to understanding our community's preferences. And our goal is to reflect those faithfully.
Okay. The last question here for you guys. How do you envision turning Ella Marina into a successful business, but also remaining a neutral testing platform? I know that's very important to you guys.
Yeah, neutrality is a core value for us. You can't run a leaderboard unless you're neutral, right? So we're very well aware that this is going to be a core value of our business, and we're never going to let any of the incentives involved corrupt the leaderboard. It's going to always be something that is driven by our community. Wei Lin, do you want to say anything here?
Yeah, because we set up this company with the mission of helping people to build reliable AI applications and helping model provider, helping developers. So, that's our job to make sure that the evaluation is truthful, faithful.
Anastasios and Wei Lin, thank you so much for being here with me today.
Thank you for having us.
It was really great to speak with you. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Han Pak, Senior Vice President and Head of Digital Health Team, Mobile Experience Business at Samsung Electronics, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Mike Olson.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mike Olson. I'm an editor with Bloomberg Media Studios. I am very pleased to be joined with Dr. Han Pak from Samsung Electronics. We're here for Samsung's Sponsor Spotlight, which is unlocking AI's potential for a healthier you. So welcome. I really appreciate your time. AI is inevitably, understandably, a huge part of this conference, a huge part of the conversations that we're having here. So can you tell us how technology and AI can support health and wellness, why that's not at odds or there's not a contradiction in that?
Sure. Great to be here. I think if we look at the major trends, whether it's the aging population with increased prevalence of chronic diseases, you look at the cost of care rising, there's some major trends that clearly is causing care to shift to the home. I think that's a very clear signal that we have seen, and others, I think, agree. With that shift, we now need technology and AI to be able to help families take on the burden for that care in ways that have not been necessary. And so we think it's a problem, the care at home shift, but it's also an opportunity where AI and technology plays a role. And so if you look right now in the US spending, we spend about 25% of our budget on preventable disease that with lifestyle changes we should be able to avoid. And yet, how much spending do we do on prevention? 3%. Why the mismatch? Well, there are a lot of reasons, most of you probably know, but part of this issue is applying the, you would think it's 25-25, but there are challenges with spending those dollars on preventable diseases. But we think that the technology on the wearables that's continuously monitoring you, that can currently screen, but in the future detect diseases from right now, sleep apnea, arrhythmias, but in the future, cardiometabolic, and in the neurocognitive dementia area. So I think we have some huge opportunities to really focus on prevention. And I would say Dr. Leroy Hood's P4 medicine gives us a vision for what technology and AI can do, which is preventive, personalized, preventive, predictive, and participatory. And of that, I think prevention, I think, has always been an issue or challenge for us as a country, as a society. We think that and helping people meeting people where they are with technology, understanding the context, understanding the fallbacks and setbacks that we have in life because we're busy, and then getting them, nudging them to the goals. I think these are the things where technology is exciting.
You mentioned wearables, you mentioned prevention being such a priority. Is that why Samsung is so involved in this? Why there's a passion within the company to be first in this space?
Sure. We're really committed to healthcare, and the reason, in part, is because care is shifting to the home where we have a trusted brand. So I would say trust and scale. One is we have 1 billion people using our device in their hands. We have 70% of US households that have one Samsung device or more. We have about 58 million monthly active users globally that are using Samsung Health app to take care of their health. Given that, our vision is to really what we call connected care centered around the home to improve the health of billions of people, connecting the devices and the data, the people, and the services in a seamless way.
Where else can technology and AI play a role?
Yeah. I think, there's lots of areas, but, from where I sit, I think one of the biggest areas is about healthy aging. And healthy aging looks different for different people. For me, I want an assistant that knows me, that I have sometimes setbacks in a day, and knows that I need a little less nudging than some other days. So it's really about knowing the context, knowing where I am in my journey towards the goal. And so let's give a concrete example. Let's say there's a person, is a healthy person, a young person, who has a family history of dementia and other conditions. And so with the engine, with the capabilities, we're able to understand where they are and then be able to interact with food app, recipe apps, and other things to help you because there's risk of diabetes as an example. And so I think it's really about hyper-personalization at scale with context. That's probably what areas of healthy aging looks like.
Well, I know you were talking about sneaking in a workout before you're back on a plane, so I think you're in a good spot right now.
Thanks.
I really appreciate the time. Thank you for joining me today for the Samsung Sponsor Spotlight, and thank you to everyone for listening in. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Layla Sturdy, Please welcome to the stage Layla Sturdy, Managing Partner at Capital G, and Rich Wong, Partner at Excel, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Katie Roof.
Hey, buddy.
Great to be here on a timely moment for the topic, right? Just before we went on stage, Rich's firm made money off of Circle, hundreds of millions of dollars off of the Circle IPO. So it begs the question, are IPOs back?
Well, I can't think one data point doesn't make a trend yet, but we are very happy for Jeremy Allaire, who's the founder and CEO of Circle, and it did, I think, just start trading just a few minutes ago, and it looks like a good start. I think for both Layla and I, there's a number of companies in the pipeline, both from an S1 perspective, and there's the beginnings of a lot of top of the funnel discussions around M&A as well. And I think it's a lot more active than it was a year or 2 years ago. So I think there are good signs ahead, we think.
But meanwhile, Layla is involved with Stripe, which has at one point wanted to IPO, and now it seems like they're trying to do tender offers instead. And so what's the rationale for companies that are choosing not to IPO, but that can?
Yeah, I think that's been a conversation for a long time for the last couple of years. I mean, the data shows the average length that companies have stayed public, I think, or before they've gone public has stretched from what used to be more like 6 or 7 a couple of years ago to more like 10 or 11 now. And I think that just speaks to the availability of capital options that truly generational companies like Stripe have. The private markets are robust. There's a lot of capital available to companies that are operating in big markets that have really strong financial profiles. And I think that capital availability, especially to do things like tender offers, which employee liquidity, for example, used to be a big reason that companies would want to go public. And with the private markets available to fill that need, staying private also has a lot of optionality and positive benefits that I think the best companies have the choice of whether to stay or to go, and that's what you're seeing.
So could Stripe stay private forever, or would they reach a point where they run out of private investors to keep bidding it up? And wouldn't you think someday they'd want to access the broader scope of people, the retail?
I think forever is a long time, so I doubt that will be the case. And I think, again, at Stripe and many other, I think we have the largest number of really multi-billion-dollar companies that are private, that the public markets are excited to sort of access that growth, access that opportunity. And I think, I doubt it will be forever, but I think what you see is really robust private markets, not just new capital coming in for tender offers, but you're also seeing a real big change in the venture landscape of liquidity of early stage investors selling to later stage or crossover funds. So you're seeing liquidity in the private markets in much more robust ways than you've seen historically. And I think there will be a time that most generational technology companies will choose to go public. There are still advantages, especially in the enterprise space. There's still cheaper availability of capital. So there's a lot of great reasons to go public. But I think with many of these private companies, you're seeing the operating discipline of the public markets happening in the private markets, quarterly investment calls, all the traditional sort of operating infrastructure is happening in these companies. So, the trade-offs are real for the founders that are still trying to innovate at really rapid paces.
And so it's not just IPOs that are starting to come back. M&A, I looked at the data, and we're seeing record unicorn M&A, the most notable example of that being Google Wiz, which was a $32 billion deal. What do you think? Do you have some more big exits coming up in your portfolio, Rich?
Katie, you have good sources, so often you seem to call me in times I cannot comment. But yeah, I do think, top of funnel, as we were talking about out there, I'm sure in both our portfolios, there are a lot more first dates and second dates than ever before. Whether those go all the way to consummation, we'll see. But there's definitely a lot more activity. I think the change of the administration. I know there's a lot to talk about on that topic, but as relates.
Tell me more. What do you think?
Well, at least as it relates to the FTC, I think it's perceived as having a little bit more openness to large-scale M&A among certain players. And I think that's opened up the appetite for a number of acquirers to engage, whereas before they were pretty stalled. So yes, I think the second half of this year is going to see a lot more large M&A. That really wasn't the case the couple years before.
What do you think in your portfolio as well? Are you looking at more M&A?
Completely agree with Rich. I think when you look at the leading indicators of, again, both on the public side, number of confidential S1s filed, on the M&A side, the number of conversations happening, we've seen a big uptick in activity. But I would say it's also, like many things, under the covers, a tale of multiple cities. There's the big, the headline M&A that we all love seeing, especially investors and founders. And there's at the big prices in the hottest sectors like security, AI, infrastructure, those type of things. But we're also starting to see what I call a little more rational, accretive M&A. So as we all know, there were hundreds, thousands actually of companies founded or funded during the 2020-21 period. And you're starting to see a lot of those companies that maybe are realizing they're not going to be at the scale to go public, have good strategic relationships with larger acquirers, both public, and then also you're seeing M&A of some of these big private companies we just talked about doing sort of billion-dollar acquisitions. So I think you're seeing more acquirers, you're seeing more rationality in the mindset of some companies that are operating and see a better together story. So just more activity across the board.
Right. And in terms of private companies, there was recently OpenAI bought Johnny Ive's business for $6 billion. Historically,
that's a pretty unique one.
Pretty unique one. Okay, what do you think? What do you think about that one? What made it happen?
Well, obviously, you have a generational talent, and you have a direction of where OpenAI has an aspiration to go, and they decided it was worth that generational talent. That's my outside-in view of it. But I was just commenting that we'd love things like that to happen for the torso of our portfolios. It's not realistically happening in that way. I think if I may just say, I think when you were back in 2022 and 23, a lot of founders and VCs are kind of waiting for the 2021 multiples and valuations to come back. Now that we've gotten to where we are now, 2 years after that, I think reality is starting to set in that that's just not going to come back naturally, and you got to accept the reality of how the market values you at this point. Which, let's be clear, it's not easy to accept that, both as the investor or the founder, but that's starting to happen, and that's why some M&A is at reasonable prices is starting to occur.
So they're willing to sell below their last valuation?
In some cases, yes. In some cases, if you realize you're never going to hit that high watermark again, there's some pain involved in that, again, for the investor and for the management team. But yeah, I think that's the only way this inventory of the high-priced multi-unicorns that might not be worth that anymore are going to get cleared out ultimately.
Yeah, Leila, you were nodding. So you're saying that founders are maybe not as much in denial anymore. And would they also do down round IPOs, like Chime coming up?
I think we've seen several down round IPOs. I mean, I think if we look at how the cycle played through post 2021, Rich and I sat on a public board together. I think the reality is public companies had to face the music immediately, right? All of a sudden, the market has changed. You cycle through that in a quarter or two. You deal with employee compensation. You deal with realistic M&A targets. You deal with what the financial profile you have to run the company to. The private markets, that type of macro change just takes much longer to flow through. But I mean, we've looked at several IPOs that have happened that are, most of them were below the peak 2021 valuations. And I think if you looked at M&A, in many cases, that's the case as well. And that still is a great outcome for founders, teams, investors in many cases. The down round, can feel more like an emotional thing than a real punitive financial thing or the reality of the business. And I think we're starting to see that flow through in much more significant ways, I think, across the ecosystem.
So of the 1,000 unicorns that have yet to exit, what do you think is the most common scenario? What are you seeing here? Because there's 1,000 companies, for those of you who don't know, that are valued at $1 billion on paper, but that doesn't mean much until they have a liquidity event. So are some of them going to be zombies? That's what I hear. Zombie unicorns is the term.
I mean, some will. If you just look at the math, if you take 1,000, right? What was it? I think the number of tech IPOs, you probably know this better than me, in 2021 was around 90 or something like that.
Plus the SPACs.
Plus the SPACs, which I don't think we'll have a comeback of those.
Put those in your
That's a dirty word at this point. It's a better word.
And then there's been a handful this year. Hopefully, as Rich said, we'll begin to see that accelerate. There's I don't know the official number. When you talk to bankers and you look in our portfolios, there's certainly many that are S1 ready. But that is, even if we took a peak 100 and you thought of 1,000 out there, there are just a small minority of these companies, I think, that will be standalone public companies. So you'll start to see various activity. You'll start to see some that I think probably will be more what people are calling zombie unicorns that are able to use the cash they've already raised, but to kind of operate at a subscale of a public company, but profitable, so at low EBITDA margins, but can go on indefinitely. I think you'll see consolidation, and you're already starting to see some of that. And then I think you'll see the rational M&A that we're talking about, where people really come to terms with the more rational valuation of the company, and you'll see more M&A activity. But that will take, as we talked about on the private sector trends playing out, I think it will take a long time. And a lot of it depends on the culture of the company, the founder, whether they can really retain and recruit talent to keep that momentum. And I think a lot of those stories are starting to unfold.
Just build on Leila's comment, and fully agree, just maybe estimate some numbers to say, I think maybe out of that 1,000, 20% fully die, they end, and they don't get
20% of unicorns are going to die.
I think 20% of the 1,000 unicorns will not ultimately make money. Those are your words. I'm just going to say, and then I think 20 to 25% ultimately will succeed in some form, whether it's money-making M&A or ultimately independence from an IPO perspective. And then I think you got about half, 50, 55% of the middle that's stuck. And some of those will ultimately have reality set in, and you have attractive M&A occur at some realistic price, and some will be a bit zombie-ish of that middle 55% and grind on for a while and sort of stay in that category. But I think you have good outcomes for maybe a quarter, I think, from a money-making perspective off the 2021 peak.
Mm-hmm. So you mentioned earlier, you have to retain talent. What are they doing? Because a big part of poaching employees from Google, for example, is you say, oh, well, we're private. We can go up in value, and someday we'll IPO, and your stock is going to be worth so much money. So how do you even get these top people to work at these unicorns at this point?
I think talent is a really important question. And it really varies by companies. I think one of the things we haven't talked too much about, but we're at a tech conference 2025, so we have to say AI at least 15 times, or Rich and I won't get invited back. And so there are these big sort of things like AI that really are completely new vectors of transformation, potential tailwinds. I do think these are founders, they're innovators, they're entrepreneurs. So a lot of these companies that have a lot of funding are trying to reinvent second waves and think about how they can take the innovation of whatever they created to get some decent amount of funding in 2021 and continue to innovate. And if they have good cultures and good talent, I think you're seeing actually more retention in some cases than we did in the peak 2021 bubble when jobs were everywhere, and there was so much money flying around that compensation wars were a fairly frequent thing. So in some ways, I think if the founder vision is still there and the sort of articulation of a strategy that employees believe in, we're seeing retention. In other cases, like so many snowball effects in a downward spiral, I think it is hard to retain great employees when the business results are not coming through. So I think in those situations, you're starting to see the reality of the leadership team having to face some music potentially earlier and figure out some of these M&A or alternative offers, because it's hard to keep talent, hard to keep customers, hard to keep the business afloat.
So an employer's market, do you think that means we're headed to recession? And do you even care if you invest on a 10-year time horizon as a VC?
I don't think realistically, especially when we do truly early investments, it takes 12 to 15 years in order for these companies to get to Circle's moment.
15, is that what you
today.
do your LPs now?
Well, sometimes you have M&A sooner in terms of some of the most attractive companies that emerge in the portfolio. But yes, to take a company from Series A to being public, and then obviously you have lockup, and when you choose to distribute, there can be a very, very long periods of time. So I think it's not a short-term game at all.
And your only LP is Google, so you have less pressure in that sense. But there are many, many venture firms that aren't lucky like that, or maybe it's not luck, but a lot of the emerging smaller funds are going away. We looked at the data and we saw that, if you're not Excel or Capital G or a top tier firm, there's not a lot of money available right now. What are the ramifications for the broader ecosystem if emerging funds go away?
Okay. Challenge the premise of that.
You want to challenge it?
I don't think I necessarily
Am I wrong?
see that, right? I think well, first of all, broadly, you have a lot of questions about performance about big private equity. And so when a lot of these endowments are looking at how much they're allocating to alts, we see a lot of people thinking about how to maybe reduce somewhat their exposure to large private equity and looking for other places to deploy. Sometimes that's mid-market, and sometimes that's our world of growth and VC tech investing. So we do see a lot of capital trying to come down to this market. And people that did not used to be LPs of venture capital back 15 years ago, sovereign wealth, Japanese insurance, different forms of Canadian pension, as 3 examples. In the last 5 years, we've gotten very active, sort of coming in to invest in general partnerships in the VC world. And so I don't know, I wish some degree that, I wish that some capital was leaving the VC world because it would make it easier for us competitively, but I don't know that I see that.
So I think, to be clear, there's the top funds, which are raising more money than ever in larger funds. And, as you know, there's new LPs coming in. And then there's also the smaller emerging funds that may not experience the same good fortune when they're trying to raise.
Yeah, I think potentially what you're alluding to, Katie, I did see a stat somewhere that I think 75% of capital that has come in, LP capital that's come into the ecosystem the past year has gone into the top 30 funds. So It's sort of a concentration issue. And that makes sense to me, and the reason why. So as you mentioned, we feel fortunate. Capital G, Google and Alphabet are our single LP, but we invest for financial return. We don't invest for strategic reasons. And that has been a big advantage to us because we have a robust set of advisors inside of Google and Alphabet that help us in diligence, especially in areas like AI, and most importantly, help our companies post-investment. And the reason I mention that is venture has become very competitive, and not just in the last year, but over the past decade, increasingly competitive. And I think that's what brings in what Rich is speaking to, which is just there's been a lot of capital in the ecosystem. So during that 10 years, there were a lot of new fund managers that came, and then a lot of the biggest funds just got a lot more capital. So everyone is competing very hard for the very best deals. So there's concentration of capital, and then what we've seen is real scale advantage in the big winners. Everyone wants to be in the Stripes and Databricks and of the world, and has to figure out how to differentiate. So I think that a lot of the funds the biggest funds have been successful in getting in the winners, and LPs are excited to continue to double down on those platforms, and those platforms are having to increasingly differentiate to win the very best deals. So I think we are seeing sort of scale and a flight to quality in both the investment side and on the fund management side as a general trend.
Is there too much capital in the ecosystem relative to the opportunity? And is that going to cause more bubbles?
You know, the perspective I think one has on that question is a function of where you sit. I think stepping back, it's a great time to be an entrepreneur in this ecosystem that we're all, lucky to be part of. I mean, the amount of technology disruption and the degree of GDP impact that's going to have, and the amount of capital available to fund it has never been higher than ever before. So from an entrepreneur's perspective, it's awesome. From a venture capitalist perspective, it does feel a very competitive market. And so I think as that market is highly competitive, it will ultimately affect returns in the category. And I think we're seeing some of that at different stages. Maybe the later stage of the venture capital market certainly has that. Now, depending on whether you're the LP or the GP or the entrepreneur, you have a different view of your question. I think broadly it's good for the ecosystem that there's this much capital chasing these opportunities.
All right, well, thank you so much. It's great to hear your perspective.
Thank you, Katie.
Thanks, everybody.
Please welcome to the stage Peter Stern, President and CEO at Peloton Interactive, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Mark Gurman.
Okay, we're very honored to have Peter Stern here with us, the CEO of Peloton. He started at the turn of the calendar, right? This year at
January
Peloton.
1.
January 1, and we're very lucky to have him for his first interview. So, about 6 months. What kind of workout has it been so far? A HIIT, a Tabata, yoga, meditation?
It's definitely not meditation, I'll tell you that. I would say we're going with cross-training here. So where am I going with that, right? Cross-training means you got to work on your cardio and build up your endurance, but you also have to work on strength. And so we've been doing a lot of that in the company, right? We're working on establishing the mission and the purpose and the values of the company and the strategy that's going to carry us through the long term, but we're also building the muscle that we need to be successful, reigniting the innovation engine of the company, and getting people, both members and all of our team members, including our instructors, newly excited about Peloton. So I'm going with cross-training.
I want to talk about Peloton, but I think it's important. Who is Peter Stern, for CEO of Peloton? What's your background? Where'd you come from? How'd you get the job? Why are you the person for the role?
Well, I feel like a lot of the things that I've done in my career, Mark, have basically been leading up to this moment. I spent many years in the cable industry. And during that time, working in media and telecom, I really understood the importance in subscription businesses of building a relationship that was a lasting one with every single subscriber. As you know, that's a business where gaining or losing one subscriber can make a great quarter or not a great quarter at the margin. And so that was fantastic for me. And I got a chance to try virtually every function there: product, HR, strategy, corporate development. I went from there and had 7 amazing years here in the Bay Area working for Apple. And we were able to launch a whole bunch of new businesses there.
I've heard of them.
Right, whether it was Apple TV Plus, or Apple News Plus, or Apple Arcade, or Apple Fitness Plus, or Apple One, or working on Apple Books and iCloud. So again, a chance to apply those subscription skills, but in an entrepreneurial way, in a really exciting company that brought together equipment plus software plus content in innovative ways. So that was a great run and really good practice, I think, for this. I actually spent 1.5 years at Ford. That was also an amazing experience for me to work in an iconic hardware business, right? That's what a car and a truck really is. It's a hardware business. And being so close to that part of the business was great training also for what we have at Peloton, because we are both an equipment company and we're a subscriptions company. So that's what brings me here. You asked how I got here. When I found out there was an opportunity to potentially be a CEO, I raised my hand, I called the company and said, "This is my dream. Give me a shot, coach."
So it's no secret that Peloton was a high flyer at the beginning of the pandemic. The company's management at the time thought nobody's ever going back to the gym again. They started building a big facility in Ohio. They overextended, and everything came crashing down when the world economy and businesses began to reopen, right? Now you're sort of trying to rebuild the company, right? What is Peloton today, and how do you fix the prior management's issues with what they left you, or what did they leave you, and where do you take it from here?
Well, let me be clear. I am grateful for prior management. The fact is that the founders of Peloton produced something that created a category, right? Connected fitness didn't exist before John Foley and that team created something that has just beautiful product market fit. Yes, the company grew too large under the circumstances, and my predecessor took a lot of the really hard steps to right-size the company and set us up so that now we can execute on the strategy of empowering people to live fit, strong, long, and happy. And we're doing that for 6 million members in multiple countries. We're in a really good place now to build on that really strong foundation that was established by my predecessors.
So what is the strategy? What is Peter Stern's strategy for Peloton? Are you going to keep it a hardware, software, services company? Have you thought about spinning out the hardware and focusing just on the app? What is your vision?
Yeah. So let's start with the question of app versus are we an equipment company? And then I'll get to the strategy, which sort of flows from that. So Peloton is a unique company. We have what I'll call our magic formula of equipment plus software plus human coaching, those 3 ingredients wrapped in a community that is encouraging and results in people feeling motivated to come back and do something that you need some external motivation around. So that combination of equipment plus software and human coaching and that community is what distinguishes us from an app-based fitness or wellness company. And just to be really practical about what that means, if you look at app-based companies in the wellness space, their monthly churn rates are very high. Even at a net churn rate of 5 to 8% is really not uncommon for those services. And so their growth potential is capped. We have, over a 12-month period, delivered about a 1.6% net churn rate. And what that means is that our customers love our product. The investment that they make in themselves and in that equipment with Peloton is something that then results in them being more committed to the product and to their own fitness and wellness. And that physical equipment beckons to them every day to do the right thing by themselves, and again, results in greater longevity, both with how long they stay with Peloton and, of course, if they exercise right, with their lives. So that's a little bit about the answer. Yes, we're an equipment company plus amazing software plus human coaching with community. We are not, our future is not to try to scale the app at the expense of that equipment business. Now, the strategy. You asked about that, Mark. One, we're about improving member outcomes, right? Helping people get and stay fit and well and strong and happy. There's a lot to that, right? It means we have to keep winning in cardio. We need to extend into more spaces. I talk a lot about strength. It means we need to become an ever more personal coach. Second thing, we need to meet members everywhere. There's been, over the last few years, a bit of retrenching in, for example, our retail presence. But I think there's a lot of opportunity for us to meet people in more places: retail, travel, gyms, internationally, online. And then last but not least, we need to make members for life. Again, that's getting members to make the right choices every day. It's also making sure that we're building an operation system that can ensure that every customer has a flawless experience from the moment they purchase our equipment and through the entire life cycle.
How have you begun to reshape Peloton? Obviously, you've only been there 6 months, but what have you been doing? What is a day like in the life of Peter Stern at the office?
So the ways that I'm trying to reshape the company and really working with our leadership team on this is building from the ground up an incredibly strong foundation for long-term success. And what does that mean? It means that we've restated the purpose of the company: empowering people to live fit, strong, long, and happy. The mission of the company, reestablished our values around lifting people up and bringing your best and believing in what we do because it's so important to millions of people's lives. We have then, based on that, started to build the strategy that I described and identified within that strategy 25 initiatives that are ranked from 1 to 25 because you can't give everything the same amount of attention as the others. But that has allowed us as a company to focus on the things that are most important and that are aligned with that strategy. So the answer to how do I spend my day? Well, the first thing I do try to do is get some exercise in. A typical day for me is like this morning, getting up and doing a little bit of cardio, ran to the gym actually, and then did also some strength training. And then I'm mostly spending my time working on those 25 initiatives with our team members, trying to define how we can serve our members better. If I can spend my time on that kind of substance, that's a really great day.
What are the top 3 of your 25?
So not going to announce all of the details of these sorts of things, but I'll tell you a little bit about the top 1, and that is that we have reignited the innovation engine for us as a company. And so focusing on the products and the experiences that we're going to offer over the next few months is absolutely my number 1. Another one that I think is really important that we're focused on is how we use AI to deliver personal experiences for our members. That is another one that I'm spending an enormous amount of time on, so huge priority for us.
Talk to us a little bit more about that, about AI, and what does the future of fitness look like with AI at its core?
Yeah, so every member is different. They all have different intents for why they choose to become a member of Peloton. That can change over time, so we need to not just get to know you, but we need to evolve along with you. Every member is different in terms of their baseline level of fitness, their level of commitment, their level of confidence. And so one of the things that I really value is the human coaching that our amazing instructors provide at Peloton. But I want to find ways to scale them by creating individualized programs for each of our members so that they can get the right class from the right instructor that's personalized for them. A really simple example of how we're doing it right now is that we do something called power zones on bike, or we do pace targets on tread, where we actually set individualized speeds or levels of effort for each of our members. But then we've introduced a new set of features called personalized plans. And we've had, at this point, I think over 600,000 of our members have started a personalized plan. And the system basically understands your goals and then builds a plan out for you. And we deliver real results with these sorts of things. So just to give you an example of how this stuff really does make a difference, for example, when one of our members buys a treadmill, within the first 4 weeks of using the treadmill, we're on average, reducing their mile time by 30 seconds. Right? So we can make real differences in somebody's conditioning. And that translates not just into more confidence and better performance as an athlete, it translates into a longer life.
What about data collection so you can get some more information about the user and then use AI to optimize their workouts? Do you need a wearable? Do you need a new heart rate strap? Do you need more sensors on the treads and bikes themselves?
Yeah, we're very lucky in this regard in that our members are doing a lot of that hard work for us. So we have a great partnership with Google Fitbit, for example. We have done integration with Garmin smartwatches because a lot of top athletes choose that. And we also are working with the Apple Health app to make sure that we can import data from there. A very large fraction of our members have an Apple Watch. And that Apple Health app basically can act for many, many members as basically a Rosetta Stone for us, allowing us to get access to the data that we need with the permission of the member. Once we have that data, now we can use the third-party information that our members are providing us. But we have such rich first-party information on our members as well, based on the workouts that they're doing on our machines and how much they're pushing themselves. If they have a watch, we can look at their heart rate and we can impute then how much effort they're expending. And if they don't have a watch, we can basically compare them with members who do have one. And so we can basically determine how hard you're working. And we can, for example, calculate things like a cardio fitness score. So I'm really excited about how we'll be able to use data to deliver ever more personalized experiences for our members.
So you said you did a workout this morning. Obviously, Peloton's based in New York, so you're here, probably stayed in a hotel.
Yeah.
How important is the hotel business and the gym business to Peloton under Peter Stern, and compare it to someone buys one for their home business?
Yeah, so the nice thing about this is these are not either-or situations. I think it might have been perceived that way in the past, but it's absolutely not. Let's take travelers in hotels as an example. If you're the type of person who is in a hotel, then you're a person who is investing in yourself. You have some ability to pay for a service, and you're going to a hotel gym. You are really committed to taking care of yourself. That is a situation where we should have Peloton equipment everywhere. I'm really happy with the partnerships we have right now with Hilton and with Hyatt, where we have Peloton equipment in most of their gyms. I do think in hotel gyms, basically, Peloton equipment should be a must-have amenity. It's the sort of thing where you shouldn't even you wouldn't even want to stay in the hotel if it doesn't have the Peloton equipment that you count on having at home. And then that's a great way for us to meet new members because some people might not have had a chance to try our equipment out, but while you're traveling at a hotel gym where you've got a little time on your hands, that's a great way to do it. Now, with regard to commercial gyms, there's also tremendous opportunities there. We have a number of pilots taking place with all sorts of gyms, including the Y, so we can try to make Peloton equipment as accessible as possible. But one of the things that I'm really excited about, and this is not something that we've really talked about publicly before. Not a lot of people know that we own Precor, which is one of the leading providers of equipment to gyms everywhere. We are bringing Precor in to basically be the lead partner in a commercial operating division for Peloton. And the Precor business has the skills to be able to install and service equipment to the exacting standards of gym operators who have a very heavy duty cycle on that type of equipment. And so we're going to be able to bring Peloton equipment into more gyms with the capabilities of Precor. At the same time, we're now bringing Peloton workouts onto Precor equipment, which will really differentiate that Precor equipment in the minds of gym operators and hopefully open up even more new audiences for them. So I would basically say this is a long overdue post-merger integration that we're doing with Precor and making it the foundation for our commercial business.
How do most people buy a Peloton, right? Are they subscribing to it with your rental program? Are they doing installments? Are they buying it outright? And then earlier this week, you launched a new program, sort of a resale website, like a Craigslist for Peloton, I guess you can call it. Talk to us about that.
I would say actually the two largest channels are people buying Peloton equipment from our website. You go to onepeloton.com and it's all there, and it's a really great way to buy it. But one of the largest ways for us to acquire new members is in the secondhand market. So you raised, Mark, this announcement that we had a couple days ago about something called Repowered. And the idea here is that there are lots of Peloton bikes in particular that are out there in the world that are being underutilized. And that does no one any good. I'd love for people to get back on the bike. It's the right thing for them. Certainly, it's great for us as a company. But if you're not going to use a Peloton bike, we want to make it really easy for you to get that into the hands of someone who will love it. And historically, that's taken place, for example, on Facebook Marketplace. And that's absolutely fine for people who want to do that. But it means that you need to transact with a stranger on both ends and potentially have that stranger come into your home. And so what we're trying to do is streamline that and deliver a more premium experience for those secondhand customers. And what this does is it allows us to get our bikes that are built to last into the hands of people who will love it at a price that's a fraction of a new bike. And there's no capital expenditure for us as a company. There's no environmental impact associated with producing those bikes because they're already out there in the world. And so it's a great way to help somebody get fit and grow our business.
Last question for you. Peloton, standalone business for years to come? Is it potentially an acquisition target for a larger company? What do you see as the
I mean, I was not hired to sell this company. I was hired to bring this company back to growth, to reinvigorate it, and it is happening. So we are a standalone company for years to come.
Great. Thank you, Peter Stern.
Thanks for having me, Mark.
Please welcome to the stage RJ Scaringe, founder and CEO of Rivian, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Emily Chang.
Thank you. All right, so we've been talking backstage. As I mentioned, I have 4 kids, and I drive a minivan. And so we've been trying to be cooler. And my kids are all in on the Rivian. We've test driven the Rivian, but I haven't pulled the trigger yet, so maybe you'll convince me.
Help you out, yeah, we would love to.
The first time I saw a Rivian was the day Jeff Bezos launched into space. We were in Van Horn, Texas, and there was like a pack of Rivians in 2021. And you obviously have a partnership with Amazon. But talk to me about the journey sort of from then to now. You've got the SUV, the pickup, you've got the R2 and R3 coming out. Give us the roadmap.
Yes, we launched
Pun intended.
yeah, there you go. We launched our first product in 2021, end of 2021 with the flagship products R1T, R1S. And so I think you saw those right before we launched. We then launched a commercial van in partnership with Amazon. So if you see any of the electric vans driving around here, those are actually designed and built by us. And then we made a big update to the R1 platform last year where we redid all the network architecture, the ECU topology, massive rebuild of our perception stack, a lot more compute. But what we're most excited about right now is we're about to launch a product we call R2. And it precedes a product we call R3. But the R2, R3 sibling combination is a set of much lower priced vehicles, with R2 being a 5-passenger SUV and then R3 being more of a crossover. But I've never been as excited as I am about a product as I feel about this vehicle with R2. It is so cool, the combination of packaging, the look, the performance, the capability. So if you don't buy an R1, I have to get you in an R2.
I feel like we live in like an increasing Rivian land. You know, I live in the East Bay and the North. Rivians are everywhere. They're all over Tahoe. How much is it really picking up in, Middle America, in Texas? Like, how are you going to get folks to, not buy the Ford F-150 and buy the Rivian?
Yeah, I mean, we're certainly in the Bay Area or in Southern California or Seattle. You see Rivians everywhere, which is awesome. Mm-hmm. My kids and I used to, on the drive to school, they would count how many Rivians they saw. And it's like a 10-mile drive. And so 2 years ago, you would count a few. And now it's sort of like 22, 23. Mm-hmm. So it's been really remarkable seeing that. But, as we look across the U.S., the adoption has been strong. So it really scales with population. So big cities like Chicago or, you mentioned Texas, Austin, Houston, Dallas, these are also really big markets for us. And what's been amazing and was the goal was that the Rivian brand and of course the product is connecting with, non-EV buyers. It's pulling, most of our customers have never owned an EV before. And it's pulling people in that come from a broad spectrum of backgrounds. Importantly, we have Republicans that love Rivians, we have Democrats that love Rivians. And the consistency of how we've messaged our brand, messaged what we stand for, this idea of the products both enabling and inspiring people to go, go skiing, to go do the kinds of things you want to take photographs of, has really connected with a broad cross-section of the United States.
What do you think of the folks who have those bumper stickers on their Teslas who say, I bought this before Elon went crazy? Has that been helpful to you?
We certainly see some more of those. I saw a sticker the other day that says, I identify as a Rivian. Which is funny.
That's good, that's good. Well, I was planning to ask you how you felt about your competitor being so close to the president, but over the last 24, 48 hours, I feel like I need to be asking, what do you think about the Elon-Trump breakup? Is that, good for you?
I don't know. Yeah, it's, oh, geez. Yeah, that's a good one.
Really, though, I mean...
It's dynamic, let's say that.
It's dynamic.
Yeah, it looks, it's interesting.
He's certainly been lobbying for certain things like rolling back credits and loans that actually would be really important to you. You're building new plants. I mean, how are you liaising with the Trump administration? And are you at all concerned about the things that he has been pushing for? Or maybe less concerned?
Yeah, it's a fun question. We, when we take a big step back and you look at what the administration is pushing for, I think it's easy to get caught into the day-to-day of which tariffs are moving which way, and some of the language that's used around electric vehicles. But really, the administration wants to see investment in U.S. technology, investment in U.S. jobs. And so we have more than 15,000 employees in the United States. We highly vertically integrated. We built a technology stack that's world-class. In fact, that technology stack on the software and electronics side underpins a $5.8 billion software licensing deal that we did with Volkswagen last year. So it's, I think it's the largest software licensing deal in the history of the automotive industry. And then we're building our products, including all the components that go into them, here in the United States. We have a plant in Illinois now, and as you said, we're building a very large production facility in Georgia, which is a swing state. So I think that, certainly, I think there's some changes around incentives for consumers that, are not great in the short term, but in the long term, you're building a U.S. company, building U.S. technology, and that's consistent. So in all of our discussions with the administration, we try to focus on that part of it.
So Rivian had the hottest IPO of the year a few years back. The stock hasn't returned to that sort of initial glory. Are you annoyed that Rivian doesn't trade like a tech company, but Tesla does?
Yeah. I think for us, we went public, and immediately following our IPO, we had the big challenge of a supply chain crisis. Our ramp didn't go as quickly as we'd hoped. And there's been a lot of focus on the much shorter term from investors around what's our path to profitability, what's our path to positive free cash flow. And so in the last 2 quarters, we've shown a lot of progress. So in Q1, we had $206 million of gross profit, positive gross profit, which is great. But I think demonstrating that the business can be self-propelling, it can fund itself through the profits of the products has been really important. But we've invested so much on the tech stack that I think this will really serve as a big unlock once some of the overhang of concerns around cash or profitability starts to disappear. And at the end of the day, the stock market's not always logical. It's incredibly volatile. But in the long term, it tends to get things right. So as long as we keep executing, you said it, but the products resonate extremely well with consumers. So the last 2 years in a row, Consumer Reports does this brand survey. This isn't us, this is Consumer Reports, and they look at brand satisfaction, and we've been by far the highest level of brand satisfaction amongst any car company for the last 2 years in a row by a significant amount, with the highest rate of repurchase by 15%. So we love that. We have the market share leading product with the R1S. It's about 35% market share in its category. So if we can take that brand success, that market share that we have, and translate that to a much bigger market with R2, continue to invest in our technology stack. We have a huge amount of focus on software, autonomy, AI. The rest will take care of itself. It may just take a little longer than we'd like, though.
Tariffs have been especially hard for hardware builders.
Yeah.
How have they impacted you? What does it mean for example, like your partnership with Volkswagen, your plans for the European market?
Yeah, I mean, the tariffs have been, in the long list of things I didn't expect to have happen. We have a daily stand-up meeting that looks at what changed in the last 24 hours around trade. And so, it's one of the things I say a lot is like when we think about trade and tariffs, I think often like we take almost an academic, like the world seems to take an academic economist view of what the economy looks like, which is, we're trading t-shirts and coffee cups. Like it's a really simple economy and production locations are really fungible and you can move things around really easily. But in really complex products, and in particular products that have these deep, long supply chains, like aerospace, like automotive, you can't move supply chains that quickly. And so for us, the challenge for the tariffs is we understand the intent of more content being produced in the US, but it's not something we can flip immediately. And so we have hundreds of suppliers who in turn have thousands of suppliers. And like take a headlight. A headlight looks like it's simple. We buy a headlight from a US supplier, but it has 5 tiers of suppliers with about 70 companies that participate in making that headlight. Much of the content comes from all over the world. So these are just really complex changes that are going to take months or years to implement. Production locations that reflect the policy.
Mm-hmm. The price point is still high for average people.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what are you doing to bring the cost down, but still, keep the safety standards, keep the quality standards?
Yeah, so our R1s, that's the R1S, the R1T, that's our flagship product. The average sale price of this is about $90,000. What we're launching with R2, it starts at $45,000. So this, again, it's a big market expander. The average price of a new car in the United States is around $49,000. And so with R2 coming in, starting at $45,000 and having a few different trims across that price range, puts us in a great spot to see a giant step in volume, which of course will be great for us as a business, but also really start to help us absorb some of the fixed costs of these very large engineering teams we built.
Mm-hmm. Charging anxiety is still very real. I felt it myself. We test drove it to Tahoe. And also EVs have become this political football, especially in this administration.
A little bit, yeah.
Why is this so hard? And how far off is just not having to worry about charging? Like, we don't think about gas.
Yeah.
Like, when will that be the case?
Yeah.
EVs?
If I were to go back in time 5, maybe 6 years, I would have wrongly predicted there would have been more investment into charging infrastructure. And I would have said, if we were sitting here in 2018, I would have said, there's gonna be a bunch of investment that's gonna create charging such that charging is ubiquitous, it's everywhere. And fast forward over the last couple of years, we haven't seen that happen. And so we took the decision to build our own charging network. And so there's 2 charging networks in the United States that have uptime, meaning when you show up, the chargers are working, greater than 99%. One of those is Tesla, and that's by far the largest network. It's a great network. And the other is what we call our Rivian Adventure Network. Our Adventure Network is about 4% the size of Tesla's network, so we're still building it. But amazingly, we believe our network, along with Tesla's, will be the 2 largest charging networks in the United States. And that will take time to build out, but you're starting to see them. You're going to start to see a lot more Rivian charging stations here in the Bay Area, but they're growing across the whole U.S.
You obviously have this relationship with Amazon. I'd love to get an update on that. And I know you and Jeff Bezos personally kind of hatched this deal.
Yeah.
What's sort of the status of your relationship now that he's, moved on in a way?
Yeah.
And he's backing a new company called Slate Auto.
Yeah, so Amazon's our largest shareholder, and they're a really deep partner. I referenced it before. We build commercial vans, and Amazon's our primary customer for those commercial vans. And just to give some scale to this, Amazon runs the largest centrally managed electric fleet in the world. So there's tens of thousands of these. You'll see them all over the place here. And so to build that and to put in place charging infrastructure to change the way that they ran their fleet as rapidly as they have has been, it's been something that required us to really be close with the Amazon ops team. And so I couldn't be happier with the nature of that relationship. And we're excited about what's to come. We're going to continue scaling that. You know, as it pertains to Jeff, I mean, I've known Jeff for a while. He's been a great advisor and a great friend to me. You know, obviously he built one of the largest businesses in the world. So it's been really helpful to some of the questions you asked, navigating some of the volatility in the market. And I think importantly, navigating even things like share price and a phrase he uses all the time, which is you need to be comfortable being misunderstood. And so like I look at our share price and we're really bullish on what we're building. We're really confident what we're building. We do believe we're building a very large business that's going to produce many millions of cars. And it's okay that the market doesn't fully appreciate all the things we're doing today. But you know, if we keep executing, we know it will.
So
that's been his guidance to me all along.
He's backing this company, Slate Auto. They're making a $20,000 electric pickup. Is he hedging his bets against you?
I don't think so. I think one of the things that happens as the tech world looks at the vehicle world, in tech, it's very often that you'll have one or two dominant players that emerge and control the entirety of a space or a segment. In automotive, it's very unlikely you'll have one or two car companies that dominate an entire market. Just to give this some scale, there's about 90 to 100 million cars sold every year. The largest car company in the world makes 10-ish million vehicles a year. And so we think there needs to be a handful of highly successful companies that are building many million units a year. And in the US, we have the extreme challenge of there's a lack of choice. So if you were to buy, I say this all the time, if you were to look to buy an electric vehicle at a price of under $50,000 today, you really don't have any choices. There's one really compelling set of choices with the Tesla Model 3, Model Y. And you see that manifest in, they have extreme market share, 50-ish% market share. But it's just a reflection of there's not very many other options. And so because of that, electrification adoption in the United States is really asymptoted at around 8%, because there's only so many customers that want that form factor, that look, that brand. And for us to go from 8% to 50 or 60 or 70, even given how compelling the Tesla products are, customers want choice. They want more things. So I think it's great that there's more choices coming. I hope some of the large incumbent car companies help make compelling products. And part of our Volkswagen deal was that, which we said we can take our tech stack and help the second largest car company in the world create more compelling products across different brands, Porsche, Audi, of course, Volkswagen. And so that's the way we look at it.
Full self-driving has, made some advancements, especially more recently. You guys take a different approach than Tesla. Talk a little bit about that and just what the advent of AI potentially means for self-driving and car development in general.
Yeah, I mean, we could spend hours on this. So I'll be quick.
We have 2 minutes and 3 seconds.
I'll be very quick. Just in just a few seconds. If we look at what's happened in self-driving, there's really been two big phases of how we've looked at this from a technology point of view. So from, call it 2015 to maybe 2022, all the different self-driving efforts were essentially had a very similar architecture, which was a perception stack, so cameras and perhaps radars and LiDAR, but a perception stack that are identify and classify objects. Those objects that were identified and classified would then have vectors associated to them, so velocity and acceleration, X, Y, and Z. And then those objects, along with the vectors, would be handed to what we called a planner. And the planner is a rules-based environment that was written by software developers that defined the rules of the world, essentially how you behave and how the other things on the road might behave, what are their trajectories likely to be. And the planner would then come up with, using these rules, how the vehicle should operate. And so it was limited around how it was programmed, and it was limited by the perception stack that was feeding into it. What happened that completely threw out and made everything that happened prior to 2022 irrelevant is the introduction of transformers and the way we now look at AI. And so the approach that now is absolutely, undoubtedly going to win is what you may often hear called an end-to-end approach, where you have still a perception stack, but that perception stack creates an early fused view of the world, meaning the cameras provide raw information, maybe there's radars, maybe there's LiDARs, but a perception stack feeds into an early fused version of the world that's looked at through the lens of a large parameter, like multi-billion parameter foundation model that is trained through the data coming off the vehicles and the drivers in the vehicles acting as a participant in that training. And so this new approach requires very different things from the AV, Autonomous Vehicle 1.0. It requires a really large data flywheel. So you need to have a deployed fleet. You need to completely control, vertically control the perception stack. You need tons of inference on the vehicle to be able to do this real-time decisioning. And then you need to have a way to move all this data off the vehicle and then process it, with GPUs offline to create this large parameter model. So all that said, we recognized that change was happening. And so we built, I talked about a Gen 1 vehicle, which we launched with in 2021. That was the rules-based approach. And we now have our Gen 2 vehicles, which launched last summer. And that's entirely designed around AI. And so we're just starting to see, in Rivian's case, the strength of this data flywheel and the features and the capability that are about to continue to roll out through updates with this really AI-centric approach it's just remarkable. And the speed of progress is night and day compared to when we were trying to do this with software developers in a rules-based environment.
So last quick question, even though we're officially out of time. The valley of death is this so-called gap between scaling and developing an expensive product and then actually selling it. And I try not to mention him too often, but it's really hard in a conversation with you not to mention Elon Musk. He has called getting through the valley of death and starting an electric car company like staring into the abyss and eating glass. He famously slept on the factory floor. What are you doing to get out of the valley of death?
Yeah.
Where are you sleeping personally? Yeah.
Depends. Yeah, I mean, look, starting a car company is really tough. It's not easy. It takes billions of dollars of capital. You need thousands of engineers. You have a really complex supply chain. You have to produce vehicles at very high levels of quality. And today we're producing about 50,000 cars a year. As you say, you're starting to see them on the roads. But for us, that really big step of volume comes with R2. Today we've just got to the place finally where we're producing a positive gross profit, which is awesome. But to see where we start to produce billions of dollars of free cash flow, it's a business that benefits from, or I shouldn't even say benefits, it's needed to have a high level of volume, especially when you have a high degree of vertical integration and a really large engineering team to develop all the technology. So, the next year for us is a really critical year. I'd say it's the most exciting year since I started the company. And I can't wait to see even more Rivians on the road with the launch of R2.
All right. RJ Scaringe, everyone. Thank you. You didn't say where you were sleeping, but that's...
Please welcome to the stage Aravind Srinivas, co-founder and CEO of Perplexity, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Shireen Ghaffari.
Aravind, thanks so much for being on stage. So I want to start off by talking a little bit about Perplexity's origin story. You started Perplexity with the ambitious mission of taking on Google using AI. And what most people don't know is that you were actually an intern at Google DeepMind in 2019. It was your first job after studying for your PhD at UC Berkeley. Go Bears. Did you know when you were interning at Google that you would, just a few years later, start a multi-billion-dollar startup going against it?
Definitely not. But I did everything an intern would do, just sleep in the office. They had all these pods which you can use to sleep in the office. And they had a library, they had a lot of food, a lot of junk food too, which, definitely I put on a lot of weight while I was at London. And so it was one of the best times I had in my life. I think there's a lot of things. I would say DeepMind was almost like a different company. I even remember how Demis had all these crazy visions of how AI will just be a scientist by itself and it'll solve all theorems and proofs, and they were on a completely different trajectory. So now they got folded back into Google to get them back into this AI race on the product stuff. But to me, like DeepMind meant a lot more in terms of just going for that core artificial general intelligence dream. And it was a fantastic time.
So you went on to work at OpenAI in its early days, and then eventually decided to break out and start Perplexity. And for those who don't know, can you tell us a little bit about what Perplexity is?
So Perplexity is an answer machine. You get answers that you can really trust. We were the first to reimagine search in the form of conversations and answers with trusted sources. And we did it in a way that essentially became the blueprint for every other chatbot out there. Yes, everybody else has integrated search too, but when we started, people made fun of us saying, in AI, hallucination is meant to be a feature, not a bug. And so I even had a former Googler who was one of my early seed investors, and he said, this looks good, but the reason ChatGPT is going viral now is because people want to laugh at AI's mistakes. And your product is trying to like design it in a way where you do not make mistakes, because you're always pulling sources and summarizing what humans are saying. You're not telling what the AI thinks. So I don't think this will work. That was what was told to me. Like he literally said, you should go and build something like character.ai, like where people actually enjoy it, like AI saying arbitrary random stuff. And you know, I'm glad I didn't listen to that. And I believe that like this fundamentally a completely different tool. We didn't even build it as like a Google replacement, actually. We just built it because it was really useful to us. I was a very newbie founder, CEO. I didn't take any health insurance because I was like, I'm all in on this company. I don't care if the company doesn't work. Like, that's my health insurance, actually. And then my founders, the co-founders were married, so they had health insurance through their wives. So that was when my first employee we hired, he asked for insurance. And I had no idea like which HR tool to use, what are all these different plans, how to even like figure out which plan to go for. And of course, insurance is that one AdWord category that Google makes like billions of dollars a year. So they have literally zero incentive to tell you like which plan to pick or which provider to go for. And that's when we started building these tools that could just give you answers directly in a chat interface, but plug into the web. And so we kind of essentially built it as a tool we wanted, and our friends wanted it, our investors wanted it, and then we put it out into the world. Never thought about it as like, oh, like links, 10 blue links to answers. But once we put it out, that's when we realized, like based on what people are saying, hey, this is actually like a much better way to like consume the internet. Yeah. Like we're all living on the internet, and so I would rather just feel the internet through answers instead of links.
Got it. So yeah, you guys were really one of the first AI companies to do real-time AI search, focused on that, and linking back. Now everyone's doing that, right? Including Google, including OpenAI. So what are you doing to differentiate? And do you want to talk a little bit about Comet, your new browser, which I took a sneak peek at and is really interesting?
Sure. Look, with respect to Google, I don't mind saying this. Like every year, it's the same feature announced in the I/O. Like I think in 2023 they called it Search Generative Experience. In 2024 they called it AI Overview. This year they called it AI Mode. Next year they'll call it another name. But at the end of the day, the feature never gets shipped to the user, right? Like literally, this is not hard. Like they have all the models, they have the best index, they have all the best infrastructure. They have their own hardware, data centers, everything. 3 billion, 4 billion users. So why not just change it? Why change Google.com? Like make it like Perplexity. If that anyway, AI Mode is literally like even the font is like basically Perplexity now. That's the extent to which they've studied our product. Great. So why don't you go ahead and ship it? You cannot because you lose all the ad revenue. Like if you can go and ask like what are the best sneakers for you to buy for, or like what are the best jackets for you to buy, or best airlines to pick for this something, or best hotels to stay at a place, how are you going to charge all these people for money? Or if you literally, in fact, like leave the AI answers. These days, if you just go and ask for the NBA score, before even triggering the score widget, they put the Ticketmaster ads right at the top because they need the money. And if that's the money that's paying for all the R&D spend on Gemini.
Right. But what Google does have is reach, right? So they have billions of users who use it every day.
But they cannot ship it. So that's been consistent over the last 3 years.
And let's talk about, though, I mean, they do ship a lot. But let's talk about what you are going to do to try to get that same kind of reach and that same kind of integration that users have with Google in your everyday life, which, as I understand it, the browser is a big part of that strategy. So can you tell us that why do you think browsers are the next frontier for successful AI companies?
Yeah, often what's said, like why did Sundar become the CEO of Google is because like he focused on the Chrome project, right? He was the one running the Chrome project, and that ended up being one of the biggest weapons for them, this battle against Microsoft. And it took them many years, like probably 10 years, to actually become the leading browser. The browser is the front end to your internet, like experiencing the internet. The Omnibox, the search box, is where almost all the Google queries are going. That's why if you go to Google Trends and see the top most queries by volume, it's always weather or like Amazon or Reddit or Instagram, Twitter, like these one-word queries. So most people are just using Google as a navigational tool. But if you can blend navigation, information, and activity like transactions and like doing actual browsing sessions all in like one clean interface using the browsing infrastructure, you can actually like go for it all in like one single tool. So that's, and if you really want to transition AI from answers to actions, to doing stuff for you, answers are essentially like 4 or 5 searches in one. Actions are like an entire browsing session in like one prompt. You really need to actually have a browser and hybridize the compute on the client and the server side in the seamless way possible. And that's, that calls for rethinking the whole browser. We're not actually like thinking about Comet as yet another browser. It'll be a cognitive operating system. It'll be there for you every time, anytime for work or life, as an assistant on the side or like just going and doing browsing sessions for you. And I think that'll fundamentally make us rethink like how we even think about the internet. Like earlier we would browse the internet, but now people are increasingly living on the internet. Like a lot of our life actually exists there. And if you want to build a proactive, personalized AI, it needs to live together with you. And that's why we need to rethink the browser entirely.
I want to talk a little bit about growth. You all have tripled your valuation, I believe, twice in the past couple of years. Let's talk about where you're at in terms of how many people are using Perplexity. Can you give us the latest on how many people are actually searching on Perplexity, using it every day?
Yeah, I believe in May we did about like 780 million queries.
Sorry, what? Per month, is that?
Yeah, per month. Mm-hmm. And I think that's growing like at more than 20% month over month. So give it a year, we'll be doing we'll be doing like billion queries a week if we can sustain this growth rate. And that's pretty impressive because we were like first day in like 2022 we did 3,000 queries just one single day. So from there to like doing 30 million a day now, it's been phenomenal growth. And we still think that same trajectory is possible even now, especially with all the kind of distribution partnerships we're like trying to seek, and like all the browser that we're working on. And like if people are in the browser, it's infinite retention. So everything on the search box, everything on the new tab page, everything you're doing on the sidecar, any web page you're in, these are all going to be extra queries per active user, as well as seeking new users who just are tired of like legacy browsers like Chrome. I think that's going to be the way to grow this over the coming year.
Yes, and I want to talk about those partnerships in a second. But before we do, just on the fundraising route, as I mentioned, you tripled your valuation last year, tripled it again a few months later. We've reported that you're now in talks to raise another $500 million at a $14 billion valuation. Taking a step back, is it challenging to raise these mega rounds that get bigger and bigger? It is expensive to run an AI company going against the big guys. What is it like fundraising in this market as a startup?
Fundraising is super interesting to you, but it's actually I would prefer not to like do it at all. Like, you know, I think it's look. I think we're attracting the funding because the product is really good. I think our vision for the future is always like unique and like original, and we're not like chasing others. We're actually like setting the roadmap for other people, including like taking our font and like UI and everything, sure. But literally like you said search, but it's not just that. Even the agentic the tool calls, how iteratively we call the tools, our research agents, like the recent feature we put out as labs, these are all setting the next steps for how people will use these tools. And I think the browser will be very unique in its own way too. So investors are excited about the possibility of completely changing the front end in which we experience the whole web. And the web is so valuable. And the other thing that's most important to consider about Perplexity is we're the only company razor focused on all the accuracy aspects of AI. We really want us to be the accuracy layer for AI. And that's going to influence both human and AI decision making. And every day, trillions of dollars worth of decisions are made across retail, finance markets, exchanges, everything. And if we can influence a big chunk of that, then that'll automatically means we can be worth trillions of dollars in market cap one day.
You mentioned the major partnership distribution deals that you're doing with hardware makers. Perplexity is going to be pre-installed on Motorola phones. We've also reported that you are nearing a deal to get Perplexity pre-installed on Samsung phones, potentially replacing Google's Gemini assistant. Can you tell us a little bit more about these hardware partnerships and why they're important to your strategy?
Yeah, so towards the end of last year, we started thinking about how can we go beyond just an app on the phone to being a native assistant. The Google Assistant is a terrible experience. And so, but I think even they know it. That's why they're deprecating it themselves and trying to replace it with Gemini. So there's literally no assistant that you can have invoked with the action button or some gesture at the bottom of your screen, and just quickly talk to it in voice and ask questions and ask it to do stuff for you, like simply playing media or setting alarms, reminders, sending your emails, setting smarter reminders. These things never even worked. And so we started to think about Perplexity more as an AI that's just helpful and right there for you all the time. I use the word cognitive operating system. You can fundamentally rethink the OS on all your devices if you think AI first. And so we started building the Android assistant. We put it out in January this year. It was super exciting. And a lot of OEMs saw that, and they were like, damn, this is the coolest thing we've seen. And we just can completely make Android really much better. And so they started talking to us. So that's how the Motorola partnership came out. And that's how every other partnership that we're in talks with are merging.
And can you confirm that Samsung is also going to be a partner?
Well, we're talking to a lot of people. So that's all I can say.
Is it difficult negotiating with phone makers who may not want to compromise their relationship with Google?
I thought so, and definitely Google has given us an extremely hard time. Every time we're very close to signing a deal, there's always some calls from Mountain View that are being made. I don't know it's from where, but so they definitely don't want us to succeed. So, but we're not gonna I mean, if I thought it's hard to succeed, we wouldn't be doing this company. So, I think it's good for the world that finally someone is trying to actually fight and compete against this distribution lock-ins that they have, and the DOJ case is going on, and I hope something good comes out of it. We've made our statements that how Android as an OS needs to be a lot more open, and Perplexity needs to be, not just Perplexity, by the way. I'm happy for ChatGPT or Claude or Microsoft Copilot. Every contender in the space should be an option for the default AI, and Google cannot pay their way in to be the default, especially when they don't even have the best assistant.
And that's one thing that's interesting about Perplexity is you offer many different AI models on your platform. I want to also talk about you mentioned how important it is to be accurate, and right now it is a tough market economically to produce accurate information. I know that firsthand as a journalist, right? You've had some issues with media companies in the past who have accused Perplexity of cribbing content. You've since struck revenue share deals with other major outlets like the LA Times. What do you think?
By the way, we're very interested in doing it with Bloomberg too. So
that's not my department. But what do you think is a sustainable business model here for accurate, truthful information to be produced at the same time that AI chatbots are bringing more of this information into their tools and not to publisher sites?
Yeah, so fundamentally, like sources and citations has been the forefront of our product. I think we've used LLMs as engines that are doing the reasoning and synthesis and summarization, but the actual authentic sources of content are always mentioned as citations in our UI. And I'm happy others are adopting that too. And we hope to drive traffic through those citations. We're never, like, by the way, I'm never gonna like lie and say stuff like, oh, that we're still sending a lot of traffic and all this stuff that the bigger companies are trying to say. All that's like definitely wrong. We've been very transparent that yes, there will be less traffic referrals from these UIs, and we're being open about it. On the other hand, what we're saying is like, okay, like imagine we make some revenue per query through some experimental work that we're doing on advertising, or even like say we upsell somebody, or like someone converts to becoming a pro user through a query that cited like a very valuable piece of content. We could potentially like just share the revenue with them. That was the model we came up with. Again, this is grounded in Jeff Bezos' thought of like your margins, my opportunity. Who has the least incentive to share any revenue with the publishers? It's Google. Like they drive traffic to others, but they take all the ad revenue, right? We don't have to have the margins they have, so we are happy sharing revenue with the publishers. So that was the origins of our publisher program. And we're happy that it's slowly expanding. It's not growing at a crazy pace because everybody wants to like, everybody's skeptical like how much revenue can be generated in these AI platforms at a query level. No one's really managed that. People are still doing the subscription-based monetization. But in future, you could imagine research agents, like these deep research agents can plug into like different data providers, and then the user can even like pay for accessing some things, just like they pay for these paywalls. And then the agent can like see through the paywalls because the user actually paid for it, and that revenue can be shared between the publisher and the AI. There's a lot of ways to do this, but the number one thing to understand here is like the intention to share revenue and the intention to be open about like, okay, there's definitely not going to be the old school style of like just traffic referrals from these new UIs. It's just how these tools work. And it's important to like also remember like the more you get cited in an AI tool, the branding for the source also like increases. Like I would argue that maybe years from now, it's probably better to be an authoritative source consistently in an AI product than ranking number 3 on the 10 Blue Link UI.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Arvind.
Thank you.
Thank you all for listening to the conversation. Another round of applause for Arvind Srinivas, please. We hope you all have enjoyed this morning here at Bloomberg Tech. It's lunchtime, but there's lots more ahead, so please stay with me for a moment. The general lunch is going to take place on the terrace, so to get there, please exit the doors and take the elevator up to the 4th floor. Our staff will be around to guide you as well. If you're registered for the roundtable, How AI is Changing Work, proudly sponsored by PwC, please take the elevators to the 3rd floor, to the Muse boardroom. We also have a special lunch session called When Chatbots Enter the Meeting, hosted by our management and work reporter and Otter AI's Sam Liang. If you're registered for that, please head to our Insight Enclave space on the 4th floor. And for members of our Innovators Circle, you will enjoy lunch and head to the 4th floor for your exclusive discussions. Please look for directional signs to the Innovator Hub, and a reminder, this session is invite only. Lastly, don't forget to try LM Arena's hugely popular platform for evaluating AI models. This is now on the terrace for the rest of the day. We have our own event leaderboard, so please vote over lunch, and we'll bring you the results at the end of the day. Thank you.
evolution or extinction?
Look, people have been asking this question now for a couple of years. You've had these chatbots scale up to hundreds of millions of users. So I think it's such a profound technology. I feel the opportunity ahead is bigger than the opportunity we had in the past.
That was nice. Yeah.
Oh, hi John. What did you do this morning?
I woke up.
Oh, that's great.
Candidly, I'm using chatbots more and I'm using Google less. Maybe you are too. What is this?
That was nice. Yeah.
Candidly, I'm using chatbots more and I'm using Google less.
That was nice. Yeah.
Oh, hi John. What did you do this morning?
I woke up.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. Great. Let's go. Oh, this is us.
You wake up, good morning, is a brand new day. Blue skies above, it's a perfect day.
Please take your seats. Our program will begin in 10 minutes. Please take your seats. Our program will begin in 5 minutes. Please take your seats. Our program will begin in 5 minutes.
I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go.
Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin.
Till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll
Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin.
Through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
For the first time in human history, we'll meet another intelligent species. Except they're not going to be coming from outer space. We're going to build them.
Thank you for being here, Amika.
Hey, Emily. If we create a society where we aren't needed anymore, if we innovate ourselves out of purpose, what would you be doing, right?
This is Emo, our 5th generation face robot.
That is astounding. Is this Hollywood idea of killer robots actually not that far-fetched?
Oh, it's not far-fetched at all. It's coming very soon.
Do you think robots should be trusted to make decisions about human life?
Well, that's a loaded question.
Technology proceeds at the same time as an opportunity and as a danger. You cannot separate the two.
Hi, Toma.
Hey there, Emily. What's on your mind today?
You have machines that say, I love you. I care about you. I'm your friend.
Who do you think you are? I'm Karen Marjorie. No, you're not. I'm Karen Marjorie.
And it may sound like science fiction. This is not science fiction.
The real risk is that AI will kill us with love. It will be there in such a wonderful, loving way that we will give up on our other humans who are not there all the time.
Welcome to Post-Human.
Please welcome to the stage Peggy Johnson, CEO of Agility Robotics, for a conversation with Bloomberg Businessweek's Brad Stone.
Hi, Peggy.
Hey, Brad. How are you?
We are going to have fun.
We are.
We're going to talk for about 10 minutes, and then we're going to go meet your You brought a robot.
I brought a robot. That's Digit over there.
Yep, and it's comforting to me to know that there's one of your employees is sitting in the back with a red button. So, presumably,
nothing to be afraid of.
A safety precaution.
Just being safe.
Well, Peggy, I mean, humanoid robots might be the only thing hotter than generative AI right now. Just predictions of like $1 trillion industry by 2050. How confident are you that this is the moment? I feel like there have been a lot of starts and stops in robotics. How close are we to seeing these deployed even beyond the scale that they already are, and in particular, humanoid robots?
Right. So it's happening. We have actually had Digit working in a commercial environment for a year. Actually, it was a year ago today. But what's happened, it's been a convergence of a lot of things. There's been better batteries. We're getting ready to put a 10-to-1 ratio, work-to-charge ratio in Digit. So you can charge it for 10 minutes, it can operate for 100 minutes, it can work all day long that way. Obviously, AI. I mean, AI changed the game for us because instead of having an engineer program what Digit would do, AI can now help teach it skills. It's much faster to learn new skills and at a much lower cost. And then just the actuators themselves, which are the motors that move all the limbs, there's been a lot of good innovation in that area. So all of that's come together now to make this a reality.
Peggy, Digit has legs, has arms, has eyes on a head. I mean, these are things that evolution has given us probably to like run away from bears, right? So why is a humanoid form an optimum form for a warehouse, for a robot in a warehouse or on an assembly line?
Right, so we think of it as being human-centric. We are not trying to rebuild a human. We're not doing biomimicry, for instance, and just making a human form, because it doesn't always mean that's the right form for environments like this. But our world is built for humans. So there's narrow aisles, shelving goes up about as high as humans can reach overhead, and that's what makes a human-centric device really the right device for environments like this. So The two legs are great for stability. It can go up and down stairs, uneven surfaces. There's also wheeled robots, and there's use cases for those. But for places that humans go that have those perturbations in the walkways, humanoids are the right answer.
And is there conviction at agility that humanoid is the form, or will you do wheeled robots? Do you have different attachments for the arms? How flexible are you in solving problems for your customers?
Yeah, so we are pretty flexible. For instance, the hands or the grippers, we're already swapping those out and putting the right tool in Digit's hands for the right task. So sometimes it's a paddle grip that's rubberized on the end. Other times it's sort of 2 fingers and 2 thumbs. We can put a 5-finger hand on. Turns out you don't use 5 fingers that often. If you look at humans, it's actually a weird evolutionary thing that I think came from fish or something, why we have 5 fingers. But you rarely need 5 fingers. You need dexterity and fine usability, but not so much 5 fingers. But if there is a job that calls for that, we can put a 5-finger hand.
Is there anything that you've designed into Digit purely for the comfort factor to be a relatable associate to human workers in a warehouse?
Yeah, actually, one of our founders, Jonathan Hurst, he thinks about that a lot. For instance, the color, it's blue, actually teal. My brand people would say it's teal. It's a very calm color. It's not the robot of our nightmares or, sci-fi movies that you've seen. It turns out you don't need a head, but we put a head on because that is also a comfort factor for people. You can see when the robot is turning and looking, but those cameras could just be on the body, but the head gives it a bit of a humanity connection. And turns out that goes a long way when you're introducing these into these environments for the very first time.
So Agility was founded in 2015. Then this is before the invention of transformer architecture, the release of ChatGPT, which you mentioned. So talk a little bit about how these developments in AI have supercharged the opportunity for the company.
Right, so because the company's been around for quite a while, it spun out of Oregon State University, and essentially they had developed already a dynamically stable robot. So it's always energized, it's always stabilizing itself. So that's using traditional control methods because that's all they had. But because we have the ability to operate a robot based on those methods, we can now interleave AI in where we need it. So for instance, we use it quite a bit in reinforcement learning for teaching Digit new skills. Picking something up, setting it down. We could use a lot of reinforcement learning. We actually used that for about 3 years.
What models?
I'm not sure on reinforcement learning. What we're using today is Gemini. Is the foundation model we're using today. We actually are AI agnostic. We're not sure which foundation model will actually take the lead, and so we've built the robot to, we can swap out AI models underneath. The other way that we use AI is what we'll be showing off today. We use large language models for Digit's semantic intelligence. So initially, how it's actually used in the field is to author workflows. So we step into a facility and the task is pick something up off of an autonomous mobile robot and set it down on this conveyor belt. And we can use the large language models to help us train Digit on those workflows. And that has definitely shortened the time of getting up and running. When we come to a new facility, we can be up and running in about a day and a half.
You mentioned that Digit has been deployed commercially for about a year. So tell us about that. What is the robot we see on stage doing right now?
The deployed one is at, we have a number of them at GXO, which is a third-party logistics provider. So these are companies that are moving product through. You order something, the order gets fulfilled in this center and then sent out for shipping. It happens to be moving Spanx, which are women's undergarments. That's what it's very good at moving right now. And essentially, as the robots, the orders come in, they roll up on an AMR, autonomous mobile robot. Digit unloads it and puts it on a conveyor belt. And you might say, well, why don't you just have some machinery in between? The problem is a lot of this automation is from different companies, and it really wasn't built so much to connect. So while there's islands of automation in these big warehouse facilities, there's still a human in parts of it who picks a box up from here and puts it there. And they're terribly repetitive jobs. It's usually part of someone's job and not their full day-long task. But no one wants those jobs. There's about 1 million of them that are unfilled right now in the US alone.
And many of those millions are at Amazon, which is a partner of yours. There was a recent report that Amazon is developing right here in San Francisco a kind of robot park to test, I guess, different kinds of delivery robots to see what the potential is for robots to come into their fleet. Is agility a part of that? And what do you see as the practicality of that opportunity?
We're not a part of that. However, it's definitely a problem that needs to be solved, because you can imagine, the delivery truck rolls up. How great would it be if the robot jumped out, took the package, set it on your porch, took a picture, and got back in? It would save them a lot of time. So I completely understand why they're looking at it. I think it's a long road. There's a lot of obstacles. There's a lot of inconsistencies. These sorts of environments, factory environments, are very disciplined. There's a lot more consistency. And so we can get out there and get deployed and start collecting data. That data then feeds into the foundation models that can help us train. So it's going to be a long road, but it'll be great when
the family dog is already bothered when a human comes up to the door to deliver a package.
My dog hates the
Can you imagine when a robot clomps up there?
Exactly, yeah. So there's things that, a bike's in the way, or a skateboard, or child.
So are they too early in experimenting with delivery robots?
I think you're never too early for, working on innovation. But the thing that is of utmost importance in all of this, people say, oh, AI was the big unlock. Actually, the biggest bar is safety. You have to operate these safely. If you don't, you won't be allowed in the customer's facilities. You're definitely not going to be allowed in homes if the robots come in and act out of control. So that is really the biggest bar. And we've been working on that at Agility. Right now, all of the robots have to be within work cells. So they're about waist high. Humans aren't in there. Robots aren't outside. But this year, we are going to be demoing what's known as cooperatively safe robots. And that means Digit can come outside of the work cell, be in close proximity to humans. You can give it a command like, go pick something up off the shipping dock on the other side of the facility, and it can walk along the aisles that humans are walking along. It has to do it safely in order to be able to come outside that work cell. So all of those things have to be solved before the delivery man's going to drop off your package.
One more question before we interrogate Digit. Okay. We published a story recently about the explosion of robotic companies and innovation in China. I think we said there are something like 50 or 60 robotic startups in China. Robots are doing everything from running half marathons to doing jiu-jitsu competitions. As you kind of survey the state of innovation in the US, are we behind, and should we be concerned about that?
I think as far as the state of innovation, no. Most of those robots aren't built for work, for the things that, which is the entry point for these robots today. They can do some interesting things. A lot of times it's backflips or making coffee or something, but not really useful work. These robots can pick up to 50 pounds on our next generation. So they're great for the education of robotics, getting people interested. But as far as humanoids, they've got to check that safety box before they can come into any of the facilities here. And that's a big bar that we haven't seen much of out of the Chinese robots.
All right, will you show us what Digit can do?
Yes,
All right.
So we're gonna...
Man with the red button, please be on alert.
Yeah. All right, come on over. You can get a little closer.
Okay.
All right, so a couple things before we start. I am going to give Digit a command here so that you can see it's not pre-canned or anything. Typically, in a warehouse environment, it would be talking to the warehouse management system. That's how the commands would come in. But so you can see the command that I'm giving it, and on the screen back here, you'll see what I say, and then Digit's thought process, how it works through the command and then executes.
And is it
on that.
communicating with the cloud?
It is. So you're going to see some lag. That's not Agility's issue. There's some link lags, and also just the state of AI models right now to do real-time feedback. You'll see a little of that. Also, for safety purposes, we've slowed Digit down greatly. So you'll see a slower version of it in the facilities where we're deployed. When they're inside of a work cell, we can speed it back up. But for day, that's what we're going to do. So what we have here is something I think everybody can relate to: sorting laundry. My husband has still not learned this at all, but I'm going to ask Digit to pick up some of there's a bunch of T-shirts here, different colors, and put it in the basket. And I'm going to send it in via this. So I'm going to actually state it here. Put the blue shirt into the laundry hamper. So it's taken it in. You can see my input there. Digit will now pick up the blue shirt of all the shirts, put it into the laundry.
And how much faster would it be moving if you hadn't put these restrictions on it?
It would be quite a bit faster, but still within safety considerations. Digit's 5'9" when it's standing up all the way. We'll see that at the end. And 160 pounds. And our next one will be a little bit heavier. Digit's going to gain a little weight because we're going to put some more battery in there. And that's why we just want to stay safe here. So next, I'll say just to change.
I think it missed. Well, you said put the blue shirt,
the blue
singular.
Shirt,
so
yeah.
okay.
Okay. I'll say you got me there. I'll do another one. Hold on. Put both white shirts into the basket. So he's thinking, I said both, it said two, and move them into the basket. Last time I said laundry hamper. So he's thinking here. I think those are Bloomberg. Bloomberg
These are
Tech shirts.
Bloomberg
I just
Tech
noticed
shirts.
that.
Yes, they can take one home as a souvenir.
Yeah, for sure.
And while it's hopefully retrieving the second one, tell us what
He's thinking, Brad.
From a safety perspective, and I'm not asking this out of self-interest, but what are the things that triggers the safety mechanisms?
Okay, so for instance, we fumbled that a little bit.
This is how I fold laundry.
It's how my husband folds, for sure. He actually never folds the laundry. He just puts them in the drawer. Okay, we're going to try another one here.
Okay.
Pick up a black shirt and put it into the laundry hamper. I was singular with that one. From here, I wasn't sure if that was dark gray, and there was a black one. So. Fancy.
Yeah. All right.
Fancy, yeah. So this is not the sort of thing we're doing today in factories.
Yeah.
This is some of our innovation work that we're working on and putting in different AI models. And basically teaching every day new and more skills, and AI is just supercharged.
And how much mobility are your customers taking advantage of? Are these on the floor of an Amazon warehouse? Are these
they are on
Digits roving around? Like their first generation of robots?
Inside the work cells. Yeah, we stay inside the work cell. And they're doing different things at different places. We have a company, Schaeffler, which is a components manufacturer. They're based in Germany, and we've been working at one of their facilities on the East Coast. and they have to wash machine parts. They're very greasy, and they get thrown into a metal bin, and Digit takes them and loads those into the washer and does that for them. So it's all in the same area of material handling, but it is a multi-purpose robot. It can do variations on all those things, but then as we proceed, we'll add more and more skills, and obviously AI is helping us do that.
Do you want to show us one more?
We could do one more. I see a gray shirt there. Okay. Pick up the gray shirt and put it into the basket.
So as it processes that, I mean, we've seen some truly stratospheric investment rounds and valuations for humanoid robot companies. You know, how much of that is based on the future promise of humanoid robots in warehouses, and how much of it is, you know, purely based on the progress, the kinds of progress we're seeing here today, and the implementations that companies, manufacturers are making use of?
Yeah, I think the vision is all correct. There will be, I think Elon talks about, you know, hundreds of thousands of robots.
I wanted to ask you about that.
Yeah.
Do we believe, Elon says
do.
Optimus is leading the field.
Yeah.
Do you, how many grains of salt do you take that with?
Well, actually, as long as that safety bar can be met, that's not insurmountable. But we don't see much focus on safety in the humanoid industry right now. We're actually working with the US government to help write the humanoid regulatory requirements. We feel very strongly about safety, and that is the bar that has to be met. But when that's met, I mean, the sky's the limit.
Well, do you worry that some of your competitors, like Elon, might be overpromising and compromising on safety?
I think whatever he does in his factory is fine. I have to go to these other factories that all have pretty high safety bars. Actually, Amazon's is probably the highest, as you might imagine. And to meet their bar, we feel pretty good about that, because that allows us to get into all these other facilities, and that's all I'm focused on right now.
And then last question, do you feel like robots like Digit will play a role in returning industry and manufacturing back to the United States?
I do. I think it'll look different. So industry and manufacturing, as it starts to reshore. By the way, right now, manufacturing jobs are also part of this very severe labor gap. People don't usually wake up and say, I want to go into a manufacturing job. They can't find people to do these jobs. It's going to have to rely on more automation and to humanoids to a certain degree, if that is to happen. So absolutely, it will be part of that wave.
Well, Peggy, thank you for bringing Digit, and thank you for talking with us.
Thank you, Brad. Thanks for having me.
World that we know are what if? And today, thousands of organizations are saying, what if? With the power to act on those words like never before. What if you could empower every employee with a limitless digital workforce? One that listens, learns, and acts all day, every day. Well, this isn't some far-fetched science fiction fantasy anymore. No, it's happening right now with AI from Salesforce. It's called Agentforce. Agentforce turns your vision into reality. Think about it, a future where every student, client, citizen, and customer experiences the best service possible. And your people? Well, now they're free to focus on the work that matters most. All you have to do is bring your dream. Imagine that. What if?
Please welcome to the stage Michael Kratsios, Assistant to the President and Director of the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Shireen Ghaffari.
Michael, thank you for being here today. I'm very excited to do this interview. You have had quite the career. So you are now director of OSTP. For those who don't know, that's the Office of Science, Technology, and Policy in the Trump administration. You cover a wide range of technology, AI, quantum, nuclear energy, semiconductors, drones. So just a little bit of responsibility. But we're going to focus on AI, selfishly because I'm an AI reporter, and because that is just the hot topic right now. You've actually been thinking about AI policy since the pre-ChatGPT days, when you were in the first President Trump administration, also working at the OSTP as CTO. You also have a background in the private sector, working for Peter Thiel. You were most recently leading policy at AI startup Scale AI before returning to government. So I'm curious, what have you learned from your Silicon Valley days, and why are you excited to go back into government now?
Yeah, so I started sort of my career in Silicon Valley in 2010, and I was with Peter and that team for 7 years until joining the first Trump administration. And there was a sort of interesting changing sort of face and nature of venture investing over those 7 years. Those were the times when we were investing in SpaceX, Spotify, Airbnb, Stripe. And as more and more of our companies came across our desks, what we would always be seeing was that the amount of time and energy that we were spending in thinking about the regulatory risk associated with those particular investments, or how government or policy more broadly would affect those, became a bigger and part of our investment thesis. And to me, I'd always been passionate about policy. And to me, I deeply believe that policy actually plays a very important role in how quickly the United States can continue to lead and accelerate and win in these core technologies. Whether it's drones doing commercial delivery, whether it's supersonics flying again, whether it's nuclear power plants being approved by the NRC, these are all sort of regulatory decisions that have to be made by government. And you can have the greatest technology in the world that you've invented in your garage or even attempted to scale, but for many cases, unless the government gives you approval, you can't actually commercialize those. And as a country, we definitely have to keep winning in these technologies, and the government has an important role to play in making sure we can unlock this for the American people.
Any lessons that you learned from Silicon Valley that you're trying to bring to government?
Well, to me, I think in Silicon Valley, I guess when I was kind of in those years looking at a wide variety of technologies, I think we were always trying to look over the horizon and figure out what's next, what's the next big thing that we have to be thinking about and getting ahead of. And that's a lesson you definitely have to take into government. I mean, government is certainly not known for moving quickly or being particularly agile, but especially when it comes to creating a regulatory environment which supports and encourages innovation in America, the people working on it have to be looking around the corner. They have to understand that a new technology is happening, and the way that a current regulation is written or the way that a statute is currently drafted, there's going to be a problem that's coming around the bend, and it's really important that you kind of get in front of those and make sure that it's not a problem. I'll give you one sort of minor example we think about a lot is supersonic flight. With supersonic flight, the current rule on the book is a speed limit. It is illegal to fly over Mach 1 over the continental United States. Now, there have been companies out there that have demonstrated what they believe that they can fly over Mach 1 without creating a sonic boom. Now, if that's actually true, and that it doesn't create a noise issue by flying over Mach 1, that rule is totally antiquated. So at some point, someone will be able to create a commercial supersonic airplane that doesn't create a sonic boom, and the regs just aren't there to allow it. So that's just a minor example, but it kind of extends along a wide variety of technologies.
So there are many prominent tech community leaders who have gone on to advise in this White House administration. Mm-hmm. David Sachs, and of course, Elon Musk probably being the most prominent. Right now, just today, we're seeing a fallout sort of happen between Musk and the president. Mm-hmm. What do you make of that?
Well, I can't speak to that particular instance, but I will say, generally, what the president has been able to do is assemble an unbelievable coalition of Americans that are committed to ushering in a golden age of American innovation. We're at a point in American history where we have the choice as Americans and as a government to bring these new technologies to bear for the benefit of the American people. And what's so unique about this particular election versus ones many years ago is that folks who may not necessarily have been considered to be on the same team a few years ago are all now united behind the president to drive this innovation for the country. And that's why I go to work every day, and that's why great patriots like David Sachs work alongside me to get that done, and we're excited for the team we built.
All right, let's move on to some other news of the day. There is a controversial provision in the current congressional funding bill to ban states from regulating AI for 10 years. We're seeing some bipartisan opposition to that particular provision. Recently, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene and Senator Ed Markey have called for its removal, along with a big group of state lawmakers. What do you think? Do you think that the federal governments or the state governments should regulate AI?
So generally, this has been a problem with tech regulation for many years. I think probably the most famous sort of fight in this sort of preemption debate, if you will, was around privacy regulations. And for many years, there was lots and lots of attempts at the federal level to create comprehensive privacy legislation for the entire country. And there was unable ever to get the 60 votes in the Senate. And what ultimately happened is California kind of ushered in privacy legislation that very much mirrored what was happening in Europe. And then other states tried to do it. And what you generally tend to see is that there are significant downsides to a patchwork of individual state regulations. It creates it makes it very challenging often for the smaller upstart players to be able to successfully commercialize across the United States because they have to comply with 50 different sets of rules. So I think generally, I'm a supporter in instances where federal preemption does make sense, so you can create an environment where all players, big and small, can succeed. I don't think the very large tech players have any problem hiring enough lawyers to make it all work at all the states. But I think for smaller players, preemption can make a really, really big difference in spurring innovation. So we'll see how that's playing out. From what I understand, the Senate is now working through an alternative version to what the House proposed in the bill that was passed last week. So we'll see what they come up with, and hopefully there can be a compromise between the two chambers.
So I want to talk about the change and sort of the tone of policy on AI from this current administration compared to the past. In recent months, it feels like we've moved from conversations about AI safety and the role of government to protect that more toward AI opportunity in what I believe you've called the golden age of American innovation. So why do you think we're seeing this shift away from safety? And what do you say to those who remain concerned about the downsides of AI, everything from bias in AI systems to potentially catastrophic risks to humanity?
Yeah, it's been, for those of you who sort of track this intersection of sort of AI technological progress and then the policy piece of it, the arc kind of began in the first Trump administration. President Trump was the first president in history to ever sign an executive order on artificial intelligence. That was in 2019, where this was well before ChatGPT came out, where the president said this is one of the most important technologies for the future of our country and for the American worker, and we have to put a strategy in place to drive that forward. And he prioritized research and development, did a bunch of work on workforce development, and was able to sort of promulgate the first ever regulatory guidance on AI in 2020. What we saw over time was sort of this optimism about how powerful this technology could be to sort of help the American people, empower American workers, drive economic growth, was sort of, as we moved into the post-ChatGPT era, a lot of leaders who were in that LLM space, ran to the Hill, and many of you may remember this, sort of all the tone of many of the early Senate and House hearings were very much about sort of the risks associated with AI. There was this general sort of infatuation with trying to identify what's the worst possible thing that could go wrong. And they went as far as even claiming maybe we should have a whole new sort of agency or regulatory commission to oversee artificial intelligence. But over time, I think what the bipartisan consensus started to come into place, that sort of, in reality, artificial intelligence is a ubiquitous technology that's going to be touching all sorts of different applications, whether you're flying drones, whether you're driving autonomous cars, whether you're developing AI-powered medical diagnostics. This is a technology that's going to be part of that new technological breakthrough that you're making. So in a sense, from a regulatory front, the best way to actually approach this is to maintain kind of a industry or sector-specific, use case-specific approach to regulation. So the same regulators that are regulating vehicle safety should be regulating autonomous vehicles. The same people at FDA who are approving medical diagnostics should be approving AI-powered medical diagnostics. And you just sort of increase the bubble of that particular regulatory agency. And I think on top of it, I think you had an administration in the prior administration that was sort of infatuated with discussing sort of the fears or the problems that may come about of AI. And I think what this led to was a really negative tone around what this technology could provide, and ultimately set kind of a groundwork that if it had continued, I think would have put the U.S. in a real disadvantage to our global competitors. What we're trying to do in this administration is we understand that there will be changes that artificial intelligence will bring to the country. We understand that there's certain things that we need to be monitor and track. But at the end of the day, we're in a global race, and we need to be able to lead in that race. And as the president says, maintain unquestioned and unchallenged global technological dominance. And with that, that is how we can impart all the benefits of American people and ensure that globally, because I know we may get to this, is we want the world to be running on the American AI stack. And Vice President Vance was in Paris in the first couple weeks of the administration. He talked about the importance of this gold standard AI. We have the best AI in the world here in the U.S., and we need to make sure that we continue to lead on it.
So your mandate is to make sure that the U.S. stays ahead on AI. With the launch of DeepSeek, this winter, that was a wake-up call for everyone about just how close Chinese AI is to that here in the U.S. What are you doing to maintain that lead, and how are you doing that as you're also dealing with restrictions on student visas, on immigration that do impact the talent pipeline here in Silicon Valley?
Yeah, I think in reality it was a wake-up call that the policies of the last 4 years ultimately didn't make a difference in ensuring that the U.S. maintains its leadership position. For many years, we heard that the specific export control regime that was put in place by the prior administration that was extraordinarily bespoke and detailed, these 1,000-page rules that were being put out by the Commerce Department restricting very specific rules because very specific chips and tools, that was the way that we were going to slow down what the PRC was trying to do. In reality, that didn't happen. What we saw just a few weeks after we were inaugurated was DeepSeek coming into place. And I think what that shows is the imperative of both a promote and protect strategy. If you are singularly focused on trying to do the protect piece, which is trying to identify the tooling and the chips that you want to restrict from China, that alone is not enough. Should we continue to explore that and make sure that we're not giving someone who has declared to the world they want to surpass us the tools they need? Absolutely. But at the same time, you have to accelerate and push forward U.S. innovation and dominance. And what that means is continue to invest in research and development around artificial intelligence. Think about how you can remove regulatory barriers to AI innovation. Do not create a culture where AI innovators believe that they're going to be regulated out of existence. And I think third, and most importantly, it's a big focus of our agenda, is the adoption question. How can we, as a government, encourage adoption across the country writ large? Because even if we have the very, very best model in the world that's leading on every benchmark you can imagine, if the government isn't using it, if the DoD isn't using it, if the intelligence community isn't using it, if American consumers aren't using it, if American industry isn't using it, why does it even matter that we have the best model? So adoption is so key to driving that leadership position.
And how should companies manage when that talent pipeline is being potentially impacted by immigration restrictions, as well as some of the research grants are being cut to NSF and others? What do you say to concerns that could weaken our AI industry?
Yeah, I think what's really exciting about the president's budget he proposed a few weeks ago was that while we're trying to right-size the budget to make sure that we're investing in the most important areas for the United States, one area that we have protected and there have been no downside changes to are around our AI and our quantum budgets. We believe that these are sort of core technological areas that we need to lead on, and we're going to continue to do that. I think for companies, what I always challenge everyone to say is they are extraordinarily brilliant and bright Americans, and I urge every company out there to go out and seek those and find them because they're excited to work, excited to be part of the technological revolution and help America lead.
So your office put out a request for comments on an AI plan that you're going to put out next month.
Yes.
You received 10,000 comments, and that's both from major companies like OpenAI as well as everyday people who have thoughts about what our government should be doing on AI policy. Can you tell us what some of your key takeaways were and give us a sneak peek of what you want to focus on in this action plan coming up?
Yeah, this is very exciting. On January 23rd, a couple days after inauguration, the president signed an executive order asking me, David Sachs, and the National Security Advisor, Secretary Rubio, to deliver to him an AI national strategy, if you will, an AI action plan within 180 days. For those who are counting, that is July 23rd. So we're getting closer to that big date. The first thing we did, as you said, go out and did an RFI and got people to give us comments on what should be included in this. And I think we were kind of blown away by the number of responses we got, as you said, over 10,000. And also and it was not only AI companies, American citizens, we had people from Hollywood and actors, all sorts of people you could imagine are sort of weighing in on this. Again, the general trends that we are seeing is that in order to drive U.S. leadership in this domain, you have to do a balanced promote and protect strategy. You have to continue to focus on research and development. You have to continue to create a regulatory environment that encourages innovation, not discourages it. You have to promote adoption. You have to promote workforce development that allows Americans from all shapes and sizes, all types of industries to utilize this technology. Sometimes when people think about AI, or maybe 10, 15 years ago, the talk was all about coding, and sort of CS was just for a small subset of people that were studying computer science. The reality is, no matter what you're doing, you could be a historian, you could be an electrician, you could be a lawyer, you will be using artificial intelligence in your job. So this adoption question is so key, and I know I keep repeating it, but it's critical because it's going to span across so many different industries. And then on the protect side, we have to be really smart and understand what are the tools that we have developed as Americans that we need to protect, and be careful that our adversaries don't try to take advantage of them or steal them from us.
What keeps you up at night the most about AI, and what are you most excited about?
I'm going to sound like a broken record. What keeps me up at night is that we are not adopting fast enough. Everyone in this room, I'm sure, is using AI all the time. You're encouraging the use of that technology in a particular company. But this country is huge. We have 350 million Americans that do all sorts of things across all sorts of industries. And we have to encourage them to continue to use this technology, because this is what's going to empower them to do their jobs better, safer, faster, more efficiently. And I think it could spur tremendous economic growth for all of us. So to me, I think what keeps me up at night is that we're not moving fast enough on the adoption, and we're just too fixated on kind of the leaderboard of some of these LLMs. I think you had a second part to that question.
What are you most excited about? Do you personally use AI tools?
I do.
What do you use them for, and which ones?
I use we have lots of great American models, as I can say. We lead the world in our LLMs, so I try to use as many of them as I possibly can. But I think from everything, from cooking at home to helping work on policy and do research, I think these are really, really tremendous tools. To me, what I'm most optimistic and excited about, and have been recently, is AI and education. The president signed an executive order about a month ago, putting together a package of ways that we can support AI education across K through 12. And to me, AI is going to transform the way that Americans learn. And again, because this is a tool that you'll use, whether you're a graphic designer or a lawyer or a doctor, being able to understand how to wield these tools in your K through 12 education to then go out into the workforce and be able to leverage them is so key. So we're going to be launching a big AI presidential challenge that's going to culminate an event in the White House next spring. We'll bring a lot of these students to the White House to really showcase all the great things you can do with AI. So I'm excited for AI and education.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Paul Schroeder, QQQ Equity Product Strategist at Invesco, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Mike Olson.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Mike Olson. I'm an editor with Bloomberg Media Studios. I'm very pleased to be joined by Paul Schroeder for our conversation. Paul is the QQQ Equity Product Strategist for Invesco. Our sponsor spotlights the innovation engine, and I know that the Q is very much ladder up into that. So I'd love to start at the beginning, maybe not March of 1999 beginning, but love a little bit of a refresher on what the Qs are. I think a lot of our audience probably owns them and has exposure to them, but just tell us about QQQ.
Sure. So QQQ is an exchange-traded fund, and it is based on the NASDAQ 100 index. So what that means, it invests in the 100 companies that comprise the NASDAQ 100 index, which is the 100 largest ex-financials. through the years, what we've seen QQQ really provide investors is exposure to high growth companies. Today it's most notably has exposure to Mag 7 companies, but if we go back a few years, there was high exposure to FanMag. Before that, it was FANG. So through the years, we've seen these highly disruptive and innovative companies make their way into QQQ. And really, what we've seen from these companies is that they've done a fantastic job of really transforming and innovating within the sectors that they're in.
What makes the NASDAQ 100, and by extension, the Qs, a great way to get exposure to the tech sector for investors?
Sure. So the NASDAQ 100 index just celebrated its 40th anniversary this year. QQQ has been around for over 26 years. It really has become a fantastic way for investors ranging from individuals all the way up to sophisticated institutions to gain exposure to the tech sector through the years. It's the second most traded ETF, so a lot of people are using it, as well as being the 5th largest ETF in the world. But I really think the reason why people have been using it through the years is that it really has provided a consistent way, a one-ticker solution, so to speak, to invest in these disruptive companies. And the question that we like to ask ourselves, why is that? Why does it seem that a lot of these NASDAQ 100 companies always seem to be at the center of some of these technologies, obviously, most recently, artificial intelligence? What we've seen is that a lot of these companies spend quite a bit on research and development. So we use that as a way to actually gauge innovation, research and development spending. And we see your average NASDAQ 100 company, an extension QQQ company, outspend your average S&P 500 company when it comes to research and development. But we dive deeper than that as well when we take a look at the patent activity that these sort of companies have. And we see, by extension, the fund through the company's patent portfolios, they give you exposure to things like robotics and big data and cloud computing, these sort of thematic ideas that investors are looking to gain exposure to without having to dive into one specific company.
Diversification, always the name of the game here, and obviously the NASDAQ 100 brings us to conversations about technology specifically, but I'd love to talk about diversification within the Qs, just because I realize it's not purely a tech play necessarily.
Yeah, that's a great question, Mike. You did your homework. So, what we've seen through the years is that the tech exposure can range between 50 to 60%, depending, what classification system you're looking at. But obviously that leaves about 30 to 40% to other areas of the overall market. So what we've seen throughout the years is that what we like to say is we get this focus on technologically oriented companies that make their way into the fund because they list on NASDAQ. Great examples of this are like Intuitive Surgical or Gilead within the healthcare sector. You also gain exposure to other areas of the market that I think people would be surprised by. We have Costco as one of the larger holding in there, along with PepsiCo, more traditional consumer staple companies. So I think the common theme, though, that we do see is that these companies have been leaders within their industry, not because they've stayed on the business model that have perhaps worked for the previous 20, 30 years, but they constantly are changing to the needs of their consumers and really have delivered from a fundamental basis where we see strong revenue and earnings per share growth.
Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed we would have gotten a Costco mention in there, but we did in NASDAQ 100. Paul, thank you so much for taking the time. Thank you for everyone joining us for our sponsor spotlight. And yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
I'd say maybe 20-30% of the code that is inside of our repos today in some of our projects are probably all written by software. What about you guys?
The big one that we're focused on is building an AI and a machine learning engineer to advance the llama development itself, right? Because I mean, our bet is sort of that in the next year, probably, you know, I don't know, maybe half the development is going to be done by AI as opposed to people, and then that will just kind of increase from there.
Please welcome to the stage Aparna Chinnapragada, Chief Product Officer of Experiences and Devices at Microsoft, Ozi Imyakparia, CEO at Code with Clossy, and Amjad Masad, CEO of Replit, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Emily Chang.
All right, I'm so excited about this. This is obviously a topic very close to my heart, but I wanted to start with a show of hands. How many people in here have been vibe coding lately? Yeah, repliting vibe coding?
Oh, let's go.
All right, what about Sundar last night said he's been vibe coding on Replit. What is vibe coding exactly?
Typically, when you're writing software, you're thinking about the ideas and the business logic for a little bit, and then the rest of it is wrangling the syntax and the code and the APIs. But vibe coding kind of flips this, where you're actually just worried about the ideas and how the software looks, and then the software agent is taking care of the syntax and all the kind of nitty-gritties.
Jazz for coding.
Right?
Jazz
That's right.
for coding, I like that.
Improv plus jazz.
All right, so Mark Zuckerberg has said all of Llama's code will basically be AI generated in 12 to 18 months. Satya has said as much as 30% of Microsoft's code is already AI generated. So, do kids still need to learn how to code? Do we still need software engineers?
Yes, and yes. So I will, I warned Emily, I said I'd come with the spiciest take, which I believe in, which is, I think this day and age, if you think about betting against computer science and coding is like betting against reading in, 14th century. Just feels like, it's such a critical core skill with, and it's not just, computer science is not just using computers, right? It's actually that logical thinking, critical thinking. And if you're going to work with AI systems and AI-generated code, guess what? You'll need more of it.
Mm-hmm. Osi, you run a company called Code with Clossy.
Yeah,
so
I
I'm
get this
assuming
question
you think
a lot.
so, yes, but.
Yeah, no, I would just concur. I think even if you paint the picture to its logical conclusion, right, and say in X number of years, we're going to have fewer people hands on keyboard producing code, but we're going to have lots of AI agents that we need to orchestrate. To Aparna's point, to be a successful orchestrator, you need to actually be able to think computationally. You need to be able to decompose problems, find the white space, find the problem to solve, think how to create abstractions. Is the agent actually producing the thing that you want it to produce? And so the act of learning to code is actually creating core durable skills that I think will be lasting, even in the age where you're not having tons of hands-on keyboard time.
That said, Amjad, I believe you recently said you're not focused on professional coders anymore. You're focused on people who don't know the first thing about code. So do you agree?
So companies have been, and I think will always kind of be limited by software engineers. Companies want to do more and more things. Every company has a ton of ideas, a lot more than they have software engineers. They have a lot of need for internal software to run the company a lot better. And so Replit, the way we think about it today is to unleash everyone that has a software idea to be able to kind of make it and push it. And we have examples where a product manager had an idea for multiple years and couldn't get engineering resources, finally got Replit and was able to make it and drove tens of millions of dollars of impact on the bottom line.
So should kids still learn how to code, in your view?
Well, I think they should the objective is to learn how to make things. I think learning how to code is the secondary effect of making things with AI.
So what if the it job of now, or maybe the last 10 years, was being a software engineer, what's going to be the it job of the future?
Yeah, I think 2 days ago or a day ago, Sarah Guo dropped an immensely compelling article about this idea of taste being sort of the next skill that we all need to develop, right? If software is democratized, more software is being created, more applications are being created, how do you then apply judgment and taste to actually find the spikes that are going to actually be those sort of breakthrough innovations. And so I think that the job of tomorrow is going to be tastemaker, going to be editor. It's going to be something where you have to apply, again, these human skills of judgment that can't be AI'd away to sort of sort through what is now a sea of more software and a sea of more code.
Yeah, yes, and I do still, as the diehard CS apologist here, I think it's we're underestimating kind of like today, for example, right? When you look at like all these powerful models, intelligence, and most advanced intelligence, like I almost joke saying like we have these like flying cars and people are asking them to like go to the grocery store because it's just like these amazing intelligence and you need to know what they can do. So I do think, yes, taste is important. I think imagination, and ask high ambition for these models. You can just tell them to do things and like you should be able to do that. And understanding of roughly how to break down problems, think about like how the world exists, logical thinking. So I would think of that as computational thinking. Now, that doesn't mean like, you'll study computer science and go write code. That's like saying, everybody who reads should then get a job in reading, right? Like it's literacy, it's the literacy of today is how I think about it.
I think the job of the future is entrepreneur. So in the United States, for the last 100 years, the number of new firm creation has gone down. If you're in Silicon Valley, it feels like everyone's starting a startup, but in the rest of the states, actually, it's become rarer and rarer over time, and big companies have grown much bigger. And so I think what's going to happen is a lot more people are going to be able to start companies, and I think within companies, you're going to see a lot more entrepreneurs. There's people that have ideas at any given company, and finally they'll have the tools to be able to build those ideas.
So maybe these are the jobs of the future, but how many jobs are in the future? We've been talking a lot about this comment that Dario Amodei, the CEO of Anthropic, made. 50% of white-collar jobs, he's predicting, will go away in 5 years, 10 to 20% unemployment. I mean, this is like in the near term. Like, agree, disagree?
I have a slightly different point of view, which is I do think, like it's cliched to say, oh, every technology shift, there's new jobs created and so on. But it's also true. Like if you time traveled, Emily, to 1995 and you said, oh, there'll be a job called social media manager. Like, get out of here, right? Like,
or a content creator.
Or a content creator. So I do think the whole classic Javan's paradox of like, hey, as things get accessible, to Amjad's point, there will be all sorts of new jobs and categories. The jobs that we know as they exist today, I think they'll get resharded and reshaped in ways that, in a way, like it's hard for us to imagine right now, but it will happen.
So is it Lord of the Flies, or we're all lying on the beach eating bonbons, or we're all happy because we're on universal basic income? Like,
well, I think even if we have complete abundance, humans will still play status games. So we'll invent sort of jobs. I remember when VR first came out, one game on it was Job Simulator, where you go into an office and you simulate being. But actually, there's a lot of video games out there right now. You're actually doing a job type of activity, and so I think as people will always invent ways to compete.
So let's talk about what's happening right now, because I feel like we're in this moment of transition and the dislocation in the near term. Maybe it will be more disruptive than the dislocation in the long term. So OC, obviously, it's a 10th anniversary of Code with Klossy. Congratulations. And a lot of your women are now entering the workforce. Yeah. What are they running into? Are they getting jobs?
Yeah. So Carly Kloss started the organization in 2015 based on this inkling that there was a contribution we could make in helping women be retained on this pathway. Mm-hmm. And as you mentioned, now we have our oldest alumni, for instance, is a woman named Alexandra. She's a VP at Wells Fargo who came through our program. We met her when she was 16. And so we've been supportive of her through that journey. But yeah, I think the speed with which both the sort of economic climate and AI together have sort of softened the early career ladder is alarming. And we are hearing stories from our community of it being longer and harder to find internships, to find that first job. So I think the impact is real and it's felt, and we sort of have these lived experience stories that we hear from our young people. And so I think part of our responsibility as an organization that asserts to support young women on this path is to think about what are the new skills we should be teaching to make our young people stand out in a crowded field where there are fewer jobs.
So what are they?
So I think it's the things we've already talked about, but I think it's, you know, I think there's something to be said for helping these young women demonstrate their skills around decision making, making trade-offs, critical thinking, communication. And so I think building project portfolios that allow you to demonstrate you can go from 0 to 1, you're a self-taught learner, you can take and integrate different ideas. I think that's a way to stand out to your employer. Show them your Git history, show them your REPLs, show them all the projects that you've done outside of the sanitized education system. I think that's a great way to stand out, but that's our responsibility. We have to evolve as the market is evolving and meet the moment, but we're certainly seeing that impact happen in real time.
I really love this. What is the new resume? Like already it's Git and like REPLs, but I think it's the like full stack builders as we are starting to refer to, right? Like previously, I feel like there were these rigid functions. You're like a coder, you're like QA, you're like design, and you throw things over the wall. And like if you were kind of like, God forbid, into multiple one of these, you're kind of either a unicorn or like a complete like weirdo, right? Or a hard person, and the only option was to kind of go out and do something on your own. I do think that this whole internal entrepreneurialism will come from going from these rigid rectangles and boxes to, I don't know, some amoeboid like permeable things, right? You're kind of like more than just a designer. You're a designer who can code.
Exactly. I mean, it's to your point, Amjad, this idea that as a product person in a company, I can take an idea and see it to fruition. I could be a designer. I could be an engineer and have a concept of what I want the UX to look like and use AI-assisted coding to help me actually produce a high-quality design that I might have been blocked on a designer to do in the past. So this unbundling of this opportunity to allow people to pursue and create in ways that didn't exist before, I think is really exciting.
I think in that world, the sort of primacy of ideas sort of comes back, right? Where, in Silicon Valley for a long time, we were very dismissive of the idea guy. The guy with a lot of ideas who tries to find like the computer science friend to go implement their ideas. Now that person's actually really valuable.
I was at the receiving end of many such things. It's like, so you can code?
The resurgence of idea guy.
I've heard this narrative that even Harvard CS degrees can't get a job. Is that true?
I mean, it's happened. Yes, we have a story in our community of that happening. But again, I think, we're in this place now where it's not just the degree credential, right? You have to demonstrate a posture of lifelong learning. We all got technical degrees on this couch, and we are still learning new things, right? And so it's not just the certificate that you put on the wall anymore. It's how are you demonstrating to your employer and living this value of being a lifelong learner. And so yes, Harvard degrees are wonderful. And also, how do you make sure that you are continually upping your game? And again, meeting the moment of where the talent needs to be.
Like here's the harsh, but somewhat like liberating thing about this, right? Like I think it is harsh and liberating, which is every few years, you're kind of like, there's a reset, right? And like in fact, it's a little bit of a baggage if you have all these muscle memories and training to unlearn those things.
Yes.
So in some sense, like folks coming out of college today, I say, this is a glorious time to be building. It's just that you have to kind of like get farther than just do your operating systems class and like computer architecture class. You got to be out there building. I mean, this day and age, with all the no-code stuff that we have, I'm also a very happy user of Replit. Like you have no excuse to be still talking about stuff versus doing things.
Exactly.
Just the bar has gone higher.
Exactly.
I think that something needs to be changed about the education system or how we think about it. Obviously, things like code with Colossi is very important in this new world. But maybe a return to apprenticeship, maybe thinking about even knowledge work as some kind of trade work. You can learn it in months or like a year as opposed to like a 4-year college degree, which obviously all the student debt and all the inefficiencies in that system. I think something needs to be rethought there.
So AI is moving faster than any technology ever before. We've all talked about how the people building AI are not diverse enough, the people using AI are not diverse enough. And now all of these big tech companies have rolled back their DEI policies. Like, what is the impact of that? Like, OC, are people still picking up your calls? Are they picking them up less?
No, so some people have stopped answering my call. How rude. There's also, the situations where teams have just disappeared, right? So you get the dreaded mail delivery subsystem response because whole CSR teams have been disappeared.
Yeah.
That said, there is a set of what I call the coalition of the willing. So people who are still doing the work despite the headlines that they have needed to change, perhaps for expedience. And so those are the partners that we think we are going to ride out this moment, because I do believe we're in a moment of reflecting on what has been effective and what has not been effective, right? I think that's a fine conversation to have, and I'm willing to engage with good faith members of our coalition to think about how do we need to think about things differently. But I do think it's short-sighted to not think about that because we're going through a moment of turmoil. And so again, we are in deep partnership with folks like Bloomberg and others to really say we want to be front-footed about this and not be caught flat-footed in 2030 because we got rid of all of our early career jobs and we weren't thinking about how to create a high-performance, inclusive workplace for everybody. Those are the companies that will be the winners in 2030, and those are the companies that are still with us in this moment.
Aparna, what are you doing within Microsoft to, I know how important this is to you, but to make sure that the technology you're building represents the people of the world?
Yeah, and I think this one, we've talked about it a lot. I think two things, right? So one, unfortunately, DEI has turned to be a 4-letter word, and there's no reason it should be, right?
Because it's only 3 letters.
And I do think actually they're we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. There are things that we could be doing better. So I do think actually one of the things is more at least preserving the importance of making sure that folks who didn't have access to the technology, at least in terms of using and building, we continue some of those things. So that's one thing. But I think the second thing is there is a big opening now. To Amjad's point, I mean, you can build things, you can be the idea gal. And I was among the, 3 computer science women and I don't know, gazillion guys. And and now I feel you don't have to have the barrier of, oh, I need to have had a computer science degree to be able to start building. And that, I can tell you anecdotes of friends of mine who are non-coding. It was one into a fashion startup who's just built a prototype using a different no-code thing, working on her. But she's ready to pitch VCs. That couldn't happen.
We see it in our data that the demographic changed a lot. A lot more women are using Replit today than it was two years ago because of that.
Yes, code with Klossy, happy Replit customers.
Exactly.
All right, so we're out of time. So last quick question. I love to think of my own job as an everyday education, and we should always be sort of reinventing ourselves, as you say. Could each of you give one piece of advice to the audience for this sort of moment in time, whether it's about us or it's about our children or their next generation?
Yeah, I've been trying to invent new ways for me to learn. I have a 30, 45-minute commute, and sometimes I put ChatGPT in voice mode and just say, hey, teach me something, teach me a quantum computing, and then quiz me on it. And it's not perfect. And I think someone should build this better than ChatGPT. But it's awesome. I can continuously learn all the time, even passively like that.
There's a thing called Replit that might be able to.
My very simple, cheesy thing that I've done, it took under 10 minutes, but I have a browser extension. As soon as I open a new tab, it says, whatever you're going to do, can you use AI to go help you do it better? It just is a reminder, but it works.
Awesome.
Yeah. And I would say one of the things that we do in our learning experiences is we teach young people that what you have to do is persevere. And so tying your learning to something you're passionate about helps you get through that learning journey. And so for me, it was I want to generate a Beyonce lyric generator, and I'm going to use AI, right? So it was something I wanted to do, a thing I married the two, and off I go, right? So, but combining your curiosity with that learning journey, I think can be powerful.
I think that Beyonce lyric generator has potential for sure. Thank you for helping us continue our everyday education. OC, Aparna, Amjad. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is global.
From the US
to Europe
and across Asia, technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
How should we relate to AI?
AI is this unstoppable trend.
People are now saying, okay, this technology is here, it's having an incredible impact.
We want to bring this generative AI capability to every company in the world.
It's causing a new industrial revolution. The fact that AI is going to redefine industries, that's not in doubt.
So many new applications, so many new opportunities to use AI.
We really want to get this into a price point, a form factor that not just consumers use it, but developers want to build for it.
Imagine this eventual virtual coworker really expanding what is humanly possible for people to achieve.
I can stay in flow, do my development, and this AI assistant is helping me.
Get enterprise ChatGPT rolled out to your organization, see what your people do with it.
We have just insatiable demand. This industry of producing intelligence is one of the greatest opportunities I've ever seen.
We're just going to try to build the best technology we can and get it into people's hands.
AI is going to be everywhere.
This is just a proof of how exciting the future is going to be.
Watch Bloomberg Tech.
Bloomberg Tech Europe.
And Bloomberg Tech Asia. Only on Bloomberg Television.
Context changes everything.
Please welcome to the stage Brett Adcock, founder and CEO of Figure AI, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow.
Blew it up on X, so we might pivot, but I'm being serious. I don't even know how I'm supposed to do this. So 3 years ago, basically this week, you filed the paperwork in Delaware for Figure, and you wanted to work on humanoid robotics. And you moved super fast. And I would go as far as to say you personally have made some of the boldest claims in what's achievable in the field of robotics, humanoid robotics in the near term. I'm talking about your targets for the next few years. But as a place to start, where do we stand, not just with Figure, but with the field of humanoid robotics in the real world being deployed for actual tangible commercial use?
Well, thanks for having me on, Ed. Yeah, my belief is that the humanoid robotics will not only build the biggest business we've ever seen by many, many multiples, but it's going to be also the biggest product launch we've ever had. You're basically building like synthetic humans that are going out and just doing human-like work.
Why did you want to do that?
It's just like the ultimate meta problem for a founder. It's an extremely challenging business, but it's going to build perhaps one of the most important businesses of our lifetime. It's just like, it's hard.
You're almost like a serial entrepreneur. I use that term loosely, but you've had several companies in a relatively short space of time. Archer Aviation might be one that people know you best for. When you filed that paperwork in Delaware, and by the end of that week had some sort of prototype, why? What was it in that moment that made you think, I'm going to do this as a business and as a company?
I just, probably like a lot of people here, I just grew up watching a lot of sci-fi, good or bad. I think just looking into the future, this is, basically I realized that this was the right time, both on the electromechanical side and software and AI side, to put together all the ingredients to make this work. And you asked when we started here, where are we at with commercialization and real world work? We have robots that work every day in the commercial workforce today. Maybe even as of right now. And what we're trying to do now is trying to basically figure out how to scale this at much higher levels.
This is a video of Figure 2, second generation. It's a video of it, but what is today Figure 2 capable of doing autonomously? And in terms of tasks and its ability to use its own body, so to speak, what can you command it to do?
Yeah, so we've designed Figure 2 to basically be able to do majority of things a normal human can. We kind of separate our go-to-market in kind of two areas. One is shipping robots in the commercial workforce. Funny enough, that'll build the biggest business in the world. Half of GDP sits there. We're seeing basically a decline in global labor population. The second is the consumer household. So we're like, how do we do everyday things in the house, like do laundry, like put away dishes, clean up the kids' toys. So basically, we've designed the hardware to be able to do what like an average human can. And we rank this on like range of motion, torques and powers, like basically payloads and speeds. Can we basically like do what a human can physically?
How much of that task load, though, requires what one might call teleoperation, remote control or pre-programming?
We don't want to be doing any remote control or teleoperation into market. And we don't today.
There's no remote control or teleoperation of your Figure 2 robot today?
We use teleoperation for data collection efforts and other types of testing, but we do none of this in real autonomous activities. You do not want to be teleoperating robots like in the real world, like as a service. You really want to deploy robots at scale without any human in the loop and any human interventions to be able to do work. That's the goal. And if you don't set that goal from day one, you'll find yourself on like a local maximum really quick.
I've wanted to have this conversation with Brett, with you, for quite a long time. And how I tried to convince Brett to do it was say, I was away for 6 months on leave, and every day Brett would post more than I've ever seen anyone post on LinkedIn and X, and sometimes Threads, an update, what you would see as an update, operationally, technologically speaking. But despite that volume of like social media engagement, there's not a lot of you like out there in the wild talking about Figure. And I started this conversation by saying you've made some like the boldest claims, set some of the boldest targets. I think it's fair to say there's a great degree of skepticism about Figure and about you, and you recognize that skepticism.
I kind of like I just don't like going to events. So I've done like 1 or 2 this year. I really feel I need to be at the office, just building the team, building the product, trying to get it out into the world. And everything else is basically distraction.
It's Muskian in the sense that you sometimes will post a photo late at night, you in the factory floor working, that kind of thing.
We want to find people like ourselves that want to basically try to work hard to get this technology to really work. And so we do a lot of posts to kind of give clarity and transparency in like what we're doing, and we want to try to attract the same type of people that kind of we are. We want to go out and like kind of pull this future forward, work extremely hard. Like we're seeing here, like we want to be able to ship robots into commercial settings and do autonomous work every day.
Some of this is analogous, of course, with what Elon Musk and Tesla want to do with Optimus. And it makes you think of scale. So you have something you call BotQ, but essentially the manufacturing process and the facility. That facility, as far as I understand it, has installed capacity to build 12,000 robots per annum. Is that accurate?
Per line, yes.
Per line. And so you have claimed that there is a path for you to ship 100,000 of these robots in 4 years. At the current rate, you'd have to ramp pretty dramatically to do that.
Yeah, we have the pilot line built now, building Figure 3s. I walk it every day. We have a stand-up every morning, and it's unbelievable. We've built basically ground up manufacturing processes. We built our own manufacturing execution system, MES systems. We have like automation across all the lines. We have processes for it. Some of the best automation that you basically can put in. And I'm watching robots come off the line.
And you stand by that target of 100,000 units shipped in a 4-year time period?
Yeah, I think it's possible.
What makes it possible?
Like one thing I've realized over the last like few years is we're not doing car manufacturing. We're doing consumer electronics manufacturing. So the humanoid's like relatively complex. And I was like, the jury's out for me 3 years ago what this looks like. But this is just not car manufacturing. This is traditional consumer electronics manufacturing. And that process is probably several orders of magnitude easier. I don't want to give the impression that manufacturing is going to be easy in any way. I just think that we really have spent the last year trying to understand it much better. And I feel higher confidence that we can actually deliver significant volumes over time.
The stated known customer that you have is BMW, a car company. You have said that you have robots deployed at BMW. What kind of tasks are they doing there, and in what volume are they deployed with that company?
Yeah, so we currently are doing basically a job in the body shop where we basically move sheet metal back and forth. The goal is to be able to put it on fixtures, then those get welded into a car chassis. So we're doing that role every day. Today, I don't know what time it is on the East Coast if we're still doing it, but and then we're going to spend a lot more time. Well, we already are, but we're going to spend a lot more effort just basically expanding to more use cases throughout the rest of the year.
There has also been skepticism about the scale of that partnership and relationship. You've spoken about that publicly a little bit. Is it of commercial value to you? Is it just a pilot? Or is this you saying, we're doing this for reals, out in the real world with a real corporate business?
Like, the thing that we get a lot of value of, and that's really important, is that we need to, as a company, figure out how to run robots every day, like really well. And we do that in our lab, it's one thing, but we need to go to a client site, we need access to a network, it needs to be safe. And in some cases, we might need to integrate with like an MES or PLC. And then they need to run all day, and then we need to make sure there's like as little or no human interventions per day, or we're just never gonna be able to scale. So the beauty of the relationship we have now is we get to run robots every day. We get to see how well they perform. We get to track all the metrics. I have a readout every day at the end of the day. I'm on with a team that's in Spartanburg. And we get to figure out how to make the process better. Much of all of this is, at this point, software. I don't think we've had a hardware failure in the last 30 days at all. I can't even remember. So like we basically are software limited everywhere across the whole company.
Today at Bloomberg Tech Summit San Francisco 2025, Agility brought a robot. The audience, you can murmur, nod, raise your hands. I think you guys saw the robot, correct? And I think Boston Dynamics has a robot here too. Brett, you didn't bring a robot.
That kind of goes back to our whole philosophy around we don't go to a lot of events. I think it's a giant waste of time. To be frank, I have to bring a team here, I have to bring robots here. They could be at the office, they could be learning autonomy. I mean, we put out a video today of a robot doing a logistics use case. It's fully end-to-end, it's a single neural network, it's taking camera frames in, it's outputting actions. It's now doing that, basically approaching human speeds, inaccuracies. Can you find me anybody in the world doing this?
In this video, which I have seen for transparency with the audience, but it was published today, I don't think we have it or we weren't able to move quick enough on it, but the robot is sorting between cardboard boxed packages and then plastic wrapped packages. It's trying to smooth out the plastic so the barcode shows. This is within one of your facilities, right? But you have another customer that you're not naming. Bloomberg has reported that that customer is UPS.
Yeah, we have, so we have a second customer we signed in the logistics space, and we are currently working to start like initial deployment there. So the trick here with this is that with packages, it's really tough. In the case of like logistics work we're doing with small packages, every single package and every single instance of packages coming together is different for the robot every single time. And you cannot solve this with code.
You can't solve this with code.
You can't code your way out of this problem. It's impossible. Like you can code your way out of a problem of getting on stage and moving bins or boxes and like some, like
it's interesting, right? Because in one video on the stamping press, that's a piece of dense metal.
Totally.
And then the packages, it was interesting to see that not necessarily the dexterity, but the softness of touch.
They're like so different, like they're almost they're orthogonal. They're like, one is like, needs like very high precision and very fast speeds and like no failures, because we can't like shut down the line. The other needs basically like some level of generalization from the neural net to figure out how to manipulate packages of varying sizes at human speeds, 3 to 4 seconds per package. And we have to be able to find the barcode, orientate it downwards, and in a lot of cases flatten the package like a human would so that the scanner down the line on the conveyor can read it.
This is a slightly obscure example, but could figure 2 and figure 3, which you alluded to, pick up, say, a strawberry without crushing it? Does it have that level of control?
Oh, yeah. We can go one better. We can probably pick up a strawberry and manipulate and do things without ever having seen strawberries before in training sets.
we reported as well earlier this year that, lots of companies are, but Meta is also looking at robotics. And I believe that Meta at least discussed with you how you might work together, or at least ask you about your competencies, not just in hardware, but software. How does that work for you guys? Do you feel like you want to just be a seller of the physical unit to a Meta? Or do you want to sell components and software, license it? Or do you want to run a service, say, hey, here's my humanoid robot workforce, which you can take from me as a fleet and we'll manage it?
Yeah, this is really where it comes down to if you had to look at every single robotics company today in the world, one of the first questions I would ask is what is your prime directive? What's your purpose? And at the top of that, axiomatically, my question would be, are you here to sell work? We're selling work. We want robots to go out and do your dishes, laundry, manufacturing, construction, all that. We want to sell. It doesn't matter what our hands, head, cameras look like. We need output per hour.
Have you talked to Amazon about the warehouse case study?
No comment. But the question to be the question would be we're here to basically sell that. And so all the design decisions that we make basically downstream are to figure out how to do that really well. So no, to answer your question, we're not trying to sell hardware. We're not just trying to sell AI models. We're trying to deliver a full stack solution, vertically integrated, that can go in and autonomously do work with just speech. You just want to talk to the robot and you want it to be able to output actions very intelligently and to do work end to end. That's the goal. And we're not going to do that by here's hardware, go deal with this, or here's the AI model. We have to we basically have found that there's no other way out but through. We basically have to design all the hardware ourselves, all the electronics, all the software, all the AI models. Training, we do manufacturing, we integrate it, we bring it into service, and we make sure it works.
AI models, you looked at OpenAI and I think you looked at building on top of an OAI model, but you made the determination that you're better off doing software yourself. Why?
Many reasons. One is we were just better at doing it alone. Second, it also didn't help us. I haven't talked about this a lot publicly, but it didn't help us publicly by partnering with a group where everybody came in from building the AI team that thought that somebody else like OpenAI did our AI work, which wasn't really true. So we basically did a large fraction of all that work. So and today we do all of the AI work ourselves. We found out that we need to do it. We do it. We do AI work on humanoid robots better than anybody on the planet today.
Does do it mean train a proprietary model, a robot brain, or are you just kind of reformatting open source models?
We do use an open source VLM backbone and Helix, so a vision language model. Yeah, and we've been pretty public about that. And that really grounds the robot in semantic intelligence. You really understand. In the case of the strawberry, is that a strawberry? What do I do with it? That sort of stuff. So then beyond that, we do all the data collection, all the model development and training and basically inference time, test time ourselves.
What's more helpful to you right now? This is a question posed to you through me from an engineer. To have 10,000 robots in the field generating data, or do you still need 10,000 GPUs to...
we don't have a GPU problem. We have a data problem and a robot problem.
So the former would be better for you?
We need, the equation here, which is going to be really interesting, is we're seeing some of this now locally, is as you put more robots out to the world that can do something useful people will pay you for, the cost of that robot per output of work will come down because you'll just make more of them. You'll be up on the experience curve of manufacturing. And the second thing you'll do is the robots will learn to get better every day in the market. And they will share that with the collective fleet. Not like kids, where the kids have to learn how to walk. My kids have to learn how to walk. But our robots can share a neural network and do the same use case we talked about today, or you've seen here, with any other robot that came off the manufacturing line today. And so you basically, this is one of the first industries I think maybe in the world for advanced hardware that it could be a winner or winners, maybe even winner take all market, where one group has the cheapest robot and it's the smartest. It's learning as you go. As it's making mistakes, as it's doing things successful, it learns like a human. And you're never gonna wanna have the dumb employee, or you're not gonna want the person at your house that's not the smartest. It's dangerous. You're going to want the smartest employee, you're going to want the smartest person in your house. And that will also be the cheapest. It's not like a computer or like a car or phone. It's a living agent that's getting better and cheaper over time.
Right.
And the group or groups that can get a large amount of robots out that are useful to market will have a significant advantage and lead over everybody else.
We're pushing hard against time, but I'm going to hold you on this. Do you not have a GPU problem because you have cash? There are reports that you are looking at raising some money at a valuation of $40 billion there or thereabouts. And the reason that's significant is it would represent a jump from your last known valuation of $2.6 billion about a calendar year or more ago. You also have the experience of going through taking a company public. And so I'd attach to that question how much pressure you're under right now from your existing investors, but also your capital needs to look at an accelerated timeline to IPO, which seems severe, but maybe.
Yeah, I still have a lot of PTSD from being a public market CEO, so I need a little more, maybe a couple more years. I mean, listen, we probably have on balance sheet today more cash than the collective humanoid groups have raised throughout history. And I think so we've been very capitalized. We have enough money for enough training inference GPUs. We have enough money to make thousands or tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of robots. And we have enough money to recruit the best teams, the best people in the world and keep them incentivized. So a lot of the focus now is like, how do we keep this team really small, extremely fast, and ship product that works every single day? And it's an incredibly difficult world to get a humanoid robot out there to do those things. And that's why we're excited about it. That's why we're in the office so much. And that's why we were like excited to show that today, is because you can see real robots that are running autonomously that are doing things like humans can. And they're approaching, every day we're approaching more and more human-like. And they don't need any hardware changes to do your laundry. It's just software. It's just data. So we're seeing that now, and like that's what gets everybody in the team excited about this like next chapter for us, which is we're in a chapter where the hardware works. It's getting really reliable. We're in a chapter where the AI you can put on this hardware, and it can do human-like stuff, and it can learn from humans, and it can get better over time. And cost has come down significantly. I mean, our Figure 3 robot is literally 90% cheaper.
Than Figure 2.
Like 93%.
Just a simple yes or no answer. We're done for time. I'm going to get shouted at by the big bosses. The chaos of Elon Musk that we've seen today, is there any room for you to even compete with Optimus and keep pace with what they say that they will do?
We don't spend too much time looking at competitors, but I think, I think it's probably pretty obvious to the world. I think Figure is perhaps shown the best world progress in both AI and humanoid robotics globally. And we're fueled to kind of hopefully continue that lead into market here.
Brett Adcock,
Thanks, Ed.
Figure AI CEO. Tough man to get on stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Bloomberg's Brad Stone.
Hi, everybody. A few times a year at Bloomberg events, I have the absolute privilege of unveiling our ones to watch list. Instead of crowning the person of the year, the company of the year, the startup of the year, we at Business Week spend a lot of time thinking about who you should know and will be hearing a lot about soon. So today I'm thrilled to bring you the up-and-comers in artificial intelligence, startups, and venture capital. Ahmad Aldal is the vice president of Meta in charge of helping Mark Zuckerberg win the race for generative AI. Alvaro Bedoya is fighting the Trump administration's attempt to remove him as a commissioner of the Federal Trade Commission and is on the front lines of the battle over tech and antitrust policy. Luke Ferrator, one of the software engineers at the Department of Government Efficiency, is trying to usher in a new era of AI-powered government. Jay Graber's startup Blue Sky is making progress in one of tech's hardest endeavors, replacing the company once known as Twitter and shaking up the social media landscape. Sarah Goa and her venture capital firm Conviction are investing in the artificial intelligence companies that could lead a new generation of Silicon Valley startups. Rachel Profit is handling the legal issues that those AI startups encounter as the CEO of the law firm Cooley LLP. Lin Chiao is helping big companies keep pace with the rapid development of generative AI through her startup Firework AI. The former helicopter pilot Florian Seibel runs 2 separate military drone companies. Window Snyder and her startup Thistle Technologies are working to keep hackers out of your smart dishwashers, baby monitors, and other home appliances. And Shi Zhu runs Xreal, the Chinese startup that quietly sells more augmented reality devices than Meta, Apple, or Google. Congratulations to everyone, especially Sarah, Rachel Profit, Lin Chiu, and Window Snyder, who are here today. And now I'm delighted to welcome to the stage Sarah Goa for a conversation about investing in AI. Hi, Sarah.
How you doing?
I'm so delighted to have you here. I have to say, I'm such a fan of your podcast, No Priors, with Elad Gil, and everyone here should immediately subscribe because it really is like a great way. You talk to everybody in the industry, sophisticated questions, you kind of geek out with them. It's just a great way to stay on top of current trends, and I found it very valuable.
That's very kind. I mean, Elad and I started as a side project, and we just said, like, well, nobody knows what's going to happen next. So you might as well talk about it while we're figuring it out.
Yeah. So you were name-checked on stage about an hour ago with reference to your recent post. Was it on Substack or LinkedIn or both?
I think it was, yeah.
Yeah, you put it out there, and it was about the importance of taste. You called it a decision-making accelerant, the relentless, almost painful ability to know what should exist, what shouldn't, and where quality matters. And that's kind of a timeless sentiment. But there was a reason why you wrote that now. Why is that important in the age of AI?
Yeah, so I often write when I'm trying to like articulate my thoughts to a particular founder or founders that I'm working with. So this is kind of a subtweet. But I think it is like timely because we are in an age where software, the ability to deliver like 80% of the product you want, is becoming more and more commoditized. Right? And I think that means the difference between 80 and 99%, like understanding quality, understanding what decisions that are very subjective to make about scope, and like really understanding your user, that becomes more important than ever.
So we can do more doesn't necessarily mean we should do more. That's where taste comes in.
Absolutely, right? I think, you know, some of the most popular products in the world are like incredibly simple in what they choose not to do.
One of the first questions I asked you when we were talking on the phone beforehand was, are you optimistic? And you said, well, of course I am. How sad would it be to work on something this hard that I'm not optimistic about? So, you know, for maybe those in the audience here or listening to the stream who are not convinced, why are you optimistic about where we're heading now with this technology?
I think like it's, you know, you're saying that the importance of taste is kind of a timeless statement. I think technology overall has been the driver to more abundance and productivity in the economy, right? Like, how can we create more value for everyone to enjoy? That doesn't mean there aren't questions about distribution, but you know, I think I stand, like my partner Mike and our investing team, like we sit in a place where we see thousands of companies every year, and faster than I've ever seen in my investing and operating career. So like over the last 15 years, I've never seen products adopted so fast, right? And when I look at that, like there's a user on the other end of any of these things really excited and choosing to do something differently. And I think it just speaks to the value creation that's happening right now. And I think we're like 1 or 2% in. The fact that it's happening so fast, I have strong empathy that that's like scary for people, for society writ large. But I do think it's going to be enormous creation.
Do you subscribe? We've talked a lot today, for some reason, about Dario's prognostications of doom for the labor force.
I see.
Do you? It just keeps coming up. Some people are sort of dunking on him. Do you subscribe to the notions that we are heading towards a mass dislocation of human workers?
So I do think there's dislocation, right? But I don't think that is like total reduction in demand. There's one view of the future, which is like, how many people have seen WALL-E here, that we're all just like sitting there, and like this is a vision of abundance. It's not mine, where people just are sitting around like watching their entertainment and like on their floating chairs in space and nobody works. I don't think that's true. Every other technological revolution in history has just created new jobs. And so what I would, I guess, agree with Dario on is there's going to be a lot of change where you will not be paid the same amount for doing the same task 10 years from now in a number of different fields. And that might actually happen faster than in other technical revolutions. But I'll give you one data point from the portfolio, actually. We have, I want to say like 30, 35 companies. There's exactly one that sells on like cost, right? Like you don't need, the ROI is from not hiring as many people. Every other company is do something new, right? Be more competitive, help your people do more with less. And so I just think that that's like pretty interesting that the ratio is like 30-1.
Your job is essentially to pick the winners, and yet you're describing a world where a lot of companies are exploding. The old measure might have been, well, ARR, annual recurring revenues. If they're at 100 million, they got there quickly, like that looks like a success. But these days, because we're in this vast age of experimentation, a lot of these companies are showing success via the traditional metrics. So how do you select the winners, and how much of maybe the current rising tides do you feel like is a little artificial?
I definitely think that the durability of usage or revenue is something we take a harder look at, now versus 5 years ago, because the novelty of just taking these models and shaping them toward a particular use case, if that is image generation or the ability to generate a certain type of document, it's so powerful that people will use it, right? But if it's so easy to create these products, then actually you have quite a competitive field. And so we look more at, what we want to do is back like category winners, and we look more at like, is this the leading player? Like, what are the use cases really? And then we try to take out a piece that's experimental revenue. I think the other thing in what you said is the bar is higher for what is leading growth now. And so I think the sort of traditional, I forget what venture firms set this up, but the like growth 3x and then 2x and then 2x, and you're kind of a best-in-class firm. That is not at all true now, right? Because you see people growing 50x. And so we do encourage companies to be really ambitious and keep moving fast.
So Conviction is a relatively small investor, right? Am I right that you've raised about 330 million?
Yep. I think it's, 345, yeah.
Yeah, and yet we are in an age where it feels like even new companies are raising hundreds of millions of dollars in valuations in the billions. So how, when you're writing $1 to $5 million checks, how are you kind of competing in a world where it's also SoftBank and Microsoft and all the big players rushing in?
Yeah, so I think that we have had, I feel very lucky that we have had the privilege of being very early investors in great companies so far. Harvey, Sierra, Thinking Machines, Cognition.
And Figure, who was, we just heard from.
Brett's company right here. At some point, some of these companies need a lot of capital, and a lot more capital than we have as a fund, much less like the $1 to $20 million that we're offering people at the beginning. But perhaps the most arrogant claim in starting a new venture fund is there's an entire capital cycle for these companies, and the capital markets are deeper than ever, right? You have lots of sovereigns playing and more money continuing to flow into venture. But the very beginning, when companies start, entrepreneurs aren't looking at capital as a commodity. And so all you need is access, and you need to be right? And those two things are hard, but having more money doesn't necessarily help.
Have you found, by the way, that the podcast is kind of strengthening your investment foundation, that it's giving you access to deals and visibility that you might not have otherwise had?
I don't know if I would credit it with an investment in particular so far. I'd love for that to be true, and please suggest guests and everything. But I think that in an age of commoditized capital, having a venue for people to understand what you're about, who you know, what you understand is more important than ever. And so I think it's useful for people to understand what me and Alad think about.
So this might seem like inside baseball to some folks here, but OpenAI just hired Fiji CMO As
amazing.
Yep, as a top executive. Now, Fiji ran the ad business at Meta. She built an ad business for Instacart. And when they made that hire, I thought, we think of AI as really like a subscription world. Does it signify that some of these businesses and maybe even some startups are starting to think about advertising as a way to get to profitability?
I would be shocked if they weren't, like from a business perspective. So my partner Mike Vernal was a VP at Facebook. He worked with Fiji. He was early Facebook and like believes really strongly in the advertising business model as a democratizing function, right? Not everybody in the world wants to pay the same subscription price for a service, and advertising is a way to get coverage of internet services to more people. I would be shocked if that wasn't a debate at OpenAI today, and I think I can think of no one better than Fiji to go run that business should they choose to do it.
So recently, OpenAI spent $6 billion to acquire Johnny Ive's device firm IO and pledged to introduce a new kind of AI-centric hardware. And there haven't been many details, but you're closer to this than most of us. So help us imagine what a whole new genre of AI device might look like.
Yeah, so I think starting with the question of like what makes it possible for there to be a new device, the way I think of it is you need reasons to have new I/O, right? Like if the form factor is, well, I have a phone and I can take it out and like use applications when I need them, and it has all these amazing functions, then Apple or Google or somebody who makes phones today should probably do that. Right? If the form factor is anything like, well, in a way that a consumer is comfortable with, I'm going to have full context on what's happening in your life for as much as you'll give me. Everything you hear, everything you say, the ability to talk to it all the time, vision. I think that's an incredibly hard set of problems to go figure out. I love Johnny Ive. I think he has wonderful ideas about what the interfaces for AI should be. We talked about this recently, but if you imagine that actually changes the hardware spec, right? Your phone is not designed for even just like a basic thing like battery power. It's not designed to listen to you all the time.
But aren't you describing an Alexa or a Google Home?
No, I think the Alexa is designed to be stationary in one setting. I spend most of my time at work. I don't know about you guys, like when I'm home, I'm hanging with my kids and my spouse and sleeping, right? So I think that the idea of the personal device as the most important thing in our technology world has held true so far, and I think that's possible in AI.
Do you think something we wear?
Yes, I think that is the most logical view of it. The couple working theses that people have are something like a pen or a set of glasses.
Yeah.
Right.
Two more questions before we lose you. What new AI service are you infatuated with right now?
So I have young kids, and I think, let me start with the premise of like one of the reasons I'm so optimistic about AI is I think more people are creators of different kinds than we give them credit for in today's world, because it's really hard to create like the tools. You spend so much of your time learning to use the tools of a trade. And the fact that we can give people access to making images, writing, video, voice, music, and lower the barrier dramatically, I think is just like really compelling. And so I use a combination of services like HeyGen and Imagen and Suno for music and ChatGPT and Claude to like make personalized stories for my kids. And I think about how excited that makes them to come up with their own narratives and like just be creative, because they have this feedback cycle of like, I came up with something, and it's like the quality of the output is so good that I think it will keep them more creative over time.
So one of the things that comes through on the podcast is that you are an unapologetic geek.
Okay.
So give us like a piece of fiction, a novel or a TV show or a movie that you think captures this moment, that everybody should read or watch now as a guide to this world we're moving into.
Yeah, so I was actually at my friend's, Dylan Field, who runs Figma, Lena Natalinsky, who's also an entrepreneur, and Laura Deming, who runs a company that is working on cryopreservation or like freezing, for example, organs for transfer. We were watching this TV show, Pantheon. It's kind of a niche TV show. I think it's on Netflix, but it is about uploading consciousness and a bunch of the societal and philosophical questions that comes with that. But it's based on some stories from this writer, Ken Liu, who was an engineer by background. And so it's like technically, the best type of science fiction, in my view, is like technically like sort of feasible in the far future, and then like also feels very real as a world. So I love this one.
Put it on your streaming list. Sarah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Brad.
Please welcome to the stage Trey Stevens, co-founder and executive chairman of Anduril Industries, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Tom Giles.
All right. What a day. Trey, thanks for being with us. You've had quite a big day. You started out first thing this morning, breaking news with my colleague Ed Ludlow about a funding round that doubles your valuation to $30.5 billion post-money. I want to have you elaborate a little bit on why did you need $2.5 billion, and specifically how much of this is on Arsenal 1, for example, this big mega factory that you've started in Ohio. You also talked about growth in the team. So where does that go?
Yeah, I mean, we're in an interesting position as a defense products company. Rather than the traditional kind of last 50 years of the defense model, which is predicated on cost plus contracting, where the government pays you to develop something, and then they pay you to buy that thing, and then they pay you to maintain and support that thing over, in many cases, 50 to 100 years. And then you just take a margin on top of that. You're
doing it yourself.
We're doing it ourselves, right? So we're taking on the cost of development, we're taking on the cost of production, and then we're selling a product, a completed product to the government. And because of that, it means that this is a capital-intensive business, and if we're going to operate at a speed and a scale that's relevant to the warfighter, as we're seeing from theaters like Ukraine and Israel, things move very quickly, and we need to move at a speed of relevance. In order to do that, we need to be able to deploy our own capital into those problem sets. So, north of $1 billion of that is just purely reserved for scaling production, which not only involves the Arsenal site in Ohio, but also building out shipyards for our undersea systems, and additional prototype manufacturing sites and test sites and things like that. So there's a lot of moving pieces.
And then 1.5 additionally on growth initiatives, people. Can you talk a little bit about what your ambitions are in terms of growing the team?
Yeah, so Anduril is not a single product company. We're not like an enterprise software company that has like one core thing that it represents the power law distribution of revenue to the business. We operate with a bunch of different business lines. We build autonomous systems in every domain, everything from undersea systems all the way into space and everything in between. And because of that, we're constantly launching new products that we're selling into our customer set. And so a lot of that capital will go into continuing to keep our pedal to the metal on product development, which is both headcount as well as the cost of developing hardware is not just headcount; it's everything that goes into that, facilities and things like that. So pretty broad ranging.
You have talked about ambitions for more, like Arsenal 1 is just the beginning, if you will, of mega factories. More across the country is what you and your colleagues have told us. Can you elaborate on that? Can you tell us a little bit more about kind of where might we look geographically, and how many more are you envisioning at this point?
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason we called it Arsenal 1, because there will be an Arsenal 2 and an Arsenal 3. I think this takes a couple of different shapes. First is domestically, I think we'll continue building out our manufacturing capabilities. We're starting with about 800,000 square feet in Ohio. That's the first building on the campus. That will expand to 5 million square feet over the coming years. But we'll also be building out facilities to do things like solid rocket motor production, which we already have a facility that's been stood up to do that. Shipyards, as I said.
Yep.
So there will be big opportunities to scale into Arsenal 2, Arsenal 3, and so forth. In addition to that, there's also a really interesting angle with international, where working with our allies and partners, we could stand up manufacturing capacity in those countries as well, which, as you might imagine from the perspective of a national prosperity agenda, these are really important signals of partnership to our closest friends abroad. So I think that will be part of the Arsenal strategy as well, is to build out that manufacturing capacity in places like the UK or other places like that.
Great. As I understand it, your first products from Arsenal 1 will be manufactured July 2026. Are you still holding to that timetable?
I think we are. It's not just our timetable, it's the timetable of the United States government. So yes, that is the timetable, God willing.
Speaking of the US government, we've started to get signs from the Trump administration on its plans for modernizing the military. And that's something that they consulted with you on. Can you give us a sense right now on what you see them doing that gives you hope, and what are things that the Defense Department is doing that you think they should be doing more quickly or differently?
This kind of attention that's been paid to next generation capabilities started all the way back really with the Ash Carter secretaryship under the Barack Obama administration. He's the guy that set up the Defense Innovation Unit, the Defense Innovation Board, the Defense Digital Service, the Third Offset Initiative. He really had this vision that conflict was changing. We weren't going to be living in this world of kind of non-nation state conflict, counterinsurgency, counterterrorism, but we were moving into nation state conflict and needed to handle things very differently as a result. There's kind of been fits and starts since Ash about how things have morphed and how seriously the department has taken it. But I think we're at a place now where the civilian leadership of the agencies, as well as the political leadership of the agencies, are aligned behind the idea that we really have to move quickly into these new capability sets. So, obviously it's still very early in the Trump administration, but I think they have a great set of leaders in the department, and they're directing the budget to the right places. If you go back to earlier this year, where they talked about doing the budget cut to the DoD top line, and they listed the exception programs. I think there were 17 of them. Really, all of them were these next generation capabilities. So there's clear alignment here.
Moving too slow in any areas, moving in the wrong direction, in your view, thus far?
I think it's really hard to say. Obviously, the most important thing is to move past volatility into action. And they understand the target that's been set in front of them, and I believe at least they're motivated appropriately to do the right thing.
Let's talk about nation-state threats. The U.S. is engaged in a very robust effort to hamstring the Chinese and their access to advanced technologies, chips, et cetera, artificial intelligence. Do you think that what you've seen so far, and this is not just about Trump, this is about policies that were pursued under his predecessor and then him in his first administration, are we going about, if you believe that we really do need to hamstring China's ability and its access to advanced technology, are we going about that in the right way?
I mean, there's so many different layers to how this plays together. It's not just, for example, like blocking access to cutting-edge semiconductors. It goes as deep as materials, natural resources. Obviously, China has run a very effective strategy for a long time now with the Belt and Road Initiative to make sure that they're securing access to critical materials and minerals that we need to take this next step. So we have a really complex kind of strategic response that will be required to do a good job of this. They're going to be, they will approach these problem sets very differently than we will as a result of where their advantages lie. I don't expect that there's going to be a tremendous amount of innovation and really cutting edge capabilities. I think it will be more like fast following and working on incremental improvements to existing capabilities to give them more range, better sensing, things like that to give them an advantage on the battlefield. And so a lot of this will come down to how quickly we can move. And that has not been a strength of the U.S. Department of Defense for the last 50 years.
You mean how quickly we can move in staying ahead and deploying the technologies that we have access to?
Yeah, if you think about it, more time has passed between the first flight of the SR-71 to today than passed between the Wright Flyer to the SR-71. That's crazy. We used to move really fast, and then we kind of lost that muscle. In fact, if you look at the capabilities that we've been sending over to Ukraine, for example, almost everything we're sending them were Cold War era technologies that have been sitting in warehouses. I think the average American believes that there's all this like nearly extraterrestrial technology sitting in classified bunkers all over the country, and we have this impenetrable advantage against our adversaries, and it's just not true.
But the Ukrainians have been, to their credit, pretty innovative and done a lot with what they have, and obviously a lot of help from the US and its allies, but they've been pretty innovative.
They have been very innovative. They've been innovative with using existing technologies deployed in creative ways. And I think this is always what happens in conflict. If you show up to a conflict with 50-year-old technology, you're very unlikely to win that war against a great power.
Right.
But if you have the ability to iterate very quickly using those technologies, you can pull off some pretty incredible feats. There was nothing particularly high-tech, for example, over the weekend about what they did with the FPV drones. They just launched them out of a container sitting on the back of a truck. They had used Russian cellular networks to fly them. They had traditional kinetic payloads that were deployed on them. There was nothing super high-tech about that. It was just, the way it was deployed that was novel.
Before we get too far from China, I do want to ask about a subject that my team writes a lot about, and that is chips. And specifically, there is a criticism, I'll say it, Jensen Huang, he has a very vested interest in selling chips into China, but his argument is that the more we starve China of chips, particularly really advanced chips for AI, the faster we spur innovation in that country. Do you buy that argument? Are you in any way sympathetic to that?
There's definitely truth to this. They've done a really good job of building capabilities that we've prevented them from getting access to, or at least made difficult for them to get access to. The real linchpin in this, though, is that if you want to do high-end semiconductors today in 2025, you need machines from ASML. There's some amount of control that we have on the market to prevent access to things like the lithography machines. We both need to do the work on our end to shore up our own access and supply, and to work on next generation capabilities that will get us out of that geopolitical tangle, while also making sure that we're not incentivizing the Chinese to run off and be able to beat us in those categories at the same time.
And as you said before, maybe develop some of our own technologies that we're maybe reliant on the ASML.
Totally, yeah. We've been pretty lazy, I would argue, on semiconductors because we've had this very convenient option to just lay back on TSMC's capabilities, but that's certainly not guaranteed. Obviously, Xi has been talking about taking care of the Taiwan problem by 2027. That doesn't give us very long to figure out how to do that manufacturing domestically. And it's not something you can just snap your fingers and do. We can't just invest a ton of money and suddenly have a high-end, high production, high yield semiconductor fab in the United States. It doesn't work like that.
Yep.
So we need to be figuring out ways that we can invest in every layer of that infrastructure to be able to have a domestic ability that we frankly don't have right now.
Last couple of years, we've seen an abundance of investing and interest in military technology, innovative military technology. Your company, a lot of other companies, is there going to be enough demand for these emerging technologies, especially given the entrenched position of the primes, to justify this amount of investment that we're seeing?
The challenge with category investing of any type, whether it's social media or space or crypto, is that usually there is sort of a monopoly concentration to the winner. If you were a social media investor and you didn't invest in Facebook, you probably lost money. If you were a space investor and you didn't invest in SpaceX, you probably lost money. If you're a crypto investor, you didn't invest in Coinbase, you probably lost money. So there's a bit of a lie behind this idea that like a market can get hot. Right. That's not really how like the creation of generational companies happens. That said, I do think that there's more than just Anduril scale opportunities. Obviously, I think we have a really dominant market position right now with defense products, with defense tech, but that doesn't mean that there won't be any others. I do believe that it won't be 20 others. I mean, keep in mind, there are only like 5 or 6 large-scale primes that exist in the world today. In addition to that, the US government has kind of an obligation in many ways to ensure that their top providers don't have economic problems because they're on the hook to sustain these programs that they've spent, in many cases, trillions of dollars on to prevent those from going into total disarray. You could argue, in fact, in some ways that the next generation air dominance, the 6th generation manned fighter jet, Boeing got a $20 billion design contract. There's always a question of, did they get that design contract because they're actually going to follow through with building a 6th generation manned fighter plane, or did they get it as a TARP funding to prevent them from going under, given all of the very public problems that the company has had in recent years?
I want to get to Founders Fund. Before we do, very quickly, in September, you announced that Anduril had deployed 300, by that point, deployed 300 autonomous surveillance towers, ASTs, in support of customs and border protection. Can you update us where that number is now, if you were to put out a press release?
Yeah, no, I think the right framing on this is probably less about the number of towers and more about total coverage. We're deployed across somewhere between 1/3 and half of the entire southwest border at this point. There tends to be this belief that border security is this super partisan topic. It's actually not. Most of the growth for Anduril in our work was under the Biden administration. Everyone agrees that you need to know what's coming across in both directions. And what we're able to do using the autonomous surveillance technology is give our Border Patrol officers superhuman powers so that they can see things that they wouldn't be able to see otherwise. And they can make their own decisions about how to handle apprehensions, how to handle pass-throughs, and it's up to the Congress, obviously, to decide what the policy is for what you do with that data. But we're on the data providing side.
What do you make of the argument from critics that, look, it's a backhanded compliment. Your technology is so good that it is forcing migrants to pursue ever more dangerous, more remote, more life-threatening paths across the border. And whatever your politics, whatever your view on whether people should or shouldn't be coming across, there are people genuinely fleeing violence or believe they have a legitimate reason to seek asylum or seek refuge in the US.
Totally. These are super complex moral questions because there's also been numerous times where ASTs have saved people's lives, where they've had a humanitarian crisis in the process of crossing the border, and had we not seen them in that moment, the Border Patrol folks would never have been able to get to them to address those crises as they were happening. So there's tension on both sides. The argument that we should know nothing because it creates a complicated moral situation, I think is also a moral decision that is going to result in the loss of human life. So these things are really complicated. Obviously, we take that very seriously at Anduril. I'm never one to shy away from a complicated moral discussion.
Oh, well, we'll come back to that another time. I do quickly want to hear Founders Fund. You raised a $4.6 billion growth fund. Can you give us a sense of the areas where you want to see Founders Fund deploying that?
Well, the tricky thing to the point about category investing is that if you're focused on investing in categories, you're probably doing it wrong. You want to catch things before they become categories. And so really hard to say what it is that we're looking for. It's probably much easier to say what we're not looking for, which is we don't want to be dumping a bunch of concentrated capital into highly competitive industries. That's not a thing that we do. We're called Founders Fund for a reason. We invest in founder-led companies, so we're not going to be chasing a bunch of professional CEOs running very old businesses. But aside from that, we have very few dogma. We're very open to just being blown away by a business or a group of founders or a combination of both.
You made an early bet on OpenAI. What is your larger thesis around artificial intelligence, and is it to continue to put eggs in that basket?
Well, I certainly think that AI is going to it's a paradigm shift in the way that we think about technology development in 2025 and beyond. No doubt about that at all. At the same time, it's a really competitive category. And so in some ways, it's, looking back at the boom around COVID, we've almost learned none of the lessons, which is that, if you run away with prices, things get incredibly out over their skis. People raise these mega rounds. You end up back in a place where people are doing down rounds and recaps and having difficulty fundraising. And so we're not going to create some sort of AI thesis and then chase investing in every single thing that fits that thesis at really, really high prices. I think that is a trap, and it's a trap that we should have learned our lessons from in prior cycles, and most VCs, for whatever reason, did not learn that lesson.
Trey, thanks for being with us today. Please join me in giving Trey a round of applause.
Thanks so much.
Welcome back to the circuit. This time, we're taking you to the frontier.
Do we have a camera, or do we? We don't want to lose you, Emily, in all of this.
Stargate, put that name down in your books.
What we're undergoing right now is sort of the largest infrastructure build in human history.
To meet the people rewriting the rules of code and culture.
How do you personally grapple with the pace of it all?
It does feel like it's going very fast.
When did you realize, oh my gosh, my life is never going to be the same?
The day I got engaged, I was like, whoa, what have I bitten off here?
Where the future gets real.
How confident are you that AI's promise will outweigh the perils?
I'm not confident.
So the tech companies are lying or fudging.
And a little weird.
What's the point of this?
What is the point of any of this?
Tune into Season 3 of The Circuit with me, Emily Chang, Thursdays at 6 p.m. Eastern on Bloomberg Originals and Bloomberg TV.
Microsoft is building its own models. OpenAI is making other friends, and your partnership ends in 2030. Are you trying to tell the kids that maybe this marriage isn't forever?
This is another thing I learned in the last 50 years is, you approach all partnerships and create long-term stable partnerships which are win-win, right? So I hope that for decades to come, Microsoft and OpenAI will be partnered in a variety of different ways. Will they have other partners? Absolutely. Will we have other partners? Absolutely.
But the relationship is changing, right? Like, how is it changing, and what happens when that deal is?
I think that any company that has gone from being a research lab to one of the most successful product companies of this age, obviously things have to change for them and for us, and in the context of the partnership, right? We have IP rights. We're thrilled about that access we have. We are infrastructure providers. They're the biggest customers of ours. And so to us, having that multifaceted sort of partnership is what we are really focused on. And so why would any one of us want to go upset that?
As we saw with search and your competition with Google, sometimes you just can't fight the verb. It's habit forming, and ChatGPT is the verb right now. So how much do you worry that Microsoft loses the mindshare game?
Every day that ChatGPT succeeds is a fantastic day for Microsoft.
Right. Every time you search on ChatGPT, Microsoft makes money, right?
Yeah, in some sense, it even proves the point that markets can evolve and new hit products can be created from anywhere and what have you.
Please welcome to the stage Jennifer Doudna, Nobel laureate in chemistry and founder of the innovative Genomics Institute, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Emily Chang.
Thank you so much for being here.
Great to be here.
Everyone, we're doing a live taping of The Circuit, so this is going to end up in an episode of the show, and I'm so grateful to have you. Also, especially at this time. So super exciting. For the very first time, a baby has been ostensibly cured using the technology that you developed. His name is KJ. He's now 10 months old. How is KJ doing?
Well, KJ was just released from the hospital.
And if
Wow.
you've seen the pictures, he looks fantastic.
Amazing. How did this happen? He had a very rare disease, and somehow I'm told it was sort of like a mini Manhattan Project, but everyone got on board: the scientists, the doctors, the FDA, his family, to create this cure.
It's a wonderful story, Emily. It's really what needs to happen with CRISPR. It's a case where a baby was born last August in Philadelphia, or he was being seen in Philadelphia. He clearly had a metabolic disease that made it impossible for him to digest protein, serious, very, very serious disease. His doctor realized that he could be treated with CRISPR, which is a genome editing technology, allowing rewriting the letters of DNA to make a corrective change to a gene. And so without waiting to, sort of let the slow wheels turn on something like that, these doctors got in touch with Fyodor Urnov at the Innovative Genomics Institute here in the Bay Area. They quickly figured out the exact type of edit that would be necessary to cure this disease. They created it, tested it in the lab, tested it in animals with some funding that we got very quickly from the National Institutes of Health. And in close collaboration with the Food and Drug Administration, they figured out how to get this baby enrolled quickly in a clinical trial that would allow this therapy to be applied in an emergency use authorization. And that's how it came about.
I'm not sure what I'm surprised by more, the fact that this was possible or that the FDA cleared the way so quickly in this environment.
Well, we're grateful that we were already in conversation with the FDA. So one of the things that's happening in the field right now is there are many people that recognize that for a treatment like this, like what baby KJ received to happen, we must come up with a different paradigm for how we clinically test therapeutics. And you can't, it's just simply not possible to run through a full gamut clinical testing program for every rare disorder. And so right now there's a very active process in which the FDA is working closely with scientists to figure out what is the right strategy. And I think baby KJ is an example of what can be done.
What can CRISPR cure? What can't it? Sure.
Well, let's dial back. Let's go back to December of 2023, when the FDA and the related agency in the United Kingdom approved a CRISPR therapy for sickle cell disease. That was actually the first approved therapeutic with CRISPR, and it's an extraordinary therapeutic. I met Victoria Gray just last week. We were at an event in New York together. We met for the first time. She's the first U.S. patient to receive that CRISPR therapy for her sickle cell disease. And she told us the story of her life, where she had been affected by this ongoing crises with this really terrible, devastating blood disorder. And with CRISPR, she received a one-and-done therapy 6 years ago, and she hasn't had a single crisis since then.
So what are the possibilities? Like, talk to us about the other diseases that this could cure and what the limits of it are.
Well, okay, so let's talk about the opportunities first, and then we'll talk about the limits. So with CRISPR, we have now a technology that allows rewriting DNA. So it means that when we have diseases that are characterized as stemming from a single defective gene in our cells, we have the technology to make a correction to that sequence. What's hard is getting the editor into the right cells in the body. And so in the case of the sickle cell therapy, it's done in the lab. So those cells from the bone marrow are taken out of the patient, they're edited with CRISPR in the laboratory, and then they're transplanted back into the patient. So it's it's quite an involved procedure, and it's expensive and it's hard, but it works. And with baby KJ, that was a situation where, because he had a metabolic disease, he could be treated. What we say, the word we use is in vivo. It simply means being able to directly introduce CRISPR into his body, because the editing needed to happen in his liver. And we have a delivery vehicle that takes CRISPR right to the liver. It's called a lipid nanoparticle. And so that technology already exists. What's harder now, and will require additional experimentation and development, is how we get CRISPR into other kinds of tissues, whether it's the heart, the muscle, the brain, the lung. There are many types of diseases that could be treated if we can figure out that delivery strategy.
So how can we get this technology, and how much does it cost? Like, how do you find every KJ who needs this, and can their family afford it?
Yeah, so that's a key question, and something that we think about every day at the Innovative Genomics Institute. We started the Institute 10 years ago here in the Bay Area with this exact goal in mind, is how do we expand the opportunities with CRISPR to many people, not just for a few. Right now, CRISPR therapies are, as you might imagine, they're very expensive. They're between $2 and $3 million a patient. We added up the cost of what it took to create the therapeutic for baby KJ, for example, and it was just shy of $2 million. And because these are rare diseases, they're also not typically the targets of pharmaceutical companies, because there's not a big market for any one of these diseases. On the other hand, if you add up all the people that have a rare disease, it's not an insignificant number. And this is where figuring out exactly how to accelerate the process of testing CRISPR therapies. I think AI is going to help, and maybe we'll go there. But I think in the future it's going to be increasingly possible to predict the outcomes of gene editing with CRISPR, so that we can much more quickly create, validate, and then apply those therapies in real time.
Is AI going to supercharge what's possible here?
I think it will. I think what we're seeing in the biological areas of research right now is that we just don't have the data, for the most part, to train models. Maybe we don't have the right models. Some people argue that too, and it may be a combination. But that's changing quickly. I think many people are realizing that if we have large sets of data that are appropriately validated and collected and aggregated, that we can actually do amazing things in terms of prediction.
So we talked about can and can't, but what about should and shouldn't? There's the idea that this technology could be used to treat things like obesity or intelligence or eye color and hair color or height, athleticism. What do you think the guardrails should be?
Well, honestly, right now, even no matter what I think, let's be honest about what's possible. I think those are all traits that are complex, right? They require the contributions of many genes, so we don't have those capabilities right now. But I think increasingly it will be possible to make changes to our genomes that are not simply for the sake of saving a life, but they might be changes that we think might make us more attractive or have better qualities in some way. So I do think that's something very important that we have to continue to consider as the technology advances. And again, at our institute, we've been really forthright about asking for the global scientific community to step up and be part of that conversation.
There are startups right now like Orchid, Heliospec, Genomics, that are working on using genomic technology to select at conception. What do you think of that?
Well, that reminds me that I wanted to say something else, and that is that just so there's no misconception here, when we talk about baby KJ's treatment or the sickle cell disease therapy, these are therapies that treat an individual. They're not editing the germline. In other words, they're not making heritable changes to DNA. But what you're talking about is, suppose you could use CRISPR in sperm or eggs or embryos, maybe during in vitro fertilization. You could make a few tweaks. That's a capability that is theoretically possible, and I think not really practical with CRISPR today. We don't simply know enough about how the editing would work in those kinds of cells, but the technology is moving quickly, so I think it's really important to stay on top of it.
We were talking about backstage about how you won the Nobel Prize and your life just changes. And obviously you've been leading the way on this research now in an incredible way. We're also at a time where just doing scientific research is controversial. The Trump administration is cracking down on scientific research, pulling funding from organizations that have existed now for a really long time. What are the impacts of this in the scientific community? The short-term impacts and the long-term impacts?
Well, you're probably not surprised to hear me say that, I'm a big believer in science and technology. And I'm probably speaking to the choir here too. But I think science really has driven a lot of the solutions to problems that we're facing in our country and globally over the last, decades, if not more than that. And a lot of the science that we do here in the U.S. is federally funded, at least, really since the end of World War II, that's been the case. So it's been a really strong driver of economic development, because a lot of the work that's done in academic labs like mine, I don't think CRISPR would have been likely to have emerged out of a company. Not that I don't have a huge respect for companies, but it's really because it came from curiosity-driven science about how bacteria fight viral infection. And believe me, when we first started working on this, everybody I told that we were working on this looked at me like I was nuts. But that's really what fundamental science is all about. It's about asking questions about the natural world. The federal government has traditionally funded that kind of research here in the U.S., and that's led to just enormous breakthroughs. We could point to many things: antibiotic development, all of the kinds of gene manipulations that started in the 1970s that were the foundation of Genentech, and then many of the follow-on biotech companies that developed out of that whole type of technology that came out of Stanford University and others. These are really important breakthroughs that really would have been unlikely to happen otherwise.
So what are your biggest fears?
Well, I just want to see the United States remain as we have been up until now, which is a real powerhouse in science and technology, and certainly in the biological sciences. We've been a real magnet for people globally. A lot of people come here to be trained. Many of them want to stay in the United States. A lot of them become entrepreneurs. They start companies. They go to work at companies. And they really drive kind of the next set of breakthroughs. It kind of keeps the whole cycle going.
Mm-hmm. I want to talk about the business implications, because, biotech has been in a slump. The market doesn't seem to love curing people, and there are obviously many competing interests, insurance companies, big pharma. Why don't investors seem to appreciate the work that you're doing? And what is the message that sends to scientists about whether or not their work is actually valuable?
Well, just like in other fields, I think, biotech goes through cycles. And right now we're in a downturn. We have been there for a bit. And why is that? Well, I think, investors get excited about breakthroughs like CRISPR and other things. And then they realize that, science is hard. It's hard. It's hard to make drugs. It's hard to make drugs that are good and effective and safe. It's a challenging business, and it takes time. You have to be patient. The story with CRISPR, with the sickle cell therapy, I mean, it was 11 years from the date of the first academic publication showing how CRISPR could be used for gene editing to an approved therapeutic. 11 years, and that was lightning fast, right? In our field, lightning fast. So, it just it's just always going to be a process that takes time. Now, maybe AI will help to accelerate that. I hope it does. Mm-hmm. But we all have to just grapple with the fact that, bodies are complicated.
Mm-hmm. Your organization, the Innovative Genomics Institute, is doing so many cool things, and I don't think people necessarily realize how much you actually work very closely with startups that are on some of these paths. You're trying to change the DNA of cows to improve climate change. I mean, all these really cool sort of frontier things. Give us sort of the top 3 coolest things that you're working on that you're most excited about.
Well, I'm trying to change the DNA of cow bacteria, just to be clear. Why are we doing this? Well, those bacteria are doing something very important and very damaging to the environment. They're making a lot of methane, which is one of the most powerful greenhouse gases. And we think we have a CRISPR-based strategy for changing that. We can tweak the metabolism of those bugs and dial down the production of methane and actually make the food that those cows eat go into more milk and meat. So it's a kind of a win-win for everybody. So we're working on this. It's a partnership with the University of California, Davis. We're very, very proud to have them as an official partner of the Innovative Genomics Institute. And then we're, of course, we're very, very focused on rare diseases, N of 1 diseases, as we discussed with the baby KJ example. That's the first of what I hope will ultimately be many types, such cures. And how are we going to do this? How are we going to scale it? Well, our initial plan is to use philanthropic funding to treat another dozen or so children. We'd like to do that here in California. And what we'd like to do in that process is to use those cases as ways to streamline the process, continue working with the FDA. We'd love to ultimately get other medical centers involved so that the whole pipeline for creating these types of therapies is easier. And one thing that will, of course, make that possible and bring down the cost is manufacturing. So that's a key piece of what we're working on right now, is how to reduce the cost of just making the CRISPR molecules. So it's very exciting.
Is there anything scary to you about sort of the moment that we're in, the intersection of AI and CRISPR? These are both technologies with enormous potential, but I wonder if the intersection of them creates any, gives you any potential fear?
Well, like any powerful technology, I mean, these both come with big opportunities and big risks, and I think we have to be grappling with that.
What are the risks?
They develop. Well, with CRISPR, as we discussed, it's I think there are applications of CRISPR that could be dangerous. Heritable editing is one, but another is using it in the environment. For example, using it in mosquitoes to try to create mosquitoes that are sterile. That could be very useful, but also could have impacts on the ecosystem that we have to be careful about. In the AI world, I'm not an AI expert at all, but again, we're aware that this is a very powerful tool, and we have to be thoughtful about how it's deployed.
You still teach at Berkeley, and I'd love to hear about your message to students, but before we go there, Michael Dell and Jensen Huang of NVIDIA are building a supercomputer that they have named the Doudna that is going to be, helping the Department of Energy. I don't know if there's a bigger compliment than them building a supercomputer and naming it after you. Like, that's pretty cool.
I just want to be able to use it.
But what is your message to students in this era?
Well, I love the fact that, and I do teach students. So it's one of my real joys in my work, honestly, is that I interact with a lot of students in the 18, 19, 20-year-old range who are, coming to Berkeley, learning about biology for the first time. And I love their enthusiasm. I love their passion. A lot of them are, very passionate about solving problems in the real world. Their education is really geared around that. And so I just encourage them to pursue their passions. I'm so pleased that we're seeing a lot of young people who want to make the next set of breakthroughs. And I always tell them, you are all the future Nobel Prize winners. You're all the future people who will name supercomputers or whatever comes next.
Jennifer Doudna, everyone. Nobel Prize winner, Jennifer Doudna.
Thank you.
John, what did you do this morning?
I woke up.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, great. Oh, this is awesome.
You wake up, good morning, is a brand new day. Blue skies above, it's a perfect day.
Please welcome to the stage Jeffrey Katzenberg, founding partner at WonderCo, and Shenli Wang, general partner at WonderCo, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Caroline Hyde.
Welcome. Now, this discussion is called From Vision to Venture. You all have visions of the cocktail after this. We, gentlemen, are the final act. And we basically, I've just been listening to Jeffrey's morning. He is an espresso martini in human form. The guy was at a meeting at 3:45 PT time, getting electrified about the next set of investments, what's taking you forward. And I want to start on investments, because Creatify AI.
Yes.
Just the latest money that you've put in, and this is about using artificial intelligence, generative artificial intelligence in the world of ads. And what's so interesting, Jeffrey, is that for me, it epitomizes kind of our optimism and our anxiety around AI. Optimism that it can do so much more productive, anxiety that, is this going to make creatives redundant? What's your answer to that?
Well, first I have to ask a question since we're the closer. Has there been a single person on this stage today that has not said AI?
No. Maybe Peloton for a hot second managed to avoid it?
My guess not. Listen, it is to me, I think it's just a incredibly exciting time. I think that, you know, the world changed in November 2022, where the possibilities were unleashed in a way that is really just hard to imagine how much has changed just in these, whatever it is, 16, 18 months. I think the Creatify is just a perfect example here of 24 brilliantly talented young entrepreneurs who looked at this world of advertising and said, why can't we make this more creative, more accessible, actually use tools that are available today to bring a level of both quality and to be able to use the speed of iteration to pursue perfection. And I'll let Shen-Li talk a little bit more about it, but to me, it is, again, a great example here in which I think we're going to see, particularly for performance marketing and for, you know, the online marketing, digital marketing, we're going to see a quality escalation here that is going to take people's breath away.
Quality that, look, almost on the same week as you announced the investment, Chang-Li, we had Zuckerberg saying, I want to own generation of ads as well and generative AI. Come to me, one-stop shop. Why then go to Creatify?
Well, Meta is one of the most incredible platforms for advertisers to find their audience. And I think they're going to be excited that there's going to be Creatify, there's all the agencies that exist in the world that make wonderful creatives. They are going to be the ultimate winners regardless, because that's where the audience live. But really, coming back to it, it's about how technology pushes the boundaries of human creativity, giving all of us the opportunity to make better content, more engaging content, to spend less time with the mundaneness of it.
But with more jobs, more creatives doing that? Because that's the anxiety.
I think there's going to be more. I think it's going to look different and more.
But it's always been the case, Caroline. That's the thing that I just, there's wonderful line. I think maybe Henry Kravis said some version of this, which is, as uncomfortable as change is, irrelevance is going to be way more difficult to deal with. And so you either have to buy into and get on board with and understand that this is an opportunity.
Yeah.
Rather than sit back and, sort of wait for, the wave to, kind of pass you by. So very specifically, I actually grew up in the 2D animation world.
Yeah.
At the Walt Disney Company for the decade I was there, every frame of every movie, 135,000 frames for a film, hand-drawn, hand-inked, hand-painted. And then John Lasseter comes along with this CGI animation, and all of the same conversations that are going on right now, both the defensive and the offensive ones occurred. And here we are now, 25 years later, 30 years later, and by a factor, there are more people working in animation today than there were then. It changed the jobs. It didn't eliminate them. And this is where I have to say, I think with some of the, more brilliant people that are out there talking about the talent that is building this is not necessarily, I think, fully aware of how it's actually going to get deployed in a good way. That's not a criticism.
And thanks to you, with development from what happened at Disney and with Toy Story and then on to DreamWorks, we now have more people doing animation than ever before. I want to engage the audience. Please give us your questions, because the history and the expertise and the deep knowledge these two have is extraordinary. And I want to go, therefore, from being able to see that genius and being able to see disruption and take it wholeheartedly. Chang, from your perspective, what is it that makes a founder stand out then at this moment? Because the technology is there and right for the taking, but the talent and what is the focus to use that disruption is something that needs to be singular.
Yeah, and that has not changed.
No?
It was probably 10, 15 years ago when I first met Drew. I ended up being one of the first employees there.
You were Goldman, NEA, bit at Workday, one of the first at Dropbox.
One of the first at Dropbox. And it wasn't because Drew had already built. I went to Workday because Dave Duffield was a legend in enterprise software. Drew had not built a big enterprise software company, but he was obsessed about async and all the technical minutia of it, and also about how to build a magical, him and Arash, the co-founder, a magical product experience. It just worked. It was just plastered throughout that office. And there was just something magical about, I want to be part of this team to make this happen. And I knew that he was going to attract 100 other people delusionally to be in search of the same goal. And so years later, when we meet Dylan at Figma, he was, from very early days, he's like, this is how design's going to work in the future. There's a maniacal obsession about that.
There's Dylan with Figma, there's May, Habib over at Writer, Vlad, Robin Hood. You can go through the portfolio companies. What's so interesting is you build as well, and then you put your own talent in there. Aurora, tell us, Jeffrey, about why you think the consumer identity, consumer threats are where you want to be protecting, why Aurora is the right one to be doing it with.
Well, again, there's so many great things that came in this last 20 years out of social media, and we could spend the rest of our time talking about all of the great and positive things.
We like to talk about the negative.
Okay, but there are, unfortunately, there is a dark side to it, and the fact is all of us are being boiled like frogs, 1 degree at a time here, and have been over the last 20 years, in which, our identity, our financial security, we have become more and more vulnerable for online crime. Home burglaries this last year were $4 billion, and theft online was $15 billion. So just to understand how ubiquitous this is, everybody knows somebody who has either their parents or somebody somewhere has had something, on the dark side of this. So the legacy companies that were in this were basically, the antivirus for desktop in it, and they didn't really innovate as the world went, digital and mobile. And so when you look at change the world ideas that actually could be huge and could make the world a better place, this is about as big a opportunity, but also a challenge in it. And so we set out to do that and built this great product, Aura. Started the company 5-6 years ago. This year, it's just past 205 million of ARR, growing 40-some-odd%. And this thing is taking off. But the most rewarding part of it is the founder, CEO of the company, had a 13-year-old daughter who actually kind of got down the rabbit hole here into some trouble. And and it's a close family, close relationship. She's a good kid. And he realized he knew nothing about it. He had no tools, no ability to actually be a great parent. And that set him on this course to say, he was driven at the outset by wanting to build something great. And he then pivoted on a mission to do something great. And that sort of drive, has given him, so about 4 weeks ago, he launched this Aura family safety product. And it's actually quite amazing. And the analogy I would give you is that today, if you have a teenager and they're going to, time for them to learn how to drive, what do? Well, you get a learner's permit, you go to a Walmart parking lot where you can't do any damage in this. And over the course of literally a year or 2 or 3, you onboard them and you are able to actually guide them into being responsible, knowledgeable, and you have confidence that they can get behind the wheel of a car and they, will be safe.
Yeah.
Well, we do nothing. There's the damage that is the jeopardy that exists for kids online today is way, way, way higher than getting in a car and driving it. And so giving parents tools to be able to be great parents, I think is a really, really good mission. I'm super proud of the team and what they're doing. And Shen-Li helped actually build some of the product for this. And I think this is a change the world for the better mission to be on.
Founders often want to change the world, and I'm going to go to a sensitive topic, Chang-Li, because some founders want to change it too much, and they take on misguided risks and drive a company in the wrong direction. And Builder AI was one of those, and you put some money into it. Yeah. What are the lessons that you've learned from this singular moment where a company has gone awry and basically told incorrect information to its investors?
Yeah, there's companies who push themselves to the boundary in terms of financial risk, in terms of technology risk. That is part and parcel of innovation and entrepreneurship. And then there's fraud and misrepresenting what actually happened. And I think often when the full story isn't out, it's hard to know exactly what happened in a specific case. But I think that's an important distinction to draw, and you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Elon Musk was close to bankruptcy multiple times with Tesla, but it was a really good product, and financially just wasn't, he made it through. But you look back, and there were many moments where it could have gone the other way.
To be a great venture capital investor, you actually have to have these two qualities that are actually, you think about them, they're utterly contradictory to one another. And the first is that you need to be able to see a dream. You need to be able to hear a dream. You need to be a bit of a dreamer yourself, in my opinion, because when someone comes in with a new idea, something that's not been done before, by definition, it's a dream. And on the other side of it, which is what you just went to, not all dreams come true.
The guy from Disney would know.
And so you got to have a degree of skepticism. You got to be somewhat cynical, but you can't lose that dreamer attribute in this. And that's what Shen-Li has. It's what Sujay Jaswal, our partner, has. Like, they are fantastic at seeing dreams.
And they have your ability to storytell, to have the vision. And Jeffrey, I have to end on what everyone's probably been consuming from a social media perspective while they've been at this conference. You bring up Musk. What is going on in terms of Musk and Trump? And yeah, what do you, push us forward. Tell us the story for tomorrow. Tell us the story. You're a man who knows politics.
All I will say to you is that storytelling is a part of every single thing that happens in company building. You need to be able to tell that story, whatever this new idea is that you're going to do. You need to be able to tell a story to your investors. You need to be able to tell a story to whoever you're going to be selling that product to. And there's no set of circumstances in which I will answer the question that you just asked me. That's just certain, just self-immolation. No, thank you.
One set of circumstances, I would love you to answer the question. Go to your portfolio companies right now and say, here's how to cling on to tomorrow. Here's, amid the geopolitics, amid this storytelling where we're worried about talent, we're worried about immigration, we're worried about building. What do you tell your portfolio company to do in this moment?
Exceed expectations.
Yeah?
Literally. About every aspect of what you're doing. Exceed the expectations of your colleagues, the people that you work with, exceed the expectations of the people who have invested in you, exceed the expectation of your customers. If that's your goal, now you're not going to succeed every time at that in it, but if you get up every day with that mindset, it's how I literally, that is my mantra. My entire career has always been about just try and do a bit better than is expected of you, and with that, if you hit it enough times, you'll have success out of it. For me personally, I have I said it to you, which is, it's probably what you were trolling me for here, which is that You know, mine today is never let your memories be greater than your dreams. And that's my life. Every day I get up. I got up this morning. I've had just an unbelievable day. I've got more coming. Here he's sending me off to see a founder with a thing he says is going to blow my mind. I can't wait.
And it's about great mentors and great mentees and great teamwork. I think they might have just exceeded our own expectations. Audience, go exceed yours. Grab a drink, have a conversation. And please give it up to the one and only Jeffrey Katzenberg, Lenny Wang. Thank you so much both for your time.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming. I hope you're all heading to the terrace because we're going to be having refreshments up there. Thank you all for coming. I hope you learned something. That's someone cool. I just want to thank our sponsors one more time. Invesco QQQ, our presenting sponsor, PwC, Salesforce, Samsung, our participating sponsor, Personal AI, our contributing sponsor, Fuse. Did you have fun?
I had a great time. I hope you all did too. I hope you learned something, and I hope you met someone interesting. I hope you learned something today that challenges you and makes you think differently about the world. Lastly, I will just tell you that I encourage you to head up to the 4th floor. As Emily mentioned earlier, we've got a closing reception there. There will be beverages, refreshments, proudly sponsored by Personal AI. If you are registered to attend the Meet the Editors session, proudly sponsored by Samsung, also go to the 4th floor to a room called the Insight Enclave.
Right. You might be able to meet someone named Tom Giles, I think.
Who dat?
Also, if you haven't checked out the LM Arena on the 4th floor, this is, the chat bots are duking it out in real time. Gemini is actually the top of the leaderboard around the world. So millions and millions of people have decided that Gemini is the best right now, but ChatGPT is actually the top of our Bloomberg Tech leaderboard. So you can go up there and vote on which chatbot you think is the best. And also up there, check out the Salesforce Agentforce activation. You can recharge your device at the Invesco QQQ Power Up Lounge. And I don't know if Lucas is here, but our colleague Lucas Shaw does an amazing event in LA called Screen Time. It's in October, talking about the business of entertainment and how it intersects with technology. So please, if you had a great time today, sign up for that one too.
And I'm excited to tell you about another event coming up in London on October 21st, Bloomberg Tech London. We will be talking about the future of innovation and tech sovereignty throughout Europe. I'm incredibly excited. I hope to see many of you there. To learn about these events, head to bloomberglive.com.
There's a post-event survey, so please tell us what you think. And did I mention we have refreshments and more fun on the terrace? So please go up there. We'll be out mingling. And thank you again
for
coming and making this an awesome day.